Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest Hurricane Milton live stream. I think this is our sixth different live update now on this channel. We're going to be talking all about Hurricane Milton, exactly what's happening right now, what's to come tomorrow across the state of Florida, in addition to what impacts you can expect. We'll go through the entire forecast for you and give you an idea of what kind of impacts we're essentially expecting in Florida. And again, we've been over this a lot, but I think things just continue to change, and also the potential for this to make landfall maybe just south of Tampa is beginning to increase. So we're going to kind of talk about what that means, what the best case scenario is, and what the worst case scenario is for the state of Florida, and perhaps even for your particular region. Before we go too far into today's stream, I do want to mention to make sure you are subscribed to the channel. We are going to be live tomorrow for live landfall coverage, so make sure you're subscribed down below and click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live tomorrow. We'll probably at least be live once tomorrow, maybe even twice, for update and then also for landfall coverage on Hurricane Milton. Also, today's stream is brought to you by both Radar Omega and as well as ESP Storm Shelters, and we'll be talking about both of those throughout the live stream today, so make sure you stay tuned for that. All right, let's go ahead and get right into what Hurricane Milton looks like right now. And before we do that, I just want to point out we have three different live cameras on the bottom of your screen. Only going to show these intermittently, but you'll notice bottom left of your screen, that is evacuations that are happening currently on I-75 eastbound, just east of Naples. Bottom of your screen is the same thing as well. Evacuations again happening just off to the east of Naples. All that is eastbound traffic. It is substantial. Obviously, evacuations underway still. Tons of traffic on I-75 eastbound. If you plan on evacuating, now is the time to do so. It is getting relatively late. Obviously, we're very close to landfall, so make sure you are evacuating if that was your plan to do so. All right, let's get into Hurricane Milton. So we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center. Just came in. Their 8 p.m. advisory has just come in as we've gone live. And the latest advisory still has this as a major Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 165 miles per hour. The pressure has dropped down to 902 millibars. However, I do think the intensity of this hurricane is actually beginning to weaken a little bit. The aircraft recon that is currently inside of Hurricane Milton, if we pull that up, you'll actually see the latest measurements is that the pressure is actually increasing, which would mean that the intensity of this hurricane is essentially decreasing in nature. Now, it's not a major decrease, but 6 millibars, that's quite a difference. So I do think we are starting to see this weaken a little bit as it moves to the east-northeast. We have another fly-through happening with this Hurricane Hunter aircraft in the next about 10 to 15 minutes. So whatever it shows us in a few minutes, we'll, obviously let you know. But overall, again, the pressure is obviously increasing here. That does mean that there's a possibility that there's basically a possibility of two things. One is that we could have another eye wall replacement cycle happening like last night, or two, it's just weakening in nature. So not entirely sure yet which of the two that is currently doing, but I do think there might be another eye wall replacement cycle happening inside of Hurricane Milton, which again would be the second one that we've had in the last like 30 hours. So I do think that, again, that this is going to be something that we'll have to watch for in terms of, its intensity over the next 12 to 24 hours. I think it'll make a difference tomorrow in terms of landfall in Florida. This is also moving to the east-northeast at about 10 miles per hour. It is beginning to speed up. It will be moving over the state of Florida tomorrow evening, and as well as into the overnight hours at about 12 to 14 miles per hour. So it'll be moving pretty quickly. I've had a lot of people asking me also, before we go into the forecast, I just want to point this out. A lot of people have been asking me, what is this blob of convection that is back over to the northeast of the hurricane? Is this another hurricane forming? No, it's not. It's just a big blob of convection, big showers and thunderstorms. Actually, several of these right now just off the coast of Florida are actually producing a few fishnados or water spouts, and that's basically just tornadoes that are offshore. We actually have several supercells right now, and wow, okay, we actually have a big one right now. This is potentially a larger water spout, very far away from land, but back over here northwest of Key West. This is a taste, I think, of what we'll be seeing tomorrow in central and southern Florida for the tornado threat. I do think we're going to have a few tornadoes at the bare minimum. Wouldn't even be surprised with a small-scale tornado outbreak, but several different storms offshore right now, all of which are rotating. And any of those could be producing water spouts. So if you know any fish in this area, definitely let them know. Give them a call or text. And again, that's a pretty interesting little situation happening, though, just off the coast there of Florida. But as I mentioned before, again, this is just a lot of convection. This will be problematic tomorrow because what this is going to end up doing is moving into central Florida during the afternoon and evening. And that is going to dump a ton of rain across central and even parts of northern Florida. So if you're in Orlando, Tampa, Daytona Beach, and just north of I-4, this blob of convection is actually actually important because it's going to dump an additional few inches of rainfall tomorrow on top of what the actual hurricane will also be dumping. So that is something that we need to keep in mind here in the state of Florida. All right, here's a 6-hour loop, or 4-hour loop on Hurricane Milton. So again, this is infrared imagery. Again, you'll notice that it's had a very definitive eye this entire time. We may or may not have eye wall replacement happening now. There's a possibility that that is happening, but again, notice that big blob of convection. All of it's been staying offshore today. We've only had one water spout observed, I think, so far today. That was near Marco Island, Florida. So all that storm activity, mostly just sitting offshore today. It'll be onshore tomorrow, though. Here's also another close view on infrared imagery here of Hurricane Milton. And notice the eye, it's not looking, I mean, it looks pretty much the same as like a few hours ago, but maybe on the last couple of scans here, not nearly as organized. Again, we'll kind of keep a close eye on that, but nonetheless, really symmetrical, very symmetrical eye and eye wall, and it's been impressive this entire time. And what we're looking at, by the way, on the infrared imagery is the coldness of cloud tops. And so when you see this white and purple and pink color, that's indicating very cold cloud tops aloft. And essentially what that means is that this is a very intense hurricane in nature. So when you have it going around the entire hurricane, that's when you know this is pretty much a textbook looking category 5 hurricane. Now, for what it's worth, I know a lot of people are wondering, is this breaking records? Well, yes, it is. It already has broken a record. Last night we had this hurricane at 897 millibars, which is the second strongest hurricane on record in the Gulf of Mexico. Again, that's almost beating out Rita back in 2005. Rita was a category 5 hurricane as well back in 2005 at 895 millibars of pressure. So this is officially the second strongest hurricane on record in the Gulf of Mexico, and on top of that, it's also the 5th strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean on record when it comes to pressure. Some people are asking, will it get lower than this tonight? I don't think so, because again, the trends that the aircraft recon are currently picking up on do indicate that we are starting to see a weakening trend, more likely than not because of eye wall replacement, but if not, it is just a natural weakening trend with a hurricane. So I don't think it'll hit that tonight, but it was actually pretty close. This hurricane, as of about an hour ago, was down to 902 millibars of pressure, so it was within 5 of hitting that record again. Another fun fact, I don't know if it's really fun, but another fact for you is that this hurricane is the only one that we've ever had that has actually hit 905 millibars or lower 2 separate times. We had 3 hurricanes in history hit 910 millibars or lower 2 separate times. One of them was Hurricane Allen, for reference, which is actually on this list back in 1980. So very rare situation, obviously. And yeah, and another, I mean, there's a lot of facts. Here's another one for you. Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Michael. You might remember Hurricane Michael back a few years ago. That was a category 5 hurricane. They retired that hurricane's name. This hurricane will probably end up being retired after what we see tomorrow and obviously what we've seen so far. But Hurricane Michael made landfall on October 10th, and this hurricane is also expected to make landfall either tomorrow night, very late, or early on October 10th, sometime around like 1 a.m. So that would be kind of crazy if 2 named storms get retired. Again, Milton's the name following that, by the way. Hurricane Milton replaced Hurricane Michael because Michael got retired, just kind of for, fun fact stuff. But yeah, very interesting stuff nonetheless. All right, so I thought that was kind of some interesting tidbits to what's been happening, but very coincidental that that's happening. We've had a retired hurricane, and now this name replaced the retired hurricane, and this one's probably going to get retired, and they're making landfall basically on the same day, which is crazy. All right, let's go ahead and jump into the hurricane models. We'll go into the impacts here in a second. I do want to jump into the HAFSB model, and I'm also going to show you 2 other hurricane models, I think. But we'll begin with the HAFSB model run, which has been pretty accurate thus far throughout the cycle of this hurricane. So for the rest of tonight, this is expected to remain a pretty consolidated hurricane. For what it's worth here, this particular area of tropical storm force winds is about 200 miles wide. All right, so just kind of pointing that out because I'm going to tell you something that's going to probably blow your mind here in a second. But this particular tropical storm force wind field, which is a little bit larger than the circle, it's like this wide, it's about 200 miles wide, okay? Now, once we go later into tomorrow, you're going to see this. Watch the wind. Look at all the green and purple and stuff. It's going to really spread out. Reason why is because the vertical wind shear is going to increase, which will help to weaken this hurricane a little bit before landfall. But we are also going to see this start an extratropical transition, which actually means that this wind field is going to broaden out, and it's going to go from being 200 miles wide tonight to 530 miles wide tomorrow across the state of Florida. That is almost triple the size in the span of 24 24 hours. So the hurricane force wind field is going to still remain, the hurricane force wind field in particular, it's not going to be nearly as large. It's going to be consolidated into a smaller area, but will still be impacting areas like Tampa and Sarasota. But tropical storm force winds will be growing in size by almost triple the size. So that it's a kind of a crazy little tidbit, but I don't know what Helene was for the wind field, but I'm pretty sure it was around like 600-ish miles. So we're not actually far from the wind field that Helene had when it came to tropical storm force wind gusts. But nonetheless, really crazy stuff there. Notice the hurricane force wind field, though, it actually remains relatively large and intact even into Wednesday afternoon. And then by the time we get closer to landfall, notice another thing, most of the highest winds will be on the west side of this hurricane. And then on the east side of the hurricane, we are still going to have hurricane force winds. It's just more consolidated to a smaller area. And that's really going to start to penetrate into areas like Sarasota, back over near Tampa Bay, as we go into the late afternoon and as well as into the early evening. Some people are also asking, when can we expect the hurricane force winds to start to ramp up? I think that overall about 4 o'clock or so, we're going to start to see those hurricane force winds really ramp up in parts of western Florida. So Tampa Bay, back over near Cape Coral, and then also back up closer to the Big Bend like Cedar Key. Those hurricane force wind gusts will start to pick up around 4. By 8 o'clock, we're going to start to see the strongest wind gusts really start to pick up back over here in central Florida near Orlando, and then back just to the southeast of Cape Coral, back over near Naples, Florida. And then anything after that will be closer to about midnight or so for the east coast of Florida. So that's the timing that we are currently looking at for the greatest wind gusts to essentially really starting to ramp up. This is when it makes landfall sometime around tomorrow evening, probably going to be close to midnight tomorrow when this makes landfall. Again, it'll be making landfall as a category 3 or a low-end category 4 hurricane, which means that this is still going to be causing major impacts. The category at this point doesn't really matter upon landfall. What you need to know is that this is going to be a major and perhaps even catastrophic hurricane for much of the western side here of Florida, especially for the coastal regions. So again, I know a lot of people are getting caught up in the intensity. Will this be a Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4? It doesn't matter. This is still going to be an intense hurricane no matter what, and it's going to cause very similar impacts no matter what the wind speed is. The storm surge, the flooding, and also the winds, obviously, are going to all be playing a factor here in terms of the damage that's going to be dealt here across Florida. As we go into the overnight hours into Thursday morning, this will still be a Category 2 hurricane all the way through central Florida, as this is going to be interacting with a trough to the north. It's going to be kind of an extra tropical system, and again, what that essentially means is that the intensity of this is not going to drop very fast. So this will actually be staying a Category 2 hurricane probably through central Florida, and then by the time it exits the east coast of Florida by Thursday morning, this will still be more than likely a Category 1 hurricane. And then eventually, as we go into Thursday afternoon, we're not done there. We're actually going to be dealing with the wind coming from the northeast, and essentially what that's going to do is push water into areas like Tampa, or not Tampa Bay, sorry, Daytona Beach, and then back through Cape Canaveral, and that's going to increase the storm surge on the east coast of Florida, and that'll also be happening back up in areas like South Carolina and Georgia. Good thing is the storm surge is not expected to be catastrophic for many, or at least most areas, like it will be for the west coast, but it will still be enough for there to be some problems, especially back over north of Cape Canaveral and then south of Jacksonville. That's where I think the worst of that will be. All right, we've talked a lot about this, but these are some of the hurricane models in terms of where the landfall is expected. I'm going to show you a much more zoomed in look here in a few minutes. This is just one view, but this view in particular shows you where a lot of the computer models are currently indicating landfall. And notice how it's just to the south of Tampa. That is where we're currently looking at for a high likelihood of landfall. Almost every model today has shifted south. A lot of models were north or in Tampa yesterday. Almost every model, though, today has shifted south, and most models have this making landfall in or south of Tampa Bay. What does that mean? Well, we're going to talk about it in a second, but I want to point out that wherever it makes landfall, it doesn't matter really. It's still going to be causing major impacts, and if you are in an evacuation zone, you need to be evacuating. You should not be staying where you're at. It's just not going to be safe, especially with the storm surge that is forecasted for tomorrow. All right, let me recenter this so I can kind of show you the entire screen here. So we're going to go ahead and jump in now to the future radar. This is, again, the GFS model. This will give you an idea of when we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. Then we'll be going into wind impacts. Then we'll be going into storm surge impacts. And then after all of that, we're talking about flooding, tornadoes, storm surge, and wind. Those are the 4 things that we're going to be talking about over the next few minutes. All right. So we are going to begin first with the rain, so the flooding potential. So as we go into tomorrow, we're going to be beginning to deal with moderate to heavy rainfall across parts of central and northern Florida, mainly along and just north of Interstate 4. Okay, so that's the area that we're looking at for mostly heavy rainfall that will lead to the potential for some early flooding. And this is not good, by the way, because again, almost all of Florida that is going to be seeing rain tomorrow is actually going to be, already has saturated soil. So that's not a good thing necessarily here in Florida. That's going to basically lead to a better shot of flooding for many areas. As we go into Wednesday evening, the rain continues to stay moderate to heavy, especially across northern and central Florida, but the worst of the rainfall is really going to be coming from the west and north side of the eye of this hurricane. And so a lot of that is going to be penetrating into areas like Tampa, just north of I-4 near Spring Hill, back over just north of Orlando. And so we are expecting the heaviest of the rainfall Wednesday night into Thursday to be right along and north of I-4 within about 50 to 60 miles. What that essentially means is if you're in between those areas that I just mentioned, you have the potential for anywhere from 8 to maybe even 16 inches of rain in some cases. And we also could see some isolated spots as high as 20 inches of rain when this is all said and done. So it's obviously a pretty significant situation when it comes to the potential for flooding. And you'll notice how this continues to move across I-4. My apologies, I just hit my mic and it went flying, and my face cam did too. All right, let me say that again. So as we go into Thursday late morning, we are going to continue to see the rain continue to stay heavy across areas like Daytona Beach, Orlando, and Jacksonville. We did not have an earthquake, just letting you know. I accidentally hit my mic stand and the face cam went flying. So that'll be what we're looking at Thursday during the late morning. And then by the afternoon, this will finally move offshore, and we will eventually be dealing with mostly storm surge for the rest of Thursday across the east coast of Florida, and then also maybe some leftover light showers and perhaps even a couple of maybe thunderstorms. I don't think we'll have that many left on Thursday. All right, now jumping into the total rainfall accumulation, then we'll talk more about tornadoes and as well as storm surge and winds. This is what we're talking about in terms of an estimated amount of rainfall. So right now, the GFS model has a widespread 5 to 10 inches of rain from Tampa back through Daytona Beach and Jacksonville and also near Gainesville. Same thing goes also for the Orlando area with upwards of 5 to 10 inches of rain expected. There will be some spots as well, especially just north of Tampa and even maybe near Daytona Beach that pick up as much as 10 to 15, maybe even a little bit more than that in terms of inches of rainfall. So if you are in a flood-prone area, make sure that you are taking this very seriously and be ready for the flooding potential and evacuate if you need to, if you're in a low-lying area. Now, in terms of wind, I'm going to show you a better graphic that shows you better wind numbers in a second. But what I'm going to show you guys here is basically where the greatest wind will be happening. The wind numbers that this graphic shows you are not that accurate for the peak wind, at least. So I'm going to show you another graphic in a moment that'll show that. But here's what we're looking at for Wednesday afternoon. So notice how the wind field, that's where we're looking at hurricane force winds. It'll be a relatively large wind field approaching the west coast of Florida. Notice the timestamp at the top left. It's 8 p.m. So the winds are going to start to get to hurricane force, I think, by about 5 to 8 p.m. here near Tampa, Sarasota, and Cape Coral. And eventually, as this makes landfall, those winds are really going to start to ramp up and really pick up. We're going to be talking about the potential for wind gusts over 100 miles per hour near Tampa and Sarasota, and wind speeds will also more than likely be over 100 miles per hour for that particular area of Florida. Cape Coral will also be dealing with impacts like that as well. As we go into the overnight hours, the wind is going to really start to ramp up back over in areas like Orlando, and then it will eventually ramp up back over on the east coast of Florida as we get closer to about 8 a.m. or so Thursday morning, and that's probably when we're going to be seeing some of the peak wind gusts. I don't personally love the wind numbers, though, here. I think the wind numbers will be higher during the day Thursday for areas like Daytona Beach, Orlando, and Palm Bay, especially since the wind will be coming off from the east side over in the Atlantic Ocean. I think that is actually going to penetrate higher wind numbers for areas like Daytona Beach and Palm Bay during the daytime hours on Thursday. So with all that said, I think this graphic summarizes the wind very well for Milton's maximum wind threat in Florida. Feel free to take a screenshot if you want. I'll show this several times during the live stream, but this particular graphic, made by James Pettis, by the way, link in the description. This particular graphic is going to show you, I think, a pretty good idea of where we're going to be seeing the maximum winds and also where the highest winds will be. So right now, our thinking is that we're going to be talking about category 3+ winds back over near Tampa when this makes landfall, and even before and just after landfall near Tampa, back over near Cape Coral in the Charlotte Harbor area, and then all the way back up near Spring Hill, Florida, is where we do expect the potential for significant wind. Again, category 3+ plus winds being a possibility. The red shaded area is another area that we're looking at hurricane force winds. Now keep in mind, let me specify this real quick. If you're in the purple, that is where we could see significant damage to things like mobile homes, RVs, and as well as manufactured homes. You need to make sure if you're in any of those that you are evacuating or at least going to a safe place during that time, because you're not going to be safe in one of those buildings if the winds do end up being as strong as they're forecasted to be. And same thing goes even if you're in the red. I think that if you're even in the red, you should be considering going somewhere else. If you've ever dealt with a severe thunderstorm that's produced 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, we've seen mobile homes take significant damage from that before, and pretty much this entire area in red and as well as purple is in that ballpark of seeing something like that. All right, so if you're in any of those areas in a mobile home, RV, I would try to see if you have a friend maybe, or maybe go into a hotel for a night. Just do something so that you are in a safer position tomorrow. I think that you really want to be playing this more safe than sorry. Again, you don't have to evacuate to Georgia or take a plane ticket to Alaska or something. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, you can evacuate 10 miles inland or, to a better place essentially, and you'll be fine. Another thing to keep in mind, we're going to see a lot of trees down, especially in the purple shaded area. So make sure, if you're driving at any point after the landfall, after like Thursday, make sure you're aware of that. Flooding is also going to exist, but trees are going to be falling down. Power lines are probably going to be falling down, and we could even have some flying trampolines out there, which will be basically airborne projectiles out there. So it's a good thing to also stay inside while this hurricane is making landfall. And then outside of that area, if you're in the orange or the yellow, we're going to be talking about the potential for tropical storm force winds. They could be on the higher side of things if you're near Jacksonville. They also could be on the higher side of things if you're back over in the Big Bend. Same thing goes near West Palm Beach and also near Vero Beach, just south there of the Cape Canaveral area is where we also could see some high winds. I need to cut my grass on Thursday is what somebody just said in the chat. I'm going to be honest with you. I think your lawnmower might get stuck in the mud while you're cutting grass. With all the rain that we're gonna see, I don't think you're gonna have much success there. All right, here's the power outage map, also made by James Pettis, linked in the description to his Twitter. This is what we're looking at in terms of power outages. So again, widespread power outages are likely across much of central and western Florida, Tampa, Orlando, back through Daytona Beach, Palm Bay, Melbourne, all those areas going to be looking at the potential for some potential at least for widespread power outages. So if you're anywhere in the pink shaded area, have flashlights ready to go. If you have a generator, have that ready to go. If you have any friends or family nearby that might not have any of that stuff, give them a call or text, make sure that they're prepared for this, because there will more than likely be power out for several days in some of these areas. Not everywhere, but several days is a possibility to not have power, especially along the west coast of Florida where the most major impacts are expected, like Tampa and then back through Cape Coral and Sarasota. Power could actually be out for as long as like a week or so. Dark red area is where we're expecting a high likelihood of power outages, so scattered to numerous. So Jacksonville, north of Miami, I would expect scattered to numerous power outages. And then anywhere in the red, more of an isolated threat for power outages. All right, so that's what we're looking at in terms of the power outage potential out of this hurricane. If you want to take a screenshot of this and try to figure out where you are, feel free. The counties are outlined on here pretty clearly, so hopefully you can at least see those. But I'll answer more specific questions on that stuff too here in just a few minutes. Now, in terms of the tornado threat, I think there is a chance tomorrow that we could be dealing with a tornado outbreak. And tropical tornado outbreaks, we've had them before. If you guys remember with Hurricane Beryl, we had a 3-day outbreak. It started the day of landfall and went for 2 days after that. It started in Texas, went all the way up into New York. It was a crazy 3 days. We were live all 3 of those days, and I'm not saying we're going to see that. This will only be a 1-day event more than anything, mostly just going to be on Wednesday. But I do think there's going to be an elevated chance for a few, if not several, tornadoes in central and southern Florida tomorrow, and that'll be mainly along and south of Interstate 4. So if you live along or south of Interstate 4, definitely make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place and also have multiple ways to receive alerts, because this entire area here is going to have the potential for a few or even maybe several tornadoes during the daytime tomorrow. This threat will continue into early Thursday morning, but that'll be mainly back over in southeast Florida near areas like Miami. Now, tropical tornadoes do have a little bit of a misconception. Some people think that they can always, like, this is going to cause like 6 different EF5 tornadoes. That's not necessarily what this means. Tropical tornadoes actually tend to be much weaker. They're usually EF0 to EF1. We occasionally have a strong tornado like an EF2 plus tornado, but it's very rare. So don't be super concerned about that. But even if there is a tornado or a tornado warning, it can still send debris flying and it can still cause damage. So it's a good idea to make sure if you have a storm shelter here in Florida, Florida, that you have that plan in place, where you're going to be going. If you're in a mobile home, maybe consider again going to a friend's house that's sturdy, that has a structure, or maybe a shelter, or go to a hotel, something like that, whatever might be safe for you. But again, Wednesday is going to be a really crazy day in a lot of regards, and another obviously concern here is the potential for tornadoes. So for tonight, there is still a low chance for tornadoes in central, or really southern Florida, Okeechobee, and just south of there, Sarasota, Fort Myers, Naples, Miami, as well as Fort Lauderdale. Maybe an isolated tornado. But again, I'm not super concerned really about the tornado threat for tonight. As we go into tomorrow, the tornado threat much more elevated. We have a 5% tornado risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. That is along and south of Interstate 4 near Orlando, Daytona Beach, Tampa, Sarasota, Okeechobee, Fort Myers, Naples, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, Fort Pierce, Melbourne, Cape Canaveral, all included in that 5% tornado risk. We do think that there will at least be a few tornadoes tomorrow, but if not, there could even be several tornadoes. And then as we go into Thursday, another risk for a couple of tornadoes, mainly in southeastern Florida. This will be mostly during the morning hours on Thursday. So again, have a tornado action plan in place. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. That can be a weather radio. It can be a YouTube live stream. It can be, obviously, your phone should be one. So just make sure you have all those methods to receive alerts. All right, another big concern that we've been talking about a lot over the last few days is the potential for historic storm surge in Florida. And these numbers are pretty significant depending on where you are. All right. So we are currently looking at the potential for 10 to 15 feet of storm surge in Tampa Bay from Anclote River back through Englewood, Florida. Now, if you're not familiar with what that even means, let's say you're along the coastline in a 2-story standard building, right? This is what 10 to 15 feet of storm surge essentially looks like. It would essentially go up to the top of a 2-story roof, which basically means your home could possibly float away. That's kind of the situation that we're in when we are talking about 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. All right, so this is obviously significant. Even if you see 3 to 6 feet of storm surge, it can still flood the first, story of any building, especially if you're near the coastline. So this is obviously a very significant threat. And again, storm surge is mostly a concern along the coastline, and it can sometimes go a few miles inland. So keep that in mind. We do have the potential again for significant and life-threatening storm surge. And that's another reason why, if you're in one of those evacuation zones, you should obviously be evacuating. Now, if you're further down to the south of Tampa Bay, let's say you're back over in Charlotte Harbor, which honestly, I think these numbers might increase in our next advisory. And by the way, the next National Hurricane Center advisory is in 2.5 hours. So we'll have an update on this graphic and see if there's any changes. But nonetheless, Charlotte Harbor, we're currently thinking that we're going to see somewhere between 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. Again, that is still very significant. You need to make sure if you're in an evacuation zone that you have evacuated, or if you're riding it out, be prepared. I don't know why you would ride out 8 to 12 feet of storm surge right near the beach, but there's going to probably at least be a few people that do it. So again, that's what we're expecting there. And then further down to the south, back over in Bonita Beach and Chokoloskee, that is where we're expecting 5 to 8 feet of storm surge near the Everglades. And then 1 to 3 feet of storm surge is expected back over in the Florida Keys. Now, up and down the east coast of Florida, a bit of a different story. We're talking more about significant storm surge still even on the east coast. I say significant because actually areas like St. Augustine, I believe all of St. Augustine, or at least a lot of it, has actually ordered mandatory evacuations. I could be wrong. I think I just saw that on Twitter. If anybody can verify that, let me know, but I'm pretty sure we just had that come out of St. Augustine, and the reason why is because upwards of 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is expected between the Altamaha Sound and Sebastian Inlet. And somebody just said St. Augustine is already flooded. It might be, guys. So if you're not familiar with St. Augustine, Florida, I'll see if I can try to find a live camera for tomorrow. But St. Augustine, Florida, is basically on sea level. And so even a half a foot of storm surge is going to cause flooding in downtown, but 5 feet of storm surge will flood downtown for sure. So 3 to 5 feet of storm surge currently expected over there. That's near Daytona Beach and St. Augustine and also Jacksonville. And then anywhere up back into South Carolina, we'll also be watching for 1 to maybe 4 feet of storm surge anywhere from South Sante River back through the Altamaha Sound. St. Johns River, we are also expecting 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. That goes all the way down the river. So be prepared if you are in the St. Johns River. Make sure that you're prepared for the potential for 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Then the Palm Beach and Martin County line back through Sebastian Inlet, we're also expecting 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. Again, not significant, but it is something that you definitely want to be prepared for if you're along the coastline. And a reminder, this is what storm surge looks like if you're to be like right along the coastline. For a standard 2-story building, 15 feet of storm surge would pretty much go to the top of this roof almost, which is obviously very, very, very high. All right, in addition to that, I do want to point out that actually we have an update on this area of development. Not a concern for the United States, just want to point it out real quick. We currently have a 30% chance of development over the next 48 hours for maybe a brief tropical depression or storm to develop as that moves towards Bermuda. We were talking about that yesterday. It was actually near Miami yesterday, the area of circulation, and now it's trying to develop still. So a little heads up there. So yeah. Also, this is the official forecast from the Weather Prediction Center in terms of expected rainfall in the state of Florida. So the red areas and the orange areas, that's where we're expecting the greatest rainfall accumulation. Anywhere from 8 to even upwards of 16 inches of rain will be possible across this area. That is Orlando, Tampa Bay, back through Daytona Beach, mostly along and north of I-4 is where we're expecting the greatest potential for flooding rainfall. So if you're in a low-lying area, can't stress it enough, have a plan in place to go somewhere else if you can. Again, shelters are open across a lot of Florida. And again, you have an option if you have friends. Again, try to call one of them, talk to one of them. If you have one nearby, maybe they'll let you in or something for the night. Might be a good idea because this rain is going to really be it's basically going to be going all day Wednesday, and it'll also go into Thursday morning. So this is going to be an ongoing threat really for about 24 hours. In addition to that, we now have a new update from the Weather Prediction Center. They have issued now a high risk for excessive rainfall across basically the entire state of Florida. Or sorry, not the entire state of Florida, the entire central part of Florida, not the entire state. Sorry, correction. Only Central Florida, but they have issued it further to the east. It was originally only up until Orlando or so. They've actually issued it now all the way until the east coast of Florida. That is between Cape Canaveral back through about Daytona Beach is where there's now a high risk for excessive rainfall. Bottom of your screen, you'll notice the key is marginal, slight, moderate, and high. So high is the highest category that we can get for excessive rainfall. If you remember, only 2 weeks ago, we had a high risk in the Appalachian Mountains with Hurricane Helene. We have one now with Hurricane Milton for those in Orlando, Tampa Bay, and Daytona Beach. All right, so again, if you are anywhere in the pink area, you're going to want to make sure that you are staying very vigilant tomorrow and Thursday, as flooding is likely in several different areas, especially in low-lying areas. So please make sure, turn around, don't drown on the roadways tomorrow. And by the way, this rain is going to, it's going to be happening tomorrow, and it's also going to be happening during the daytime hours, even on Thursday. And even for those in the East Coast, back up here, you'll see at the bottom right of your screen, you can see it, but that's going into Thursday. We also have a moderate risk for excessive rainfall back over in eastern Florida near Daytona Beach. Confirmed St. Augustine mandatory evacuations within city limits. So that's the latest out of St. Augustine, just seeing that confirmed. So St. Augustine now has mandatory evacuations for those in the city limits. That just came out in Florida. And hurricane hunters have just made another pass through on Hurricane Milton. We are going to check out the graph on this. Let me see what they're looking at here. Okay, I think we are starting to see weakening. I think there might be an eyewall replacement cycle happening on Hurricane Milton. Let me see if there's any new reports here. Also, we do have an update from the Storm Prediction Center. There is now an increasing potential tonight for tornadoes, but this is mostly offshore, but it's really going to be near the coastline. We could have a couple of fishnados or water spouts moving inland across parts of southwestern Florida, mostly near Marco Island, near Naples. We have several supercells that are currently producing, big, possibly even large water spouts, but they're still offshore. So just a little heads up there. They're currently unlikely to issue a new watch on that. Let me see if there's any updates here, though. If you guys do find an evacuation map, at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And I'm going to try to show you guys that as well. I'm probably going to get mentioned a ton here, but if you do have an evacuation order map for the entire state of Florida, you can at me on Twitter, and I'm going to try to show that here on stream, because I know a lot of people are wondering about mandatory evacuations. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be live for Landfall tomorrow, and we're going to be live for several hours tonight with answering your questions, going over the latest data. The next big update from the National Hurricane Center is at 11 o'clock tonight. So that's what our plan is for tonight. And this is, again, Hurricane Milton as of right now. And also, you'll notice at the bottom of your screen, there's a lot of flashing lights, lots of cars, lots of lights in general. Those are all traffic jams on I-75 eastbound That's going between Naples and basically going towards Miami. Evacuations still underway tonight across Florida, and we are expecting this to remain a big problem for traffic all the way probably through tomorrow. So again, evacuations should be happening no later than tonight. There is a chance that if you evacuate tomorrow morning that you could possibly still get out and, you know, get safely out of whatever area you're in, but I really don't recommend waiting last second. All right. So, all right. Thank you, Brandon Kopic, as well as Corey Gherkin for both gifting 5 members. W's in the chat for both of them. They'll be storm chasing tomorrow. We'll have them on our stream tomorrow. With landfall coverage. Again, we'll have several storm chasers out there. Thank you, Keith, also for the $10 Venmo for caffeinated drinks. I appreciate that. We're gonna need a lot of caffeine. Tomorrow's landfall, by the way. Let me show you guys the cone of uncertainty. I forgot to do that. Let me show you guys the cone of uncertainty. This is the latest cone. So again, as of right now, this is a Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 165 miles per hour. Pressure's at 902 millibars. It is one of the strongest hurricanes in Gulf of Mexico history. Again, this is 897 millibars was its peak. That is that's the second highest pressure, or second lowest pressure, I should say, that we've ever seen in the Gulf of Mexico. Only thing that topped that was Hurricane Rita back in 2005. Here's a little graphic to show you that. The strongest hurricanes in the Gulf on record. Crazy stuff that this hurricane was able to achieve something that we did not anticipate. And we didn't anticipate this to even be a big hurricane 5 or 6 days ago. Nonetheless, even, you know, a couple days ago when this was only a Category 1 hurricane. So it went crazy. And it is still a Category 5 hurricane. Now, granted, overnight, last night into this morning, it was a Category 4. It did become a Category 5 hurricane, though, at about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. So that was about a few hours ago. Still is a Category 5, though, for the record. Still a very symmetrical hurricane, very symmetrical eye. It is expected to remain a Category 5 hurricane even into the overnight hours tonight, and then eventually by tomorrow around lunchtime, this will be downgraded more than likely to a Category 4 hurricane, but still very powerful and intense. And then by the time this makes landfall in Florida, we are expecting this to be either a high-end Category 3 or a low-end Category 4 hurricane as it approaches the state of Florida. Now, with that said, I can't reiterate this enough. The category and intensity of the hurricane when it comes to wind speeds does not really matter at this point. What matters is the impacts that we're talking about out of this hurricane. We've already talked about it a few times, but again, the wind field is going to go from the tropical storm force wind field that we currently have is approximately 200 miles wide. That's it. It's going to be 520 miles or so by the time this makes landfall tomorrow in Florida. That's going to almost triple in size between now and tomorrow. So that tropical storm force wind field, let me go ahead and show you on the map too of what it actually looks like. But this is the tropical storm force wind field right here. 225 miles is the measurement from there. So it's about 225 miles. By tomorrow, it's going to be about 520 miles wide, which I can barely even put that into perspective. Like this entire red line here is about 500 miles wide. So that's pretty crazy. So it is going to be a very large wind field. Okay, here's the evacuation map, because I know people are wondering. So there are the mandatory voluntary evacuations, and then also where there are no evacuations. So again, the counties that are currently included in evacuations: Collier County, Lee County, Charlotte County, Pinellas County, a few others surrounding that aren't on this map. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, Marion, Levy, and Volusia counties are all included in mandatory evacuations. That is not for the entire county, by the way, in a lot of the cases. Check with your local officials for the latest details on that, and check the latest details on evacuations, because again, this is just a general overview of where there are at least some level of mandatory evacuations in place. And then voluntary evacuations in place in the yellow. So Dixie County, Hardy County, Okeechobee County, Miami-Dade County also, and then no evacuations currently for Broward, Brevard, Madison, Duval, or Lafayette counties in Florida. I'll be posting this on Twitter for those that would like to see a map of this on Twitter. So again, if you want to see that, it'll be on @MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. All right, I've just retweeted. I just posted it on Twitter. I literally said evacuation map for Florida. What a classic caption on Twitter. But yeah, that's up on Twitter now. By the way, I was talking about the intensity of this hurricane. I do want to go back to that for a second. As this makes landfall, it's expected to be a high-end Category 3 or low-end Category 4. It's actually going to stay as a hurricane all the way through all of Florida. So it's going to go from, you know, the west side of Florida making landfall as a major hurricane. It'll still be a hurricane once it exits the east coast of Florida. And we talked about why. It's because of it becoming an extratropical system, essentially. And that's going to eventually kind of keep its intensity intact for the most part, basically slowing down the weakening trend even as it's over land. It will probably still be a Category 2 hurricane all the way through central Florida. So this is still going to be pretty intense. And then by the time it reaches Cape Canaveral and Palm Bay, it'll probably be a middle grade Category 1 hurricane. So that's the current thinking in terms of what we're expecting. But even then, I mean, look at the wind gusts. If the eye does decide to go right over Melbourne, Florida, wind gusts could be as high as 105 miles per hour. So that's obviously pretty significant, to say the least. And a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Again, we'll have live coverage tomorrow upon landfall. We're going to be live for the next several hours answering questions. And we'll be talking all about Hurricane Milton as it approaches landfall. And thank you also, Wild Child, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Wild Child. Appreciate the generosity. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. Again, the next update from the National Hurricane Center will be at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So if you don't want to watch the entire stream, just set an alarm for 10:30 and come back. We'll have an update within the half an hour then. If you guys do see any evacuation orders, reports, anything like that on Twitter, you can at me as well. There are some like specific towns that have evacuation orders, like St. Augustine, for example. Within city limits, there are evacuation orders. So if you know any friends or family in St. Augustine, just let them know, because there are some evacuation orders being put in there for city limits of St. Augustine. That's very recent, by the way. I think that's in the last like hour. So I did not see that before. I'm only seeing that like as in the last like, you know, 30 minutes. It's very, very new. 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Very new stuff. Very new information. All right, let's get to chat questions, comments, concerns. I'm between Daytona and Orlando, real close to I-4. I think the biggest thing there is going to be wind, honestly. Thank you, Second, for the $5 super chat. I have seen the NOAA. Yeah, I've seen the airplane footage. It's pretty interesting. I don't know if I'll post. I'll try to show it if I can find it on here. This is one very crazy loop, though. This is CIRA, Colorado State University. Look at that eye. This is from earlier today. Look how clear that eye is. It's pretty bonkers. By the way, we just peaked at our highest concurrent viewership of all time. I didn't even notice, with 58,000 people watching. That is insane. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Looks like a sink drain. Hey, you're not wrong. Kind of does. It looks like a sink drain. Here's an even closer view as well. This is an even closer in-personal view of this. Kind of crazy. I don't know if I can improve the quality of this video. I don't know if I can. No, the highest is 720p. Thank you, Ann, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Taco, for the super chat. You don't think eyewall replacement's gonna be happening anytime soon? Well, I mean, I'm gonna break the news to you. I mean, like the pressure that we are seeing, that they are measuring, has been increasing, because we went from 904 millibars to 910. So the pressure is actually going up, which probably means either one, we're seeing an eyewall replacement cycle, or two, it's just weakening in general. Thank you, ADS, for the $20 super chat. Thank you also, Nicole, for the super chat. My brother is in Lakewood Ranch in Bradenton. Their house is brand new. They didn't evacuate. What do you think they will get at their house for the storm? I think the biggest thing for Bradenton, Florida is going to be the storm surge right near the coastline, and also hurricane force wind gusts and speeds. So right in Bradenton is really where I think this eye is going to be making landfall. I think it's going to be very close to either Bradenton or Sarasota. Let me pull up that graphic of the computer models that are showing where this will be making landfall, because this is a big change. So Matthew Capucci posted this earlier, but this is from the weathernerds.org website. Shows you a bunch of different computer models, basically all in one graphic, and you'll see that a lot of the models have this now making landfall south of Tampa Bay. The consensus, essentially, is that this will make landfall south of Tampa. Now, I want to point out that, to begin with, this is obviously a major change, right? Because, you know, before we had a lot of the models in Tampa or north of Tampa. Now, a lot of them are south of Tampa. We've seen this windshield wiper effect happen, though, so we could see this change by tomorrow morning, which is why if you're anywhere in those evacuation areas, you should be evacuating, because we don't know if you're exactly going to see those, you know, major storm surge impacts, especially north of Tampa, for example, because I know people have evacuated there. Like, you may or may not see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. It's going to depend on where the eye makes landfall, and a 10-mile difference tomorrow with the eye of this hurricane makes a major difference in terms of what we're going to see for storm surge, in particular north of the Tampa Bay area, or even in Tampa Bay. So this trend that we've been seeing models shifting more to the south is interesting, to say the least, because if we end up seeing a landfall south of Tampa Bay, that means that the storm surge would actually be not nearly as bad for Tampa. Instead, the worst of the storm surge would actually be happening for those in Cape Coral, which Cape Coral is probably going to be a time that's just flooded over tomorrow, like by tomorrow night when the storm surge is really ramping up. Cape Coral is like right near sea level, and it's very easy to flood, so Cape Coral is at a pretty big risk there for, you know, seeing some rather significant, at least, storm surge. Let me pull up the National Hurricane Center map, inundation map as well. For whatever reason today, the, oh, that's why. Okay, I fixed it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you guys the map here. But this is Cape Coral right here. So let's zoom into this. Let me take off satellite. This is Cape Coral. This right here is a map of Cape Coral. And so all that red that you're seeing on your map here, that is all the areas that we could see greater than 9 feet of water above ground level, which would be life-threatening for sure. And even in the orange and yellow, that's 6 and even 3 feet above ground level for water. And that's almost all, that's basically all of Cape Coral and surrounding areas. So, you know, that's why it's very important if you're in like Port Charlotte or back over even in Cape Coral. Cape Coral's further south, but Port Charlotte in particular, Punta Gorda, those areas are expecting significant storm surge that is expected to be, again, life-threatening and potentially, again, catastrophic. So you want to be prepared for all that sort of stuff. Okay. Thank you, Sydney, for the $300 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Sydney. That is insane. Appreciate the generosity from Siesta Key. We are in Georgia now. I'm glad you guys evacuated, and I appreciate the generosity. We actually have a Radar Omega Mesovort in Siesta Key, Florida. And if you want to watch these cameras for tomorrow, they already have 6 put up right now across the west coast of Florida. You'll be able to watch all these cameras inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android if you are a subscriber inside the app. Siesta Key is actually one of the cameras that we have, and what I've been told is that all of this debris that is currently sitting here, there's a bunch of random stuff. We got, like, you know, random pieces of furniture. We've had mattresses. We got, I don't know, there might be a trampoline in there somewhere. There's a lot of debris. Apparently, this was from 2 weeks ago when Hurricane Helene made landfall back up in the Big Bend. Apparently, the storm surge actually, you know, brought all this stuff kind of into this area. So it's kind of crazy. Thank you, Selfless Flower, also for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Selfless Flower. Please keep family, pets, friends, loved ones, and first responders safe. Please don't do anything risky. Don't put yourself or others in danger until the outcome is known. This is not a joke. Stay humble and help if you are able to. I do agree. So I do appreciate the generosity, and thank you. All right, let me get back to the beginning of chat here. Actually, again, you can see these water spouts just offshore right now. Let's go back to live radar. I think tomorrow, again, is going to be a big day for tornadoes in, like, central and southern Florida. I mean, we got, like, literally 5 or 6 different storms here right now that are all rotating. And this one right here, which there's no specific location here. I mean, I could call this the Bikini Bottom, right? Because, like, I mean, there's no town name here. This is just in the ocean. But, like, this supercell here has a crazy-looking hook echo. I almost guarantee you, if this was over land, it would probably be producing a tornado. A lot of lightning with those storms, too. And tomorrow, we'll actually have live radar view of the hurricane. We haven't had live radar view yet of this hurricane, at least with the United States radar sites. So that should be interesting. I'd love to see a water spout someday. They're so pretty. We've never seen a water spout on the stream before. Thank you, Dylan, for the $50 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Dylan. Do you think St. Petersburg, Florida will have bad flooding or even surge if this storm has moved south? That's a good question. So if you are in St. Petersburg, which is right here just southwest of Tampa, let's say the eye of this hurricane does make landfall south of Tampa. Again, it's not a guarantee, but let's just say that happens theoretically, which I think will happen. But again, it's theoretical. We don't know if that's exactly going to happen yet. Could still make landfall north of Tampa, even though it's a low chance. But again, if this makes landfall south of Tampa, we'll actually end up having more wind coming out of the east in the Tampa Bay area, which should actually eventually push a lot of the storm surge out to sea by the time this is making landfall. But we will still have storm surge, just not as significant. But in terms of flooding rainfall, I do think that there will be a better chance for flooding rainfall, because if the hurricane makes landfall right here, the highest amount of rain is going to be falling on the north side, and a lot of rain is going to fall in a short amount of time. That'll probably lead to at least some flooding when it comes to rainfall. And currently the thinking is that that area will see somewhere between 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. I have a picture of a water spout from a cruise ship I was on. That's actually kind of cool. I went on a cruise back in December, and I was hoping that I would see a water spout on that cruise, and never did, unfortunately. Hey, Sweet, for the $5 super chat. Thank you also, Michael, for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're only 1,400 subscribers from 480,000. If every one of you that's watching right now subscribes to the channel, because I know at least 20,000 of you are not subscribed. All right. If every one of you hits the red button down below and subscribes, we could hit 500,000 subscribers on tonight's stream. That would be crazy. So if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll have live coverage tomorrow too. So even if you do subscribe, we're going to have obviously more stuff coming tomorrow. We're also going to have a video tomorrow morning. So we'll have a video tomorrow morning and some other stuff. What the Sigma? Apparently, the drop sound just recorded 184 mile per hour winds at the surface on the southeast side of the eye wall. What? That right there, 160 knots. Apparently this just happened moments ago. They just dropped a drop sound in the hurricane. 185 mile per hour winds at the surface being observed by the drop sound. It's kind of crazy. And we just crossed 480,000 subscribers. We're now 19,000 subscribers away from 500K. Thank you, Baby, for becoming a member. The peak wind with this hurricane back last night was 180 miles per hour. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me look at the latest data. I mean, there's hurricane hunters flying through this right now. Let's go back to the hurricane hunters. See what their latest data is. So this is some data that they're about to fly back into this. Let's go back full screen. So they flew through this. Not sure when all these times are. Let's see. Okay, they went in. This is like their highest wind observed. It's right in here. 138 knots. Let's go to the other Hurricane Hunter aircraft. There's two flying into this right now. There's two flying around it. This is 8 minutes ago. Let's see. 135. What's the pressure, though? The pressure they've been measuring continues to increase. Like, they measured 910 millibars of pressure. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I would be shocked if this went up to 185 mile per hour winds. That'd be crazy. At least with the pressure that we currently have. Because the pressure has been increasing. It hasn't been decreasing. Thank you, Amanda, for the super chat. Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. Thank you, Becky, for becoming a member. Thank you, Pork, for the super chat. Let's get to 500,000 subscribers on this stream. It'd be crazy. Would be crazy. Okay, let me check some more stuff here. Thank you, homeboy, as well for the $10 donation through the donation link. Do you know what time Lakeland can expect strong winds? All right, I'm gonna do a quick outline on the impact, like basically when you're gonna start seeing the strongest winds in Florida, in the state of Florida. All right, I'm gonna try to. I'll stay zoomed out to like here so you can kind of see. I'm gonna give you like an ETA of when the strongest winds will begin. This is when they will begin. That doesn't mean it's gonna be the peak, but when they begin. So this area right here, those winds will start around 4 p.m. That's when the strongest winds will begin to ramp up. I would say 8 p.m. is anywhere in this area here. And I would say midnight and later is basically anywhere else. So take a screenshot of this amazing piece of art if you want to, if you want. Lakeland, Florida, though, would probably be around like 5, 6 p.m. is when the worst of the wind would start. Worst of the rain will be closer to midnight. Put some W's in the chat for Clarica with a $100 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. You guys are way too kind. Bear Valley for the super chat. Shout out to Stephen Page for watching on Bear Valley Farm. Evacuated to Glenville, North Carolina. That is a far evacuation. I know a lot of people are evacuating, but I mean, no, basically, I've gone over this when it comes to evacuations, but you don't have to go that far to evacuate, depending on your situation, right? Like, evacuating at this point depends on your situation, but most people are either evacuating up into this part of the United States, so like Jacksonville, Tallahassee, and back up into Georgia, or they're going down to Miami, which, bottom right of your screen, that traffic camera, that's all traffic going towards Miami, with people evacuating from the West Coast and Cape Coral on I-75. So, you know, Southeast Florida is an area that a lot of people are evacuating to. Wind chart for Wednesday into Thursday. I have a peak wind map. I'd rather use this. This map is, in my opinion, just better. This is the winds that we'll be expecting in Florida. Tornado threat. We just talked about the tornado threat, but I think Wednesday is the big day for tornadoes. We do have a 5% tornado risk across I-4 and south of I-4, so mostly across the I-95 corridor and also down the I-75 corridor in Florida, and all the way around it. We're going to be possibly seeing several tornadoes tomorrow. We could even see an isolated strong tornado with tomorrow's environment. Let's go and talk about the timing for tomorrow's tornado threat. We haven't really talked about that. Thank you, Stephanie Hall, for the 10 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Stephanie. Appreciate the generosity. All right, here's the timing for tomorrow in terms of the tornado threat. So we'll go kind of through the tornado risk here. So our first outer bands, and also thank you to Monkey for the 5 gifted members. This is what we're looking at around 10 a.m. So we're going to start to see some of these outer bands approaching the southwest side of Florida near Sarasota and Cape Coral. That is where we'll be watching for the potential for a couple of tornadoes during the late morning and into the early afternoon hours. As we go later into the day, we'll be watching for some other potential for a couple of tornadoes, even back over near Lake Okeechobee, just to the east of Cape Coral. That is where there will be a potential for a few more tornadoes during the afternoon. This threat will continue even into the evening hours across areas in western Florida near Tampa and Sarasota, and then also back over on the east coast of Florida. So Port St. Lucie, West Palm Beach, Palm Bay, all have a potential for maybe an isolated tornado or two. And then as we go later into the evening, around about 10 or 11 o'clock, that tornado threat continues to stay a threat just along and south of I-4. And then as we go into the overnight hours, the tornado risk will continue, but it will mostly be moving offshore as we go into Thursday morning. Heavy rainfall will continue, and then eventually as we go after landfall, this thing is eventually moving out. I'm curious to see what the rainfall accumulation is on this model. We haven't really looked at this model yet. The RRFSA, it's a prototype. This is honestly realistic for rainfall too, for rainfall accumulation. I do think this is a realistic output for rainfall accumulation. Yeah. Thank you, Sooner, for the $20 super chat. Large pizza on me, no soda. I know, I don't drink soda. I used to. Those that are new to the channel, I am on a soda diet. I have currently gone 69 days without soda. Nice. I'm actually not even kidding, though. 69 days straight of no soda. It's kind of crazy. It's a full-blown record. I think it might be a personal record in the last, like, 5 years, to be honest. There's no way the entire chat is spamming nice after that. There's no shot. All right. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. If you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. If we get 18,000 more of you to subscribe tonight, we're going to hit 500K. We're at 482,000. The counter will be at the bottom right of your screen whenever we're on this graphic with the 3 different cameras and as well as the main view of the hurricane. Thank you, Leah, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, I do want to mention today's stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of Hurricane Milton, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Comes with tons of features for just the base app. It comes with things like the live radar feed, live Radar Omega cyclone ports, and also live storm chasers inside the app. You'll be able to watch all of those inside the app tomorrow upon landfall. And also, they have all the Radar Omega mesovorts and satellite imagery and computer models that you can get if you are a subscriber inside the app. That starts from $4.99 a month. Any subscription tier will get you access to all of the cameras that'll be right along the west coast here of Florida inside their app. And you can download it, top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Also, today's stream is brought to you by ESP Storm Shelters. You need a storm shelter to keep you and your family safe from things like hurricane force winds and tornadoes. These above ground storm shelters will keep you safe from things like EF5 tornadoes, and it will definitely help against hurricane force winds. Very safe for you and your family. You can get an ESP shelter with the second to top link in the description below. Also appreciate them sponsoring today's stream. All right, now into questions. Also, thank you, Mac, for the $100 super chat and asking, is Miami safe? I think Miami will be fine. Like, I think the worst thing that Miami can get at this point, I mean, like, look at the rainfall accumulation. We're not going to really see much down there. On the flip side of things, when it comes to, like, wind, it's going to be mostly low to middle ground tropical storm force. So, like, I'm not expecting anything substantial in terms of, like, you know, impacts. We could see some isolated power outages, especially for those areas that are vulnerable to, you know, winds up to like 60 miles per hour, but that would be about it. Thank you also, Pumpkin, for the super chat. Currently, the maximum sustained winds at 165 miles per hour, and the pressure is at 902 millibars. So after yesterday's stream, how do you feel about it all today? What do you mean? About the hurricane? I mean, I'm still gonna be honest. If you're talking about the hurricane, like, I'm still shocked that we have a hurricane like this in the Gulf of Mexico. Like, 5 days ago, none of us really saw this coming. Like, I mentioned the possibility. I think the first time I mentioned it, I'll have to look at Twitter, but like the first time I even made a peep about it, I think it was like 5 days ago. None of us saw this coming like 5 or 6 days ago, though. And this really, I mean, again, this hurricane that we have now, it originally came from the Pacific Ocean. So, you know, this is not a hurricane that just developed in like the Atlantic Ocean. This actually, this developed as a tropical depression from the Pacific Ocean, moved over Mexico, and actually developed now into a hurricane in the southwestern Gulf, and now is moving towards Florida. This is a Category 5 hurricane, yes. This is a Category 5 hurricane. Trying to find the first time I posted it, though. Like, we mentioned the possibility of it, but it was kind of out of nowhere sort of situation. Thank you, Mister, as well, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Mary, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, this was the first time that we had any mentioning of it. Was right here. October 3rd, so 5 days ago. This is not what you want to see 5 days ago. And this was from the remnants of Tropical Depression 11, which, again, this is where it started. It was in the Pacific Ocean. It crossed over Mexico and went into the Atlantic Ocean. It's crazy how these computer models even picked up on that, to be honest. Because usually it would just fizzle out over land, especially as a depression. This was the model intensity guidance initially. We thought this was kind of crazy, to be honest, but like all of them were showing Cat 2, 3, or 4 intensity. 5 days in advance, and we're now 5 days later. It's obviously a Cat 5. These models were still under what it even is, but like they at least showed the possibility of it happening. So it's bananas. Bananas, I tell you. Thank you, Mitchell. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Laureen, for the super chat. Can I get a 5-second update? I'm not gonna lie. If I give you a 5-second update, I don't know what I would say. I'm gonna put a little timer on. I'm gonna give you a 5-second update just for the memes. Gotta put on the stopwatch. All right. I gotta try to like time this. Wait, can I even time 5 seconds? Hurricane Milton's gonna hit Florida as a Category 5 hurricane tomorrow as a Category 3. Couldn't do it quick enough. Oh, my alarm went off. All right. 5-second update. There you go. All right. Thank you also to Kat for the $20 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Milton's unofficially at 185 mile per hour winds. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I don't know how much I trust that data. I don't know, man. They put a drop sound into the hurricane. Again, they measured 160 knots, which is equivalent to 185 at the surface for miles per hour. Thank you, Saturn, for the gift. Again, the chat's going too fast, so I miss you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Eyeball, for the super chat. Naples will probably see wind gusts up near 100 miles per hour. Wind speed's probably like 75, 85. 65, 85, I mean. Huh. Let me look at... see where the airplanes are at. Because there's another airplane about to fly through the hurricane. Thank you, Guy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. I mean, this is what's been happening, right? So this is another fly-through from the hurricane hunters. Pressure was at 904. Now it's now up to 913. It's been gradually, or it's been most rapidly increasing, which means that the intensity should be dropping. It shouldn't be really intensifying right now. So, like, I'm gonna be honest here. Like, I'd be surprised if this was a stronger. I'd be surprised if we had maximum sustained winds right now at like 185 miles per hour. And there's another aircraft that just flew through too, which is flying through as we speak. They've been measuring pressure pretty constantly, it looks like. At 908, 906, 907, it looks like on the last run there. Let's see if the wind speeds are being measured out on this. Their peak wind speed that they measured at flight level is about 145 knots, which would be right around where the intensity is at right now. They're doing another fly-through now, so we'll see what their next fly-through shows. Thank you, Vader, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Samantha, as well. My sister is in Cape Coral, and all zones included in the evacuation. Or are all zones included in the evacuation? If anybody has an evacuation map for Cape Coral, at me on Twitter. I'll try to see if I can get that and show you. I would definitely recommend looking. I mean, I feel like you could find it on Google, to be honest, with how popular this topic is right now. But if not, I'll try to see if somebody finds one for Cape Coral. Every county and every city is different. Like, if I knew every evacuation order for every town and city, I would literally be AI. Like, I don't know how in the world I would know everything, because, like, there's just so many happening. I would have to study for 4 weeks to actually remember all that stuff, so... There's a lot of different evacuation orders for different areas, different sections, and different flood zones, and different stuff like that, so... Thank you, Cyclonic, for the super chat. Really? New York? Zones A and B is so... People are saying zones A and B for Cape Coral. I don't know where zones A and B are, but that's what they're saying. And if you live in Cape Coral, you should know your zone. So if you're in zone A or B, that's where they're saying mandatory evacuations are. The storm surge inundation map for Cape Coral, I'll pull that up. So this is like the Cape Coral area, top of your screen. All of that red that you're seeing, that is upwards of over 9 feet above ground level of water that's expected tomorrow. That's back up in like the Charlotte Harbor. And Cape Coral, for reference, is just south of that point. So if you look at Cape Coral, for some reason the labels aren't on here, but Cape Coral's right out here. So you can see there's going to be storm surge really everywhere, basically right along the coastline, but even going inland by a few miles, there will be storm surge. So, depending on where you are, it's going to be more or less significant. Closer to the coast, you're obviously going to have more significant storm surge. And it'll also surge up into this like little river here. Just to the east of Cape Coral, which is Fort Myers and down that part near LaBelle. So, hey, Selfless Flower for the super chat. Thank you also, Nicole. How wide is the eye? The eye is currently about 10 miles wide. That is the current width of the eye. Is orange bad? What do you mean orange bad? If you're talking about the colors that you're seeing on the top of your screen with the infrared imagery, that's what we're looking at the product. This is just the measurement of cloud tops and how cold they are. So the whites, the pinks, that's very cold cloud tops aloft. That's like negative 80 to 100 degrees Celsius for cloud tops, very cold. And then red and green are still tall clouds, but not as tall. And then anything like white is very low cloud tops. And then anytime that you see just like straight up like almost black, that's typically not indicating like any clouds. So the eye of the hurricane, there's very little clouds right now even there. It's almost a perfect eye. There's always going to be clouds in the eye. It just depends on how much. There's definitely a decent amount in there right now. Thank you, Ev, for the $20 super chat. Why did the hurricane go to party? Because it was a storming success. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Thanks for the $20 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Archer, also for the $10 Venmo. Shout out to Beatrice. Appreciate you tuning in. In case you weren't here and didn't hear this fun fact, Hurricane Michael, back several years ago, was a retired Category 5 hurricane name, so that name no longer exists. It made landfall on October 10th. This hurricane, which is also a Category 5 right now, which will probably also be retired, Milton was actually the name that replaced Michael. So this is the first time Milton has ever been used as a hurricane name, and it will probably end up being retired. And it's also expected to make landfall either tomorrow night, which is October 9th, or it'll make landfall on October 10th, which would be kind of crazy. Because Michael made landfall on October 10th. If this makes landfall on October 10th, then, you know, this would be the second M-named storm that, you know, this one just replaced Michael that would, you know, make landfall in Florida, which is kind of crazy. Thank you, Tombo, for the super chat. You also Clutter for the $10 super chat. That evacuation traffic is giving this Houstonian Rita PTSD. My heart is with Florida. Yeah, the traffic's actually clearing up quite a bit, at least on the cameras that we have at the bottom of your screen. The most bottom one, it's been clearing up. Well, I'll check in and look at the traffic map. Looks worse further up, so we'll check that out. Pop in a different camera here. Yeah, the traffic's still pretty bad. It's been clearing up in the areas that we've had it on, which is good. It was really bad earlier. Like, the traffic was really bad earlier. It was literally abysmal. All right, we got mile marker 76 on the left side of your screen. So we'll update that. That's mile marker 76, I-75. I'll get on the Florida traffic cams. And then the middle of your screen is the same spot, so we're going to change that. there any traffic up in like northern Florida anywhere, or is it kind of tame up there? I think it's been getting better. Yeah, the biggest traffic really recently has been on I don't know where this is, but this is also on the same interstate. Doesn't tell me a mile marker on this camera, but I do want to use it. Near the toll plaza. Alright, we'll just do that. Yeah, still a lot of traffic. Alright. By the way, if you're not already, make sure to follow me on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. The links to those are in the description. We'll be posting updates on Hurricane Milton throughout tonight, tomorrow as well. Definitely recommend you follow me over there. Links in the description. You can also join our Discord server. That's down below. Also, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Again, we are going to keep you posted with the latest. We'll have hurricane landfall coverage tomorrow. We'll be live here for the next several hours answering questions and eagerly awaiting the next National Hurricane Center update on Hurricane Milton. We get 1,700 more subscribers. We'll hit 485,000 as well, which is pretty bunkers. All right, do you have any data on Kirk? Kirk is not anymore being tracked. It's a post-tropical cyclone. The next update from the National Hurricane Center is at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. It can sometimes be as early as 30 minutes early. So it could be as early as 10:30. It's happened before, so. Not saying it will happen this time, but it has happened pretty frequently in the past. What is Michael and Milton's favorite Beyonce song? Irreplaceable. Another really bad weather joke. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you also to Trucking for the $20 super chat. Looks similar to Matthew's skull face. And also Ryan says, spinning gritty to make hurricane go the other direction. That'd be kind of lit, not gonna lie. If this hurricane could just get out of here and not exist, that'd be lit. Thank you also, Michael, for the $10 Venmo. How much storm surge for houses on Palma Solar Bay? Palma Solar Bay? Come on, near Bradenton? That area is currently expected to see between 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And this is the latest storm surge map from the National Hurricane Center. Thank you, Girth, for the 5 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Girth. Thank you also, Joey, for the super chat. Sanibel Island will also probably see in the ballpark of 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. Storm surge, again, being the biggest concern for those islands. I mean, anything right near the coastline, storm surge is 100% going to be the greatest threat for those areas. We got another passage with the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They just passed through. The wind speed's still around 145 knots, which is about 165-ish for wind speeds. This is the pressure. I got 2 different Hurricane Hunter aircrafts going through the hurricane. That's one look at it. And pressure being measured at 908, 906, 907, pretty much stationary. The other one has been measuring a bigger drop-off of pressure. I'm not sure why there's so much of a discrepancy there, but somebody just mentioned me on Twitter and said, my new hobby is listening to hurricane tracking from max velocity. It's a good hobby, not gonna lie. W hobby. I tagged you on Twitter with the Lee County flood zone map. Okay, let me see. I've been mentioned a lot of times, but I'll see if I can try to find it. Okay, this is kind of crazy, guys. Hey, this is crazy. I forgot about this clip. This happened 2 weeks ago, not even. A little under 2 weeks ago. When we were talking, this was when we did Helene coverage. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix the audio. I'll go back to this in a second. I actually, I think I might have called this, to be honest, or something. 1 second to fix audio, and then I'll show you guys. Headphones, relative. Okay, this is kind of crazy, though. Talked about this literally like a week ago, or 2 weeks ago. Is due for a hurricane at this point. Like, I mean, like, go back a second. Landfalls in the last, like, 30 years. Near Tampa. I mean, Tampa is due for a hurricane at this point. Like, I mean, like, it's due for a hurricane to make landfall there. It's just we talked about this, like, I mean, I didn't really say anything about this happening, but, like, it's kind of crazy that we were literally just talking about this 2 weeks ago. Like, again, for those that are not familiar, a major hurricane has not made landfall in Tampa, or even within 50 miles of Tampa, in 100 years. And, I mean, we talked about it the other day, but that's just crazy. That we were literally just talking about that 2 weeks ago. So it's your fault. Thanks. Yep, it's my fault. My bad, guys. I had cheese curds to go along with it. I don't think that helps. You, Owen, for the $20 Venmo. Appreciate that. But yeah, it's crazy that we were literally just talking about that last week. I mean, or the week before. I mean, again, Helene was 2 weeks ago, so. Yeah, for the record, I did not say it was going to happen this year, so it's not my fault, okay? Max predicted Milton. I didn't. Did not predict Milton. I guess I can say I semi-predicted something to happen near Tampa, though. It's kind of crazy, though. I mean, we talked about it. It's crazy. And we were talking about, the reason why I brought that up is because we were talking about historical data when we were talking about Helene before it made landfall. And we were talking about, like, how there's not been a hurricane in Tampa Bay or within that area in, like, 100 years, so. Forgot all about that clip. Hey, Garth for the super chat. You've doomed Tampa, bruh. You, Alex, for the super chat. Lakewood Ranch, trying to get my family to leave. If Lakewood Ranch is not going, I don't think Lakewood Ranch is going to see storm surge. They might. You'd have to look at the storm surge inundation map, but if they're not going to see storm surge, hurricane force wind's the greatest concern. If they're in a sturdy 2-story building, I mean, it's still dangerous, but it's going to be a little bit safer. So. But winds are going to be the biggest concern there, really. Shout out to James as well for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, RJ, for the super chat. You said it was rare for the storm to form where it did. Is there a reason why that is? Well, yeah, the reason why it's rare is because we don't usually see hurricanes come out of the... first off, we've never seen a major hurricane hit Florida that is developed here in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. It's never happened in our recorded history, at least in the last 100 years. I don't know about beyond that, but in the last 100 years, we've not had a major hurricane develop in this part of the Gulf and hit Florida, especially an easterly moving hurricane. But the other crazy thing is that this began in the Pacific Ocean and moved into the Gulf, but it was only a tropical depression. So it's very rare. And on the other side of things, what makes it even more rare is that this is the first Category 5 hurricane that we've ever had in the Atlantic that has been moving east, or east-southeast. So that's also very rare. Or I think at least in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know about the entire Atlantic, but at least in the Gulf of Mexico. It's very rare to have an easterly moving Cat 5. Thank you, Chickens, for the $10 super chat. Chances this runs through and circles around for a second run. It's happened before. What do you mean? Do you mean it circles back into the Gulf of Mexico? Talking about that, that's not going to happen. This thing is going to get caught up by the trough, and that's going to kind of speed this thing up and move it out into the Atlantic Ocean. So, I mean, it's not going to circle back into the Gulf. That'd be some voodoo magic. Shout out to Ethan as well for the $10 Venmo, and also KJ for the $25 Venmo. The black eye dot in the upper right quadrant. I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain the black dot eye structure in the upper right quadrant? Are you talking about this? Or something else? If you're just talking about that, that's just an exploding tower of convection. Just a storm that's developing. Unless we're talking about the UFOs or the space lasers kind of being shot into the hurricane. Imagine. I mean, I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. Thank you, Mikey, for the super chat. Mikey, I don't know about your structural integrity, so I don't really know. But, I mean, the winds that are forecasted in that area are pretty up there. I mean, we're going to be talking about 110 plus mile per hour winds tomorrow night. If you don't feel safe, again, evacuate. I don't know what else to tell you, because a lot of people are kind of on the cusp of evacuating, right? And, you know, if you are on the cusp and you're like, I don't know if I should, you should. You know, you want to be safe. You would rather be safe than sorry in this situation, especially with this hurricane. Thank you, Diane, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Selfless, also for the $20 super chat. Will there be a potential for more tornado sightings and predictions from Milton compared to Helene? I do think that this could produce more tornadoes than Helene. I don't remember Helene producing that many tornadoes. There was like only a few. There's like 3 or 4, I feel like. I could be wrong on that number, but I don't remember there being that many. So I think tomorrow is the day where we'll probably at least have a few tornadoes, mostly again along and south of Interstate 4 in Florida. KJ, yeah, that's just a convective tower. That's just a storm blowing up. That's all that is. But yeah, tornadoes again, central and southern Florida, along and south of I-4. Probably gonna at least have a few tomorrow, maybe even several. So just make sure you have a tornado action plan in place and multiple ways to receive alerts. It'll be on and off through the day tomorrow, so it's not gonna be one exact time, but it'll be mostly during the late morning, into the afternoon, and also into the evening hours. You can't unsee the face now? I'm gonna be honest, I don't see the face that you guys are talking about. Hey, EV for the super chat. Could this develop into a sharkicane? Absolutely. I just want to remind you guys, there's like 52,000 of you, and there's only one of me, so if I can't answer every one of your questions, please understand there's only one of me. Alright, so I will try my best to answer as many questions as possible. You guys see the face? I don't see his face, or its face. Somebody send me a photo on Twitter, at me on Twitter, and send me a screenshot and like outline the face, because I don't see it. At all. Unless we're going to call this a head, and then this a hat. Maybe a little hat going, a little hat action. Creepy face? I do not see a creepy face. No problem, Nick. Appreciate the super chat. What are the max winds? They're at 165 miles per hour. We are now 800 subscribers away from 485,000. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll have live coverage tomorrow, and we'll be live here for the next several hours. Honestly, we might be live tonight until we hit 500k, because I feel like we can hit it tonight. It's possible. This chat is going way too fast. I can't even... I see creepy face. I've seen so many people saying creepy face. I don't see a creepy face. Okay, are you guys talking about like this? That's a stretch. Thank you, Super, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Super. I'm here till 500,000 subs. Appreciate that. The face is in profile facing to the left. It's in profile facing to the left. Guys, I'll be honest with you, I still don't see it. 2 storms on the side? What 2 storms? I don't see it. I might be just... People have sent me photos on Twitter, but nobody's outlining anything. Somebody just outlined the hat. So... Somebody just said I see it now. How do you guys see it? I don't see anything. Oh! Oh, I see. Okay, somebody sent me a photo with it actually outlined. Okay, I see it now. Alright, so we got the nose... And then we got like the mouth, and we got some teeth in here. That still feels like a stretch, but somebody sent me a photo of it. Aviation weather, appreciate. It's the one that actually I'm guessing this one is right. Hallelujah. Yes. Yes. Okay. Man, oh man. That is looks like a football player, honestly. Got the helmet going. Got the face guard. I was losing my mind for a second. I'm like, I don't see anything. But I guess, man, I don't know. Feels like a stretch. Max makes weather fun. I didn't even see this. This was I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know. All right, back to questions here. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, by the way. There's a lot of you, so if I don't get to your super chat, I do appreciate it though. Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Verna, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I'm a professional artist, by the way, if you couldn't tell. Our art skills go crazy on this channel. If you guys are OGs of the channel, you might remember when we had the footnado in the Great Lakes. There were like several different tornadoes, and it was shaped like a foot. Had like the 5 toes going, got the foot. Pretty cool. Pretty interesting. Or it was like the foot, I think it was like the fish water spouts or something. I don't know if anybody has an old photo of that, but that was pretty crazy. Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. There are 2 TVS signatures currently off of Marco and Key West. Tagged you on Twitter. Let's we'll zoom into those. There are a couple of probably at least water spouts happening offshore. We've had pretty definitive rotation on a lot of this activity. Like this one right down here, northwest of Key West, probably got a water spout or a fish NATO on going over there. Further to the north, same thing, but a little bit broader. And then we also have another one here. But again, these are nowhere near land. Like the odds of these producing a tornado inland would be more of an overnight threat, in my opinion. It's not like an imminent threat. Somebody's name is Milton in the chat, and they just said, I am Hurricane Milton. I don't think that's how it works. Thank you, Matt, for the generosity. Thank you, as well as Nocturnal. Weather sketching with Max. Might have to be a new segment on the channel. New little segment. We are, by the way, currently 24 subscribers from 485. About to hit another milestone. We are quickly closing in on 500k. Why is it so slow? This is not even that slow. I mean, the loop that we're looking at is a 30-minute loop, and it's a 1 minute by 1 minute frame. So that's why it looks like this. I'm gonna keep this on the screen while we hit this. Another milestone. But again, it's moving at 9 miles per hour to like the east northeast, and it's beginning to turn to the northeast. So there we go. We're now officially under 15,000 subscribers until 500,000. You easily and selfless again for the super chats. You talk about the birds that were caught in the eye of Milton. Not sure if anybody knows about it or where it came from. Or where it came. Wait, what? Where or what it came out of, or what came out of that? Oh, I don't know anything about the birds. I don't think we had anything today reported on the birds, but they did report yesterday that there were birds stuck inside of the eye of Hurricane Milton. Again, I don't know if they still have birds stuck inside of the eye. We don't know. My guess is that they probably are still there. I don't think they've gone anywhere. I do think that there are still birds inside of the eye of this hurricane. But the problem is, I mean, even if there aren't, like, or even if there are, they're not getting out. Like, there's no way they live, unfortunately. So it's the reality that we're in. Thank you, Kat, for the super chat. Thank you also, Wendell, for becoming a member. Try to put that in the lightest way possible, by the way. Like, obviously we want them alive, but like the problem is, like, when you get stuck inside of a hurricane, like in the middle of it, I don't know how you're gonna get out. I suppose these birds, if they actually stayed in the eye long enough, I don't think this would happen, because I don't think we'll have a consolidated eye like this tomorrow. But let's say it was consolidated and it made landfall in Florida, like they could technically like go into like a house or something in like Venice, Florida or something, and probably be safe there for like the rest of the hurricane. But like, it's just it's a fairy tale of a story. It would be so hard for that to even happen. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. R.I.P. Hey, Dylan, for the Venmo, did you see Moist Critical is going to be writing this out in Tampa while streaming? Really? It's funny. That face cannot be unseen. I'm gonna be honest, I made the face. I drew it. I've seen it. It does not look like a face. It looks like a white frosting donut from like Krispy Kreme or something. Or Dunkin' Donuts. That's my 2 cents. You can agree or disagree, I don't really care, but your glasses aren't working. That's possible, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'm trying to see questions, but this chat is flying. I'll have to just pause chat in between. As a reminder, if you are just tuning in, Hurricane Milton is up to category. It still is a Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 165 miles per hour. The pressure inside of Milton at the last number that we had was 902 millibars. So recently measured around 910 to 912 millibars though. So recently it's been measured a little bit lower. Thank you, Vibe, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Next National Hurricane Center update will be in 1 hour or so. So we're about an hour away. We're about an hour away from our next National Hurricane Center update. Again, you're going to want to stay tuned for that. There are usually some pretty important updates in the National Hurricane Center updates. So that's about an hour away, or you can come back when that happens. So it's about, usually it happens between 10:30 and 11 o'clock. They're out by 11 most of the time, but they could sometimes be out earlier. So thank you, Evelyn, for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. And Slavia for the $10 Venmo as well. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dylan, also for becoming a member. And Maggie. You cover hurricanes? I do. That's what we're doing right now. This is a hurricane. It is a hurricane. What software do you use for these streams? Are you talking about like radar, or are you talking about like general software? If you're talking about radar, we're using the Radar Omega app in terms of the radar, the infrared imagery presentation, all that sort of stuff. And then for an actual software, it's just OBS. Does this hurricane seem more dangerous than Helene? I do think it is. Yeah, again, I think this, if you compare Helene to this, it's hard to compare because they're different hurricanes. But Helene, in my opinion, it was an intense hurricane, especially when it comes to the amount of rain it dumped in the Appalachian Mountains. If you talk about like landfall impacts, though, I do feel like that this hurricane will be more catastrophic for two reasons. One of which, it is going to be a huge hurricane as it moves towards Florida. It's not going to be as large as Helene, but it will still be large. But the other reason is that Tampa and Cape Coral and surrounding areas are very populated along the west coast of Florida. So, population density is much higher, and it's going to be, a bigger impact zone essentially compared to the Big Bend. Like the Big Bend saw big impacts, but it wasn't, huge, if you know what I mean. It was mostly in it was more rural areas, despite it again being despite there being major impacts, there was a bit more rural. This is going to be a much more populated area. There's people living all up and down this part of Florida, which makes this that much more dangerous. Huge shout out to Stephanie with another 10 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Stephanie. Appreciate the generosity. The chance of the eye going over Punta Gorda is what somebody's asking in the chat. I think that there's a good chance right now that we're going to see a landfall back up near Sarasota. Punta Gorda, where is that? Isn't that like here? There's a chance it could be over near you. I personally think if we put back on the cone of uncertainty, I still think with all the models shifting to the south over the last 12 to 24 hours, I still think landfall is probably going to be happening just to the south of Tampa, like Bradenton or Sarasota. The National Hurricane Center will have a new cone of uncertainty in approximately an hour. That'll be a bit more condensed, and so we'll see if there's any changes to that. But like the dead center of this is right over Bradenton and Sarasota. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to make landfall there, for the record. It could still make landfall as far north as Spring Hill, Florida. It could make landfall as far south as Cape Coral. But I'd say the odds of this making landfall just south of Tampa and just north of Cape Coral are increasing quite a bit. With that said, impacts are still going to be felt in all these areas, even if you're not inside the cone of uncertainty, or even if you are. So, at this point, the biggest thing that we're again talking about is impacts. Impacts are the biggest story about this hurricane. Thank you, Eyeball, for 10 gifted members as well. Put some W's in the chat for Eyeball. Thank you also, Dawn, for the gifted member. But right now, the hurricane's going right down the center of the line here that the National Hurricane Center has on this hurricane. And again, doesn't mean it's going to do that the entire time. We've seen this hurricane wobble back and forth, do a little wiggling. Could happen as it continues to move to the north, and it will happen. Just to what extent is going to be the question. Sounds good, Easily. Appreciate the super chat. I have like probably 50 plus unread messages right now on Twitter, so good chance I'm not gonna be able to see it. We can always try, though. Do you think it'll make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane? The current thinking is that this will either be a high-end Cat 3 or low-end Cat 4 upon landfall. Regardless of its intensity in terms of a category, I don't think that you should be basing your decisions off of what category it is upon landfall, because it's still going to be major impacts no matter what. If this 125 mile per hour Cat 3 or 130 mile per hour Cat 4, the difference is so minimal. It's going to produce still the same major and catastrophic impacts for areas like Florida. So, personally, what I would say is, again, if you're on the west coast of Florida or anywhere in Florida, you should be preparing for worst case scenario, which is if this makes landfall as a Cat 4, and prepare from there. But again, all the impacts that we've talked about would still remain pretty much the same in terms of impacts, like storm surge, winds, all that sort of stuff. Like, again, if we go to the storm surge map, which is this, like, the storm surge wouldn't increase much even if it was another, 5 miles per hour stronger. It'd be a very small change to the maximum storm surge. So But we are still expecting catastrophic life-threatening storm surge in Tampa Bay. 10 to 15 feet is expected there. Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet. Anclote River, back up that direction, 5 to 10 feet. So, again, a lot of surge is expected. And all that water that pushes inland, it is going to be life-threatening, especially for those near the coastline. Hey, chickens to the $20 super chat. What's the speed and direction over Lake Okeechobee? I mean, if you're talking about the speed when it moves inland, it won't necessarily go over Lake Okeechobee, but the speed of this hurricane will be probably closer to 13 or 14 miles per hour and moving east. This was never expected to be a Category 6 hurricane. Category 6 hurricanes do not exist. Thank you, Selfless, for the super chat. Yeah, I explained it a couple times. I'll explain it in a little bit when we talk more about it. If it's something that's actively happening, I'll talk more about it. Thank you, Jen, for the super chat. What radar are you using on Radar Omega? This is a satellite. So again, if you are a subscriber inside the app, you'll be able to get access to some satellite imagery. That's what we're using. This is the infrared imagery, the clean LWIR is what it's called on the app. Is Orlando in trouble? I wouldn't say you're in trouble. I would just say that you're going to probably see hurricane force winds, and that's going to translate to some power outages. Again, right now what we're expecting is the potential for widespread power outages across much of central and western Florida. And again, that is for much of central and western Florida. That's Daytona Beach, Orlando, Palm Bay, Tampa, Melbourne, Lakeland. Probably gonna have a lot of power outages tomorrow into Thursday. So have flashlights ready to go. Have phones charged up. If you have portable chargers, charge that up. Get all that stuff ready to go tonight. And then here's the maximum wind speed map that James Pettis also made. You can check him out on Twitter, link in the description. And this is what we're thinking. So again, the worst of the wind expected near Tampa. Again, anywhere in that 110 plus mile per hour wind zone is where we're expecting the potential for major damage, and that could even include structural damage. Lots of trees will be down. Lots of power lines will be down. Pretty much expecting widespread power outages in that area. And then numerous power outages expected in the red, where hurricane force winds are expected. Could even be widespread as well. Several trees will be down. Power lines will be down. Trash cans could go flying. Trampolines could go flying. You know, there's plenty of threats when it comes to the wind that's going to be happening in central and eastern Florida. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Thank you also, John, for becoming a member. And anywhere else outside of that, tropical storm force winds are expected. We apparently just hit 486,000 subs. We are just under 14,000 subscribers away from 500K. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. We'll be your one-stop shop for Hurricane Milton coverage as it approaches the state of Florida. And we are expecting a major hurricane to make landfall late tomorrow night on the west coast of Florida as a Category 3 or 4 hurricane. As I mentioned before, intensity really does not matter at this point in terms of category. The impacts are really the bigger story. Wind gusts, power outages, all going to be expected tomorrow night into into Thursday. And I'm also going to be watching for flooding, especially on the north side of the eye, across much of I-4 and just north of I-4. And then also the threat for storm surge. You're going to make 500K before tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. We're climbing. We're climbing. Bottom right of your screen. We'll keep the sub counter at the bottom right of your screen on, again, this panel of graphics. Is Orlando being evacuated? I don't know anything about Orlando having evacuations. I don't think they've had any evacuations. This is the latest evacuation map. I don't think Orange County's had any. Yeah, there's nothing about Orange County. So, this is the evacuation map. So, Orange County, which is Orlando, does not have any level of evacuations right now. Huge shout out to Jennifer with the $100 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Jennifer. Also, thank you to Chrissy for the $50 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. Is Disney open Thursday? I don't think they will be. I know Wednesday they're closing at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. depending on the park. But other than that, Thursday I have no clue. But it sounds like that they're not going to be open. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member. By the way, if it says mandatory evacuation for your county, the specifications on that will vary. Like, you might not actually have to evacuate if you're under a mandatory evacuation order. It just depends on what they're talking about. Like, some areas have zones that you evacuate in. That might be what it's referring to. It doesn't mean the entire county necessarily has to evacuate. So just letting you know. But if you are in a mandatory evacuation order, definitely look into that. Sounds like you're desperate to go to Disney? Me? I was just answering somebody's question. I'm not desperate to go to Disney at all. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. I don't think so. The only merch that we would release during this hurricane would just be for if we hit 500,000 subscribers, and that would just be the shirt. The shirt won't be signed, but the hat will be. But the hat, if we release the hat, it won't be for like probably a week or two. But more importantly, we're gonna be talking about Hurricane Milton. Probably only briefly mention that. Waffle Houses are all closed. There's actually a Waffle House map, I think. I'm gonna try to find the Waffle House map. There's a map of Waffle Houses that are closed. I'll retweet the Waffle House map on Twitter of all the Waffle Houses that are closed. At Max Velocity WX on Twitter. They have over a dozen Waffle Houses closed. Anywhere from Bayonet Point in Florida back through South Bradenton, Florida. And then also they have Waffle Houses closed in Cape Coral, Port Charlotte. There's over like 20 that are closed. They are not closed though in Lakeland, Florida. So Lakeland, Florida, your Waffle House, or Waffle Houses, I should say, are open. Yay! If you are a Floridian, you'll know why there is a Waffle House scale. Are you Buzz? Hey guys, alright, I need to quickly do this before I forget. I got fan mail from somebody. Today. Came in this big Amazon package. And this is what they sent me. A Buzz Lightyear costume. That's Buzz Lightyear. I don't know if this is gonna fit me to begin with. Second off, apparently the person that mailed me this Buzz Lightyear costume also mailed Connor Croft a Woody costume and wants Connor to be my Woody, apparently. So, so we might be wearing this on a future live stream, maybe closer to Halloween or something if there's severe weather. So, I don't even know who sent this. There's a note. This is from Cassie to infinity and beyond is what they said. Thank you. So excited. Well, that's that fan mail. I did open it before the live stream. I only peeked at it and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I looked at the colors. I didn't even look at the packaging. I just knew it was a Buzz Lightyear costume. Alright, thank you, Lane, for the super chat. Gainesville, you're probably going to see... I'd say the winds are going to be slightly lower compared to Helene, but you'll still be dealing with high-end tropical storm force winds up there, so power outage is still going to be possible. Now, Cassie's in the chat right now. Oh, man. Thank you, Lucia, for the super chat. Put on the costume at 500k. All right, I'll do it. If we get to 500,000 subscribers in this stream tonight, I will put on the Buzz Lightyear costume. All right. I mean, we still got 13,000 more to go. Bottom right of your screen's the counter. But if we get there tonight somehow, I will wear that costume at whenever that happens in the stream. I will. It's a long ways to go, but we're gonna need 13,000 of you to subscribe tonight if you want me to wear a Buzz Lightyear costume in this stream. Thank you, Della, for becoming a member. All right, back to answering questions. See if you guys can push towards that goal. How bad will it be in Lakeland, Florida? Lakeland, Florida, again, hurricane force winds being the greatest concern. I keep illustrating this map, but it's pretty much what we're expecting in terms of wind, right? We're still expecting very high winds, especially for those in between Tampa and Orlando. And really, anywhere in the red is where there's going to be probably numerous to widespread power outages. But Lakeland has the greatest concern for wind. Put some W's in the chat for Sydney with the $200 super chat. What are the winds going to be like in Key West? My family has a yacht on a floating dock at the A&B Marina. Thanks for all you do. Please put on the costume. Loaded question, but Key West winds, they're probably not gonna be that high. I would expect just like middle grade tropical storm force winds at the peak. Like the GFS model, it's not a great model, but it shows like 40-45 mile per hour winds down that direction. Let me center this a little bit better. Let's go to like try to do like the NAM model or something. Doesn't illustrate winds great. It's always under it, but like the peak winds that I'm seeing down there are like 45, 50 at the peak for wind gusts, so I'm not super concerned about the wind there. And storm surge is going to remain pretty minimal. 1 to 3 feet is about it. But again, I would recommend evacuating. That's just my thought though. But and stay safe. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you again. Thank you, Toast, for becoming a member. A Buzz Lightyear gritty? Oh man, I would actually kind of be down for that. If we get to 500,000 subscribers tonight, we'll wear the Buzz Lightyear costume, and we'll also do a Buzz Lightyear gritty apparently. Is the millibars still 906 millibars? The latest update was 902 millibars, but I do think it is weaker than that now because the hurricane hunters have been flying through this hurricane. The latest millibar reading was 914 millibars from one of the aircraft, and then the other aircraft has read 913 millibars. There are 2 planes flying through this hurricane right now, two different Hurricane Hunter aircrafts. And so right now measuring around 913, 914, but as of the last update at 8 p.m. it was at 902. Apparently the face is becoming more noticeable on Hurricane Milton. Let's check in on that theory. Honestly, kind of looks like a little ghost. It looks like a ghost. Looks like it's almost turning into an ice cream cone. Almost got like the ice cream cone going. Big little vanilla scoop on top of it. With the kid sticking his finger through the middle of it. Also, thank you to Liz for the $5 Venmo. I really don't see a face still. I don't see a face. I mean, I see an ice cream cone now. That's about it. A lot of you guys are saying skull. I still don't see it. He dropped his jaw? I mean, I guess I see it. I don't know. I still don't. I don't know. I really don't see it that much. Only if you try. It's a stretch. It's a stretch for the face. I didn't really outline it that well. Looks like an ice cream cone. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, B Smith, for the super chat. What should be expected in Melbourne, Florida for impacts? Max, your hair looks like Buzz Lightyear. What? How does that even make sense? Buzz Lightyear doesn't even have hair, does he? Melbourne, Florida, mostly going to be high-end tropical storm force winds. Wrong mouth? What do you mean? I don't see another mouth. Oh, look at this. You can actually see it on... Okay, I see it now. Look at this. You can actually see it on water vapor better. This is the mouth. Hey, I see it now. You can actually see it on... If you look closely on water vapor, you can actually see the skull. Okay, now I actually see it. This makes more sense. That's kind of creepy, not gonna lie. Holy crap, that's worse. Looks way easier to see. Okay, I'm starting to see it now. I'm starting to see the outline. Alright, I'm starting to see it. I'm not good at drawing, but I do see it now more. I had to go over to the water vapor imagery to see any resemblance of that. Thank you, Ashes, for becoming a 7-month member. We are now 90 subscribers away from 488,000. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're going to be about 12,000 away from wearing a Buzz Lightyear costume in today's stream. Fantastic. That eye is very tight. Yeah, it's been like this for like at least 7 hours now. We were live earlier when it was really becoming more solidified. It's pretty impressive. Jacob with the $5 super chat just said, my wife said if you shout out to me, I can stay up an hour longer to watch you past my bedtime. I'm 30 years old, but happy wife, happy life. Shout out to Jacob, I guess. Hopefully the wife doesn't get mad. Appreciate the super chat. Hey, Jessica for the $10 Venmo as well. Appreciate the generosity. This is the funniest stream I've ever watched of yours. I feel like we've had funnier ones. There's been some crazy ones. We've had some, like, crazy stuff happen. We're officially now only 12,000 subscribers away from a Buzz Lightyear costume today. Yay. Thank you, John, for the 5 gifted members. If you have any questions about Hurricane Milton, again, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'm trying to answer as many as possible. But again, there's a lot of you, one of me. You know, somebody just pointed this out in the chat. It's quite ironic that we have a hurricane in the month of October that also has a skull face. Right in time for Halloween. Kind of crazy. Halloween's only 3 weeks away. Does anyone know if there's a Hudson near Hudson, Florida? My friend is stuck there because he has no gas to evacuate. I don't know. If anybody knows, I mean, at the person that just super chatted, I have no clue. Hopefully stay safe. Yeah, I mean, another thing I want to point out, by the way, if you are planning on evacuating, hopefully you have gas, because like 20% of the gas stations in Florida do not have gas. It's pretty bad. So, the gas shortage is going crazy right now. Thank you, Zachary, for the super chat. Thank you, Carla, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Carla. Appreciate that. If you guys see anything on Twitter, you can tag me at MaxVelocityWX. I know a few of you have. I'll try to see what I'm looking at here. Yeah, there are currently about 24 Waffle Houses that are closed tomorrow due to Hurricane Milton. Don't usually see that. Thank you, Stephanie, for another 10 gifted members. That's 30 gifted from Stephanie. Put some W's in the chat for Stephanie. Appreciate that. Can you slow down the chat? It's already slow. I don't know why it's so fast. I don't understand. I have slow mode on like forever. It's like 75 seconds right now. I made it slow and it still goes so fast. I don't know, man. It's weird. What do you think about Naples, Florida? I think Naples, Florida is going to be one of the harder hit areas for storm surge. I'd expect around 8 to 12 feet of storm surge in Naples, but I really think the worst of it will be just to your north. But I think you're still going to get hammered with at least some storm surge, maybe on the lower half of that number. But I think storm surge is going to be the biggest concern. You'll also have the potential for tropical storm force winds. Those are the two biggest concerns right now. Not really expecting much flooding, because again, the flooding potential with Hurricane Milton is going to be much more to your north. Touched on the flooding quite a bit already, but if we go back over to the flooding, a lot of the rain is again going to fall on the northern side of this hurricane. So mostly along and north of Interstate 4. So with that said, when it comes to rain, it's going to be falling most of the day Wednesday into Thursday morning. Eventually clears out Thursday afternoon. What's left behind after all of that is going to be a widespread area of 8 to 16 inches of rain. This is a Category 5 hurricane as of right now. Top left of your screen, too, it says that. I do want to point out, by the way, with our thumbnails, our thumbnail will literally say Cat 5, Cat 4, or whatever before you click on it, so that also tells you what category it is. We do have thumbnails that we have thumbnails that we can change to. If it's like a Cat 4, we'll change it to Cat 4. Like, we have backup thumbnails for that stuff, so just letting you guys know. What can we expect in Port St. Lucie? Should be mostly just tropical storm force winds. We could even get near hurricane force. My thinking right now is that if we do have a more southerly landfall, like a lot of models are hinting at, those hurricane force winds actually might impact Port St. Lucie a little bit more, and perhaps Palm Bay. Hey, Mary for the $20 super chat. If you're talking about what's northeast of the eye, that's just a lot of convection, just a lot of rain. We're still expecting landfall south of Tampa, and it will be roughly a Category 3 or 4. That's exactly what we're thinking right now. Could change tomorrow, but that's the thinking. Thank you, Dawn, for the super chat. I think you'll be all right there, Dawn. As long as it's a as long as there's, you know, good structural integrity to that building. This, the NAM model for wind gusts is still coming in. These numbers, again, I still don't agree with necessarily. They're still very low in my opinion, but it gives you a good idea of where the highest winds will be, like the yellows. That indicates, you know, pretty close, if not above hurricane force winds. So, you know, I think by 8 a.m. Thursday morning, this is pretty realistic. Thank you, Brenda, for the super chat as well. Thank you, Adam, as well. Thank you, Cheryl, for the super chats. Shout out to Jessica for the $10 Venmo as well. As well as Sarah for the $5 Venmo. How likely is Milton to go more south? The trend has been that we're going to probably see this make landfall further south. I'll show you guys the computer models from earlier. Still relevant to now. And again, a lot of the models, these are all different models all in one graphic. Almost all of them currently are south of Tampa. So a lot of them currently, the consensus is essentially near Sarasota, Florida. And again, we see these shifts quite often, even 24 hours out. It can kind of go back and forth, but I do think that we are going to end up seeing a landfall somewhere just to the south of Tampa. If not in Tampa Bay, but probably just south of Tampa Bay. Thank you, Cody, as well for the super chat. Is the eye shrinking? I don't think so. I haven't noticed any shrinking. Let's go to a loop. Let's do like a longer loop. Not really. It kind of looks the same size right now. I just said Clark Kent does weather. I don't look like Clark Kent. I also don't look like Buzz Lightyear. Hey, Ryan for the $10 Venmo, and also Jacob for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Did they up it to a Cat 5? It is a Category 5 again. Yeah, this is another fact for those that were not here earlier. This is the the first ever hurricane to hit 905 millibars or lower twice. First hurricane ever to do that. We've never had a hurricane, at least in the Atlantic Ocean, drop below 905 millibars 2 separate times. Which is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. We had 3 hurricanes drop below 910 millibars twice before. This is the first one to ever do it, even, you know, twice for 905 millibars, which is pretty crazy. Goes to show how intense this hurricane's been. A crazy hurricane. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we're going to have live coverage for the rest of tonight. We'll be live tomorrow as well for hurricane landfall coverage, so make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Like the stream, does help get this out to more people. And also don't forget to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX, and we're also on Discord. The link's in the description to join our community. And also, again, today's live stream brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of Hurricane Milton, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's also the link that's pinned in the chat. Again, it comes with tons of features. It's the weather app we're using currently. It has tons of features like live radar feed. Also, it has tons of different live cameras like the Radar Omega cyclone ports and storm chasers that you'll be able to watch inside the app when this is making landfall and even before this is making landfall tomorrow. And if you become a subscriber inside the app, you'll have access to all of the live cameras right on the beach. We'll actually show you all of them here in a second. And then also, you can get access to the satellite imagery. So again, that's Radar Omega, top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Let's go ahead and hop through some of the cameras that we'll have for tomorrow, just so you get an idea of what we're looking at. So we have 6 currently, or 7 that are currently set up. I think there'll be 10 total. This is one of them back over in Englewood Beach, Florida, where there is expected to be significant storm surge. And let me go ahead and change the camera. Give me 1 second. They moved around the camera on us. 1 moment, please. I don't know what camera that is. That's the problem. Hey, Jason, for the super chat. It is this one. Does seem like traffic has been improving on even I-75 tonight. Again, it is obviously later now at night, but we've definitely seen an improvement of traffic. And as I say that, there is a lot of traffic. Never mind. All right. I just had to go like 2 miles down the road and the traffic got worse. All right, but this is one of the cameras in Englewood Beach, Florida. Again, pretty chill right now tonight. Nothing too crazy in Englewood Beach, Florida. Further to the north in Venice, Florida, it is also very chill right now. Again, it's not going to be like this tomorrow night, but, you know, very quiet. It's the calm before the storm, as they would say. Then further up to the north in Siesta Key, Florida, this is one of the more interesting camera views that we have, because what we're looking at is a ton of debris on the side of the road that came from Hurricane Helene's storm surge. So pretty interesting stuff there. And we also got a very bright, I don't know if those are high beams. That's a very bright high beams on that car. But yeah, tons of debris from Hurricane Helene that literally just happened 2 weeks ago. So, you know, I have a view of that, and this area is going to get pounded with storm surge tomorrow. Worse than Helene for sure in Siesta Key. Back over on Anna Marie Island as well. Looks like it's raining there. Can't really see much, but you'll be able to see more tomorrow. And then just west of St. Petersburg on Mitchell Beach, Florida. It is very quiet here, very calm. Water's very calm. Again, this is the calm before the storm. And then Palm Harbor, Florida, also in the same boat. It is very calm right now. It will not stay calm, but it is calm for now. And then elsewhere, those are the cameras we have for now. There will be more later. But again, if you are a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, you'll be able to check that out. In addition to that, today's live stream is also brought to you by ESP Shelters. If you need a storm shelter to keep you and your family safe from hurricane force winds and tornadoes, you can get an above ground storm shelter from espshelter.com, and it is the second to top link in the description below. These storm shelters will keep you and your family safe from EF5 type intensity from a tornado, which is enough to keep you safe from an EF5 category 5 hurricane if there were to ever be one that makes landfall in a state like Florida. So definitely make sure to check that out. espshelter.com, highly recommend them. Appreciate them also sponsoring today's live stream. All right, let's get back into questions and other stuff. Beginning with a $100 super chat from Michael. Put some W's in the chat for Michael from the Gold Coin Store and Jewelry in Sarasota, Florida. Hopefully your business is not impacted that substantially by this hurricane. Thank you, Nocturnal, also for the $20 super chat. That storm wasn't of Milton. Looks like it's trying to spin up and beat Milton to Florida. Again, this is just convection. It's a lot of convection. It's just showers and thunderstorms offshore. That's all it is. It's just heavy rain. This is what we're going to see tomorrow in Florida. Like tomorrow, like morning and afternoon, that rain's going to really be pummeling in like central Florida. It's going to be the first of the rain that we see. So trying to put on the radar here, but you can just see it's just showers and thunderstorms offshore. That's all it is. It's not too late. It's not too late to evacuate, correct? It's not too late right now. I mean, by tomorrow at like 2 or 3 p.m., it gets pretty late. Yeah, you still got some time. But I mean, if you're evacuating, you should be doing it like ASAP. You really shouldn't be waiting. The traffic is not bad right now from what I'm seeing across the board. I mean, again, check your like Waze app or whatever app you use for traffic. Like check your app and see if it's bad or not. But like, it's a pretty good time to leave, in my opinion, if you are planning on leaving. Pretty good time to leave. There isn't a whole lot of traffic right now if you're trying to evacuate to wherever you're going. And we have traffic cams at the bottom of your screen. I mean, that's both on I-75 going eastbound towards like Miami from like the Naples area. It's not too shabby right now. Was a lot worse earlier. Hey, Selfless Flower for another $20 super chat. I was watching another stream. There was an attorney who suggested for everyone in affected areas to take pictures of their property before the hurricane hits. It's not a bad idea. Our next National Hurricane Center update will be within the next 40 minutes, so stay tuned. We'll have a new update on intensity, track, storm surge map, cone of uncertainty, all that sort of stuff. We'll have all that stuff here coming up very shortly. Thank you also to Harley for the $10 Venmo, and also Alex and Jody. Appreciate the Venmo donations. Is my mobile home in Hernando gonna get destroyed? I mean, it's possible, but like that's much further to the north. I think further to the north, you're gonna be still dealing with the potential for damage, but not nearly as significant. There'll still be tropical storm force winds and maybe even low-end hurricane force winds up there. Thank you, Dan, for the super chat. What about Miami? Miami's mostly just going to be tropical storm force winds. That's about it. Oh, no, it has a face? It does. Yeah, it has a skull face going for it. I was just taking a screenshot of it. It has a little skull face going. It's kind of weird. Disney area. Disney's mostly going to be hurricane force winds Wednesday into Thursday morning. And then potential for some flooding will exist as well. But it'll be mostly a wind threat there. Yes, I finally saw the face, if you're just coming back. Yes, I finally saw the face. Took a while. Took a fat minute. Thank you, Kimberly, for the $20 Venmo as well. Appreciate it. Manufactured home in Daytona Beach. I'm pretty sure the Volusia County evacuation order is for mobile homes and stuff like that. So I would probably evacuate. I would play it on the safe side of things. You would have to double check with local officials, but I feel like I remember somebody saying that in the chat earlier. So, you know, if you're anywhere over there in that part of Florida, we are expecting hurricane force winds in anywhere in this red area, which includes Daytona Beach. So I would consider evacuating. And evacuating doesn't mean you have to go to another state. You can go to a shelter, you can go to a hotel, whatever it might be. But I'd play it on the safe side of things. Thank you, Mark, for the $20 super chat. And also thank you, Diana, for the super chat. Will storm surge on the East Coast in Georgia potentially become life-threatening? It will not really be life-threatening unless, one, you're on the immediate coastline, because 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, that is, and even up to 5 feet of storm surge near the Altamaha Sound, like that's life-threatening if you're along the immediate coastline. But if you're at the beach or something like that, that is also life-threatening. So if you're inland or something like that, like you're probably fine. I'd look at the storm surge inundation map from the National Hurricane Center for more details if you're in that potential for life-threatening storm surge. But I don't really expect it to really be that bad up in that area. St. John's River, even in Florida, is going to see 2 to 4 feet. I mean, even the east coast of Florida dealing with storm surge on mostly Thursday, but late Wednesday too. So, thank you, Ben, for the super chat. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, I can try to convince you to evacuate. Apparently, there's people that are not wanting to evacuate in Ruskin, Florida. I don't know what Ruskin, Florida is actually going to see. I don't even know where that is. But, you know, you need to make a decision based off of what local officials have told you, what meteorologists have told you, and what impacts you're expecting. Every situation's different. If you're in a 2-story building, a little further inland, with good protection, good sturdy structure from like winds and stuff like that, and you're not in a low-lying area for flooding, you're probably going to be okay. But like, you know, if you're in a mobile home over in Tampa Bay, like there's no reason why you should be staying there. So yeah, I for some reason people are going to stay where they have evacuation orders, and you know, they're just risking their life. They can do what they want. I mean, that's up to them. If they want to risk their life staying at their place for virtually almost no reason, then I mean, they can do that. Thank you, Diana. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Vex, for the super chat. Again, it's situational. I don't know exactly what the specifications are of your apartment, so I can't really give you much information there. Wind and storm surge the biggest concerns there. All right. We are currently, bottom right of your screen, we are now just a little over 500 subscribers from 490,000. If you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Click the bell icon also so you're notified when we go live tomorrow for landfall coverage, and also our video update. We'll have a video update tomorrow morning. And we'll be live here for the next few hours, so if you have more questions, we'll be trying to answer as many as possible. And we're going to have our next National Hurricane Center update within the next half hour. But we are closing in on 490,000 subscribers. What category is Milton? It is currently a category 5. High end, it's a category 5 with maximum sustained winds at 165. That's still a pretty intense category 5 hurricane. Pressure was at 902 millibars on the last update. Is the intensity continuing to increase? I haven't really noticed much of an increase of intensity. Like, we go back over to the data that the hurricane hunters are gathering right now. we'll go full screen to this. Like, again, I'm seeing pressure, at least. The pressure and wind speeds are different things, but the pressure continues to increase, which typically will correlate to a decreasing amount of wind, but the winds are still pretty strong. I mean, the hurricane hunters are still observing Category 5 winds by the looks of it, which this would still be in Category 5 range. I just don't think it's intensifying right now. I kind of have a feeling this is weakening a little bit. I mean, this is the latest observation for wind that they've just observed, which if you look at the chart, that's around 135 knots or so, which would be borderline Cat 5 winds. So, I don't know. I kind of think with the data that I'm seeing here, and from what we've seen over the last few days, like, this looks like a trend of some gradual weakening. Now, with that said, we'll have an official update within the next 30 minutes from the National Hurricane Center. There was a drop sound that picked up 185 mile per hour winds, but I don't know how accurate that really was. It just felt too high, to be honest. We're about to hit another milestone, and while we do that, I'll quickly put it on the screen. We are only 17 subscribers from 490,000. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're about to hit another milestone. We're gonna be 10,000 away from 500,000, which is crazy. What's the max wind? Right now it's at 165 miles per hour. I really should have like something on the screen that like displays that. I really should have like a little part of the screen during this sort of coverage where it just like says the max wind, the category and stuff, because that question gets asked a lot. We officially hit 490,000 subscribers. We're now just under 10,000 away from 500K. Again, if we hit 500,000 subscribers tonight for whatever reason, I will wear the Buzz Lightyear costume that was mailed to me today. So, if you want to see that, subscribe, I guess. Yeah, wind, category, and pressure. I agree. I should have all of that on the screen. We'll do some revamping to the overlays probably after this hurricane. Still some improvement that can be made. This is not another hurricane. Again, this is just a blob of convection to the northeast side of Milton. Just a blob of convection. You eyeball for the $20 super chat? Yeah, the storm is being steered by a trough that's off into the southeast United States. That's what's going to kind of move this more to the east eventually. And so that's what's going to take it eventually into the Atlantic Ocean. But that's really the main thing that's going to be steering this. And there's also a stationary frontal boundary that's up here to the north. That will also kind of keep it down here for making landfall in Florida. So... $10:30 update. There's no update until 11 p.m. There could be an update from the National Hurricane Center earlier than scheduled, but the scheduled update is at 11 p.m. Eastern. But it could be earlier. They've come out with it. I don't know about today, but they've sometimes come out with it as early as like 20 to 30 minutes beforehand. So I think last night it came out like 20 minutes early or 10 minutes early. You selfless for the super chat. Subscribe if you want Max to wear the Buzz Lightyear costume. We need a little fun in these times. Appreciate it. Thank you, McNugget, for the super chat. As the storm gets closer to Vero Beach, I'll sub-tweet you tomorrow, as well as the data from the weather station I have outside. Pretty lit. I will definitely keep a close eye on that. Can it shift north again? It can. Again, the cone of uncertainty is the area of where we could see landfall. I know we've been talking a lot about this making landfall more than likely south of Tampa, but when you look at the cone of uncertainty, it could still make landfall as far north as Spring Hill, Florida. It could make landfall still as south as Cape Coral, Florida. Though we don't think it's going to make landfall that far north or south, it is still technically a possibility. So, if you're anywhere in between the cone of uncertainty or anywhere in it, you can still see a direct landfall from Hurricane Milton tomorrow night into early Thursday morning. So don't rule it out. And if it goes north of Tampa, that's, again, catastrophic for Tampa Bay. We've talked a lot about that scenario. That would be the worst case scenario across the board, is if this hurricane did decide to go right over the north side of Tampa. That would bring catastrophic storm surge into Tampa Bay. Now, if this makes landfall back down just around Sarasota, it's a better thing for Tampa. You'll see less storm surge, but it would also make Cape Coral and the Charlotte Harbor area see catastrophic storm surge. There's not really a happy medium. It just basically means that, you know, the Tampa Bay area would end up seeing a less catastrophic situation that, you know, if this does make landfall north of Tampa, that would be, again, something we've never seen in over 100 years. So it'd be very rare. This is the current track that I have on the map right now. I can take off satellite so you can see it a little bit better. That's the current cone and the track. Any farms to the super chat? I can't really give much advice on people not wanting to leave. It's their decision. Again, there's many reasons why people won't leave. Again, some people just can't afford it. Some people, you know, can't because of other reasons. Like, there's a lot of different stuff that, you know, people can't evacuate for, but it's ultimately everybody has their own decision. Like, some people are going to risk it, some people won't. And, you know, at the end of the day, there will be people that come out alive and they won't really feel anything. Like, there's a possibility that happens for some people. But on the flip side, people that are trying to stay right on the beach or something like that, like, that's the stuff that I don't know why they're doing that. So it's kind of, you can't really control people though. But if I were in anybody's shoes right along the beach, if I'm in a mobile home, RV, anywhere in the hurricane warnings, I would not be there tomorrow. It's hard to convince people because some people are certain that this will not be a big hurricane when I mean, again, this is going to be one of the most catastrophic hurricanes that West Central Florida has ever had. That's literally what the wording from the National Hurricane Center was today. So, shout out to Evan for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. We are now. This is the hurricane hunters flying on flying into the hurricane earlier. See him flying into the hurricane. So earlier today, I saw the turbulence. I'll retweet the video on Twitter so you can see the entire thing. On the Miss Picky air flight. Actually, let me all right, never mind. That is retweeted. Yeah, it's on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you want to check it out. Let me just said in the chat, nope, you won't find me up in that. Yeah, I know. A lot of people would not be wanting to be in that. I wouldn't either. Personally, I would not want to be in that aircraft. Too much turbulence for me. Too much turbulence for me. The next National Hurricane Center update, again, will be within the next 23 minutes. So we'll have new information here very shortly. I do think tomorrow that we'll have the potential for several tornadoes in Florida. We've talked about, again, a lot of the impacts, but I do think that there will be several tornadoes tomorrow in parts of Florida. Let me go ahead and do local here. Let's find the future radar again. I do think tomorrow, throughout the day tomorrow, really starting around lunchtime and just after, we're going to have several outer bands from Milton coming on shore, and I think we are going to have several tornadoes tomorrow. We might even have a tornado outbreak, Could even see a couple of strong tornadoes mixed in there along and just south of I-4. It's a pretty ripe environment, pretty conditional for tornadoes. So again, anywhere in this area of I-4 and southbound, we're going to more than likely see at least a few tornadoes, if not several. Be mostly a threat anytime from about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning all the way through the overnight hours into Thursday morning. So it's going to be a pretty elongated threat, but several shots of at least some supercells producing tornadoes in Florida. Max, the hurricane now looks like a skull. It's kind of looked like a skull for a little bit. Still looks like it too. Let me take off the cone. Still looks like a skull. Thank you, Taz, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. There are not 2 hurricanes. Again, there is 1 hurricane and 1 big blob of convection. This is not a hurricane. This right here is a hurricane. We're now 5 subscribers away from 491,000. We are going to be quickly approaching 500k tonight. It's kind of crazy. Thank you, Corn, for becoming a member. It is still a Category 5 hurricane, at least for now. All right, the National Hurricane Center has released an update on Hurricane Leslie. That means they're probably going to release this one here in the next, like, 10 minutes. Thank you, GT, for the super chat as well. Should I cancel Disney vacation plans starting Saturday? I think you'll be fine by Saturday. I mean, I doubt Disney's closed Saturday. Unless they suffer, like, major damage, which I don't think they will. I think they'll probably suffer some damage, but I don't think it'll be major. Where's Leslie? It's, like, all the way back out here somewhere. Let me just... I'll pull up the National Hurricane Center map so you can just see it. It's, right out here. Moving to the northeast, it'll eventually kind of turn out to sea. It's Leslie right there. It's nowhere close. Got another little area development going towards Bermuda. Got another one coming off of Africa. So, thank you, Karen, for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate that. I just said I look like a hurricane. I don't even know what that means. Thank you, Ben, for the generous $20 super chat. If you had to give a reason for people to subscribe to you, what would you tell them? I know the answer, you are awesome, but what is your pitch? I don't know. Subscribe. That's my pitch. Thank you, Selfless, for the super chat. What made you get into weather? Been doing weather since I was 3 years old. Watch the Weather Channel. And that's really where it started, and now we're here. I mean, it's a long story, but that's like the simplistic way to put it. I wonder how many people I just convinced to subscribe. Let's see. I think I gained like so far 20 subscribers from that pitch. It was very convincing. Very, very convincing pitch. Can you show us the rain arrival times? Yeah. When will we get a winter forecast? I don't think we're gonna have one this year, Matt. I mean, at this point, we probably won't have one with how hurricane season's been this active. We might get to one like in the middle of October, but it's looking much more unlikely. This is rainfall accumulation that's expected in Florida. Again, this is estimates. Most areas in the yellow and brown will see anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of rain. Some isolated locations up to 15 to 20 inches of rain. And then the arrival of rain depends on where you're at, but we'll start to see heavy rain entering into Florida tomorrow afternoon. For central Florida, for the most part, near Orlando, Gainesville, and eventually going towards Daytona Beach throughout the afternoon. Worst of the rain will be in this blob here near Tampa, but this heavy rain is also going to add on to what we're going to see out of the hurricane. So several inches of rain expected near Tampa, Orlando, near I-4, and just north of I-4. The worst of this rain is going to fall on the north side of the hurricane. So that will happen all throughout the overnight hours Wednesday into Thursday morning. It's going to be a long threat. So, be prepared. And we're now 260 subscribers from 492,000. Sheesh. All right, I think our new update is coming out from the National Hurricane Center. It is. All right, so our new update is out from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to talk about it now. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. If we hit 500,000 subscribers tonight, I'll put on the Buzz Lightyear costume and Gritty. That's the deal. That's if we hit it tonight. If we hit it tomorrow, it's probably not happening. Thank you, Tim, also for the generous super chat. Appreciate that. All right, let's get into the new National Hurricane Center update on Hurricane Milton. The wording that they've used on the general discussion is that Milton is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast of Florida late Wednesday as a dangerous major hurricane. That's the title. Let's get into the stats. Brought to you by the National Hurricane Center. Not actually. All right. Here's the latest data. We'll begin with the intensity of Hurricane Milton, and then we'll go into the notes, discussion, and key points and all that sort of stuff. So to begin with, Hurricane Milton has a minimum central pressure of 915 millibars. So that is a 13 millibar increase over what it was before. It was at 902 millibars as of 3 hours ago. So the pressure has gone ahead and now increased to 915 millibars. The maximum sustained winds are at 160 miles per hour, so that is a 5 mile per hour drop. This is on the basically lowest side of a Category 5 hurricane. All right, so it's at 160 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. It has just barely decreased in intensity. But that said, it is still a very intense hurricane. This is still a Category 5. I mean, a Category 5 hurricane, again, is the highest category that you can possibly get. All right, here's the latest data from the National Hurricane Center. The NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft have been investigating Milton again this evening, providing a number of center fixes, flight level wind data, drop sound measurements, and other valuable observations. Data from the aircraft confirmed that the hurricane had regained Category 5 intensity, which was earlier technically, with maximum sustained winds near 145 knots. The central pressure was as low as 902 millibars. Most recent aircraft observations showed that the central pressure has risen somewhat, so the advisory intensity is adjusted slightly down to 140 knots, which again is 160 mile per hour winds. This is also consistent with the latest subjective Dorvac intensity estimates from both the TAFB and the SAB. Center fixes from the aircraft and satellite images indicate that Milton is heading gradually and it's turning to the left, meaning it's starting to turn now to the northeast. It's going to be heading towards, again, Tampa Bay area of Florida. And it's currently now moving pretty much northeast now, north-northeast. It's moving northeast or east-northeast, kind of in between those two directions, at about 10 knots, which is about 12 miles per hour. So it's speeding up. The system is being steered by the flow between a trough digging over the Gulf of Mexico and a ridge near the Greater Antilles. Man, I cannot speak. Milton should be moving northeastward on Wednesday with a slight increase in forward speed, with the center of the hurricane reaching the Gulf Coast in the next 24 hours or so. So right now, at this exact time, we're about 24 to 27 hours out from landfall. Thereafter, the system should turn to the east and move over the southwestern Atlantic off the southeast coast of the United States, and that'll happen again on Thursday. The official track is very similar to the previous one and is generally a little north of the model trackers, but follows the actual model predicted cyclone center locations. This is close to a blend of the latest GFS and European model solutions. Again, it is critical to remember that even 24 hours out, it is still not possible to pinpoint an exact landfall location. So that is pretty important details. Again, we've been talking a lot about the cone of uncertainty and where this is going to make landfall. It's still hard to pinpoint a location of landfall 24 hours out, which is why the cone is large, and we're going to show you the new cone of uncertainty in just a moment. Milton is expected to maintain major hurricane strength while it moves across the eastern Gulf of Mexico and approaches the west coast of Florida. Although an expected increase in vertical wind shear should cause some weakening, Milton is expected to still be an extremely dangerous major hurricane when it reaches shore. Also, the first stages of extratropical transition may be just underway as Milton reaches the coast, which we've been talking about, which could impart some baroclinic energy and slow the rate of weakening. The National Hurricane Center intensity forecast forecast it's near the upper side of the intensity model guidance after Milton moves over the Atlantic. The global models show the system becoming embedded with a frontal zone, so the official forecast shows the system will become extratropical by 72 hours. So that's 3 days from now, which will again be eventually in the Atlantic Ocean and whatnot. Here's the other thing. We talked about this too. The wind field of Hurricane Milton right now is about 200 miles wide for tropical storm force winds. It is expected to go from about 200 miles wide to 520 miles wide, which is almost triple the size once this moves into Florida. So the tropical storm force wind field is going to basically take up almost the entire state of Florida, or at least the entire peninsula, on tonight, not tonight, but Wednesday night to Thursday morning. So Milton's wind field is expected to grow considerably in size by the time the center moves over Florida. In addition, a large region of the tropical storm and hurricane force winds could occur on the northwest and backside of the storm, since Milton will be interacting with a frontal boundary and beginning that extratropical transition. Damaging winds, life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rainfall will extend well outside of the forecast cone, which is the cone of uncertainty that we've been showing you. This is a very serious situation, and residents in Florida should closely follow orders from their local emergency management officials. Evacuations and other preparations should be completed tonight. You got like 2 hours until tonight's over, or 1 hour. Technically. Milton has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record in West Central Florida. And that is a quote directly, again, from the National Hurricane Center. Milton has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record for West Central Florida. Okay, we're going to go into the forecast graphics. We'll also go through the key messages, because we do have some new forecast graphics that'll be coming out here. We'll see if there's any updates. I mean, I don't know if we'll have huge updates, but we'll see if there's any that are notable. Let's begin with the cone of uncertainty, which we're going to pull up here onto Radar Omega. So we'll pull it up on here. This is a little bit more interactive, easier to see. So let's see if the cone has shifted or anything like that. This is the latest update. So again, here's the details. Again, this is still a Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 160 miles per hour. Wind gusts are at 200 miles per hour. The storm's moving northeast at about 12 miles per hour, and then the pressure has increased to 915 millibars. Okay, so that, again, if you're just tuning in, that's the latest data from the National Hurricane Center. That is a 13 millibar increase from the 8 p.m. advisory, and then the wind has decreased by 5 miles per hour. All right, so those are the two differences from the latest advisory. Next up is, what is the intensity going to be near landfall? Well, here's the thing. They are currently forecasting this to be downgraded to a Category 4 hurricane overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. Still an impactful, powerful hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico with maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. That is a 5 mile per hour drop, not much. By the time we go into tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., or sorry, yes, 8 p.m., this will eventually be it'll still be a Category 4 hurricane, but it'll be on the lower side of things, with it being at 130 mile per hour wind speeds and 160 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, again, I don't want you to get caught up in the intensity, or category, I should say, of this hurricane. We are still going to see major impacts no matter what here, especially in parts of Central Florida, and also on the West Coast, obviously. West Coast going to see the worst impacts. Central and Eastern Florida also going to see their fair share of impacts. This will make landfall somewhere between Clearwater, Florida, and Cape Coral, Florida tomorrow evening as a Category 4 hurricane or a Category 3 hurricane. It'll be on the higher side of a Cat 3 or low side of a Cat 4. The difference between 5 miles per hour is so meaningless. It does not matter what category it is. It is still going to be a major hurricane that makes landfall in Florida. That's going to rip a ton of storm surge into the coast. That's going to be life-threatening, potentially deadly. And then the hurricane force winds to go on top of that are also going to be significant. That's going to cause widespread power outages across the state of Florida. The middle of this line, again, is still a indication of where the highest probability of where this will make landfall is, but we could still see landfall anywhere between, again, Clearwater, Florida to Cape Coral, Florida. After this makes landfall, it'll move inland into Central Florida. Again, the eye could be as far north as Orlando. It could be as far south as Port St. Lucie. It's still a large area. Wherever that eye is going to be a big difference between who sees a lot of rain and who sees almost no rain. We'll talk more about this in a second, but The reason why I'm pointing this out is because if the eye ends up being way up here, the worst of the flooding rainfall would actually be all the way back up in Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, Ocala, the Villages, and Gainesville, and even Jacksonville. If the eye ends up going further south towards like Port St. Lucie, the worst of the flooding rainfall would actually be in Tampa, Four Corners, Orlando, Deltona, and Palm Bay. So you can see there's a pretty big drastic difference essentially if the eye is on the southern or northern side of the cone. And this is a tough situation because we have an easterly moving hurricane, or northeaster, or sorry, I should say southwesterly moving hurricane, but basically a hurricane that is moving from west to east across the state of Florida. These can be hard to predict, especially with the size that this one's going to be. It's not going to be a massive hurricane like Helene was. So the greatest amount of rain is going to be a really, even if we have an eye that makes 10 miles further north of a landfall, it can make a big difference between who sees the most rainfall. In addition to that, this will still be a Category 1 hurricane, even in Central Florida, so just south of Orlando or wherever the eye ends up being. It will still be a hurricane with wind gusts as high as 105 miles per hour. Notice that this is right around 8 a.m. on Thursday, so it's still going to be over Central Florida as you wake up on Thursday morning. And then as we go into the afternoon hours, it will eventually exit into the Atlantic Ocean, and it will not weaken to a tropical storm. It'll still be a hurricane all the way through the state of Florida, and it will be producing, again, widespread power outage potential across much of Central Florida. All right, we also have a storm surge map. We'll see if that has any changes to it. Storm surge map is not updated yet, so once the storm surge map updates, we'll let you know. Again, this is the latest National Hurricane Center update if you're just tuning in. We are going over the new graphics and everything, and we'll be answering questions in a few minutes, so we'll be answering stuff. But again, we're going to wait for the storm surge map to update. Let's jump into some of the stuff that I was talking about, like rainfall. Again, notice this yellow and brown area. That is where our greatest rainfall accumulation is expected. But again, that is contingent on the eye of this hurricane making landfall near Sarasota, Florida. So if it makes landfall further south, you can expect these numbers to actually end up being further south. All right, you can also expect it if the landfall's north of Tampa, these numbers would be further north. So just kind of giving you an idea of where the worst of the rain is going to be. But nonetheless, 8 to 12 inches of rain is expected across all that area. Daytona Beach, Orlando, Tampa, just south of Jacksonville. And then isolated spots could pick up 16 inches of rainfall. Maybe even a little bit higher. And the wind is going to be the worst in that yellow and brown area. That's where hurricane force winds are going to be. This is Thursday at about 2 a.m. So again, notice how it makes landfall. High winds moving inland across areas like Orlando, Daytona Beach, Palm Bay, Tampa, and Sarasota. These wind numbers are not very accurate in my opinion, as I mentioned before. If you go over to this graphic here, this is what I expect in terms of the maximum sustained winds here in the state of Florida. Again, Category 3 plus winds expected in the purple. Category 1 plus winds expected in the red. The orange and yellow is where we're expecting tropical storm force winds. All right, since the storm surge map has not updated yet, let's go through the discussion key messages. Go through the discussion key messages here for Hurricane Milton. All right, so this is the latest on the key messages. A large area of destructive storm surge with the highest inundations of 10 feet or greater is expected across a portion of the west central coast of Florida Peninsula. If you are in storm surge warning areas, it is an extremely life-threatening situation and you should evacuate as soon as possible if ordered by officials. There will likely not be enough time to wait and leave on Wednesday. So if you're going to evacuate, you should be doing it tonight. I would not do it tomorrow. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along the portions of the west coast of Florida where a hurricane warning is in effect. Florida Peninsula and life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in gusts, are expected to spread inland across the peninsula. Preparations to protect life and property, including being ready for long-duration power outages, should be rushed to completion. And then the last key message is heavy rain across the Florida Peninsula through Thursday brings the risk of catastrophic and life-threatening flash and urban flooding, along with moderate to major river flooding, especially in areas where coastal and inland flooding combine to increase the overall flood threat. That's the latest in terms of the flooding threat. And then we're still waiting on the update on the storm surge map. We'll see if there's any changes to that. So we'll continue to be patient and wait for that. I'll answer some questions in the meantime while we wait for that graphic to come in. Lakeland, Florida is going to be mostly a wind concern, but also, there's a lot of like trailers and RVs and stuff there, so that's obviously a big concern there. Thank you, Forrest, for becoming a member. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button and subscribe down below. If you subscribe to the channel, you also have you'll have access no matter what. But if you subscribe to the channel, you'll at least be able to see me in your feed tomorrow if you want to watch live Landfall coverage. And as well as we'll have another update probably tomorrow morning that's live. So if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Click the bell icon as well so you're notified with the latest live updates. And we are just waiting the new storm surge graphic if there are any changes. So we'll keep waiting. Thank you, Dennis, for the $10 super chat. It won't really affect the hurricane. It's just a blob of storms. Sounds good, Daniel. New storm surge graphic is up. It has not updated for me yet. I don't know if there are any changes, but that's what we're trying to find out. Still hasn't updated on my end yet. Thank you, Tom, for the $10 super chat. I mean, a lot of the models that we've looked at for this hurricane are hurricane models. The hurricane models have been very accurate with intensity and stuff. So, yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, the hurricane models were pretty spot on with both Helene and as well as Milton. So, it's pretty bananas. All right, woo. All right, we have an interesting storm surge forecast. All right, we have actually changes to the forecast for storm surge. Only one change I'm seeing, or actually two changes, maybe three changes that I'm seeing. These are interesting changes because this mostly applies to the Tampa Bay area. But look at actually many changes. All right, it's a lot of changes on the west coast of Florida. So first change that I'll point out is that the storm surge forecast between like Spring Hill, Florida, all the way back through the Big Bend mostly has either decreased or has stayed at the same intensity. So Anclo River back through Aripica is now 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. They've also decreased the peak storm surge just by a hair for Anclote River back through Egmont Key. So that's just to the west there of Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, as of right now, still forecasted to see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge tomorrow. That has not changed, at least for now. And then 10 to 15 feet of storm surge is now expected between Egmont Key and Boca Grande. So this area has actually now been increased around and just to the west of the Charlotte Harbor area. So the storm surge has actually increased there, which is interesting. And I actually agree with this. I do think our worst storm surge will really be hammering right along this area of Florida, especially with the most recent model trends with this making landfall perhaps just south of Tampa. Charlotte Harbor is still 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. Bonita Beach through Chokoloskee is still 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. Flamingo down that direction, and the Everglades is still around 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Florida Keys are still 1 to 3 feet. And then also for the Palm Beach and Martin County line back through Sebastian Inlet, we are expecting 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. Sebastian Inlet all the way back through the Altamaha Sound is still expecting 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. And St. John's River, which a lot of people have been asking about that, currently expected to see between 2 and 4 feet of storm surge here in Florida. And then also further the north from the Altamaha Sound back through Edisto Beach, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge is expected in those areas. And then small storm surge all the way at the top left or top right of your screen for Edisto Beach and South Sante River in South Carolina. So again, the biggest changes that we're seeing are all mostly where this is going to be making landfall. So Charlotte Harbor back through Suwannee River, those are the changes on the storm surge forecast. How many subscribers? We've just crossed 493,000 subscribers. We're now under 7,000 subscribers away from 500K. Thank you, Selfless, for the $20 super chat. These kind of live stream updates are unreal compared to disaster coverage in the past. Thank you to the internet. Thank you to YouTube Live. And thank you to the people like you, Max. Appreciate that. Thank you. Tim, I saw that. I already saw that. That was a little earlier. Appreciate it, though. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Shannon, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. But as a reminder, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe and click the bell icon so you're notified. We are going to be live at least for Landfall tomorrow, but we could have 2 live streams tomorrow. We might be doing an update, and then we might be doing just a main live coverage. So make sure to subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live for both of those streams or one of those streams. We'll also have a video tomorrow morning. And we're also going to be live here for at least 2 more hours, I think, tonight. Talking or answering questions, talking about Hurricane Milton. So stay tuned if you want to ask questions, if you need something to chill to. Again, we'll be talking all about Milton here over the next couple of hours. And we'll also be seeing, again, if we can somehow potentially hit 500,000 subscribers tonight. If we can hit 500,000 subscribers in this stream tonight, I will wear the Buzz Lightyear costume that somebody mailed me today. It's fantastic, I know. You're probably going to be really enticed to subscribe now, but that's apparently the deal. Is a new Cone of Uncertainty released? We just talked about it, but yes, it is. This is the latest Cone of Uncertainty. Again, the biggest change is that the Cone of Uncertainty is now only from about Clearwater, Florida for landfall. This is, again, where landfall would happen. Anywhere from Clearwater, Florida, all the way back through Cape Coral, Florida. That's the range that we're talking about right now for landfall. So it can happen anywhere in those areas. I don't know where to put this. I'll just put it right here. Those that want to see it. Can you stay up all night? I'm not going to stay up all night because I want to be able to go live tomorrow. We'll be live here for at least 2 more hours. We'll be answering your questions again. We'll be here for at least 2 more hours answering questions, going over Hurricane Milton. But I mean, I want to make it so that we have a video tomorrow morning at like 7:30 or so. And then we go live maybe in like the late morning for another update, and then perhaps the landfall coverage. Like I kind of want to time it right, if you know what I mean. I've gotten pretty good with hurricane coverages recently because we've covered now 5 different hurricanes. We've covered Hurricane Beryl making landfall in the United States. We covered Hurricane Debbie. We covered Hurricane Francine. Now Milton. We've covered everything. How's it going, Brandon? Welcome back. You perfect for the super chat. Should people that live on the lakefront property in Central Florida be worried? Not really. I mean, if you're talking about like storm surge, unless there's a river, like if you're talking about like a lake in like, I don't know, Kissimmee, Florida or something like that, like you're not going to see storm surge there. So Brandon Kopic is here for 500,000 subscribers. All right, guys. You know, we're now under 6,000 away. We've got hit in this stream. It's got to happen. I think it's possible, guys. I'm not gonna lie. We're like about 5,000 away. We're actually getting really close. It might happen tonight. You're in Kissimmee? What are you doing in Kissimmee? Are you gonna chase the tornadoes tomorrow? Guys, I call it Kissimmee, Florida. I've always called it that. I've been to Kissimmee, Florida, like several times too. The number is just jumping right now. About 5,500 away right now from 500K. Thank you, ASMR, for the $10 super chat. Subscribe to him. We all got to see him in the Buzz Lightyear costume. Oh man. Thank you, Xoration, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Xoration. Heard about the costume and could no longer resist the urge to donate. You got me. I didn't buy this costume. Somebody fan mailed it to me. I don't even know if it's gonna fit, to be honest. But we'll see if it happens. Again, we've now just a little under 5,500 to go. I can't believe how close we are. It's actually kind of crazy. I wasn't really thinking we would actually hit it tonight, like when I've been saying this, but now I'm actually kind of concerned we are gonna hit it. We are 5,300 away. Thank you, Shannon, for the $10 super chat. Do you see us wobbling back north? A hurricane like this is naturally going to wobble back and forth. So, I mean, it could wobble north, it could wobble south, and that's why it's hard to predict exactly where it's going to make landfall here in Florida. But we do think it'll make landfall just south here of Tampa. Brandon just said you were at 474K when I was at Applebee's. We've gained 20,000 subscribers since Brandon Kopic was eating at Applebee's. That's kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. Alright, guys. We are now sitting about 50 away from 5,000 away from being at 500K. And there it is. We've now hit 495. We have now 5,000 to go. Holy cow. Unwarned tornado near Key West? I don't see an unwarned tornado. There are storms forming here, though. We actually might get a little water spatter tornado going here. Maybe a one, like, offshore here. I don't see anything, like, moving inland, though. Hey, Alicia for the super chat. Thank you, Christina, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Hey, Brandon, you'll do it. You'll do it tomorrow. 100%. You'll do it tomorrow. Brandon Kopic's gonna hit 200,000 subs tomorrow. Gotta do it. Any thoughts on Cape Coral? I think Cape Coral is gonna be hit really hard by this hurricane. Like, I truly do. I think Cape Coral is gonna be hit substantially when it comes to storm surge. Like, I think storm surge is gonna be devastating for that area. And hurricane force winds also a big concern, but I think storm surge is really the biggest concern for Cape Coral. We are now 4,500 subscribers away from 500k. And the counter is going to be at the top right of your screen, so we'll just keep it there. I can't believe this. Thank you, Ryan, for the $20 super chat. Should my mom stay in Northport or go to the villages? Let me figure out where Northport is first. I mean, if you're in an area that's prone to storm surge, I don't know if Northport is, but if you are prone to storm surge there, I would. If you are in a sturdy structure that can hold, 110 mile per hour winds, then I think you're okay there, but just need to make sure that you're staying away from windows when the worst of the wind's happening. The villages, though, would be a safer option. Thank you, Real, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Brandon Kopic said in the chat, Northport floods easily. I would get out of there. I was there for Ian. So that's what he just said in the chat. Alright, guys. We're 4,300 subscribers from 500k. I cannot fathom how close we are currently to this milestone. I honestly did not think we'd be even close to this at all in 2024. Like, even a month ago, I was like, I'm not getting there. There's no shot. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Unsubscribing does not help, by the way. Unsubscribing and resubscribing does not do anything. Just letting you know. Is Miami going to get hit at all? It'll be mostly just tropical storm wind gusts and wind speeds. And also, I just want to point this out. This live stream has just hit 1 million views. Which has never, this is the first live stream that we've been live for that we've ever had 1 million views. So thank you to everybody that's tuned in. We've never had a 1 million view stream when we're live. We almost did last night. Tonight's has now just officially hit 1 million views as of literally a minute ago. Some W's in the chat for that, I guess. And we have just now hit 496,000 subscribers. We got four more thousand to go for 500k. Hey, Moonlight for the super chat. I stumbled across your channel as Helene was making Landfall. Great coverage. I recommended it to everybody. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bro had 492,000 subscribers when I tuned in 10 minutes ago, and he has now 496. We're climbing to 497 right now. What will the wind speeds be in Port St. Lucie? Probably around... I would say, like, the peak wind speed will be, like, 70-ish miles per hour. There actually are hurricane warnings now for that particular county. I don't think this county was in hurricane warnings, but now they are. So Port St. Lucie is now in a hurricane warning, so you can expect hurricane force winds to be likely there. Thank you guys all for the super chats. Appreciate it. You need to slow down your chat. I have my chat slowed down substantially. Like I can slow it down a little bit more, but not by much. There's just a lot of people excited right now about this milestone, and then also people asking questions. I'm trying to answer questions while all this is happening. Tampa is not cooked. I wouldn't say Tampa is not cooked, and I also wouldn't use the word cooked. It's a weird terminology for this, but I would say Tampa right now, you're still going to see hurricane force winds almost no matter what tomorrow, no matter where this makes landfall. The best case scenario, again, is it makes landfall south of you. That would limit the storm surge. There would still be storm surge. It just wouldn't be as significant. It would be catastrophic, again, if the eye made landfall up here and the storm surge went right into the bay. That's been our biggest concern literally this entire time, and now our concern has shifted a little bit more towards the Charlotte Harbor getting the worst of this surge. So it's kind of a bad situation all around, no matter what happens. Are you able to go over wind shear? Yeah, we can talk about that in a few minutes. Talk a little bit more about that. Hey, Bad Co for the super chat. I appreciate you being here since 100k. Oh, no problem, by the way. Yeah, I actually did a cameo yesterday. I've been getting cameos like up the wazoo recently. I can't even do all of them. There's too much stuff happening. Your channel is undergoing rapid intensification. I guess so. Brandon Kopic just put a quote in the chat. We can talk about it after we hit 500k. Maybe. Do a cameo right now. I'm not doing a cameo on stream. What time is landfall expected to be at? Landfall, I think, will actually be around 1 or 2 a.m. on Thursday. So it'll be like just after midnight tomorrow, I think, is when landfall will happen. But we'll already have impacts starting around like 2 to 3 p.m. Like impacts will begin around 2 to 3, and they're going to ramp up from there. So our plan right now on this channel for landfall live stream, we'll probably start our landfall live stream around like 5 or 6, maybe a little bit after that. We might have a stream though before that. We might have like a little update stream with some cameras and some other stuff. So yeah, that's a possibility as well. We'll at least be live for landfall, but perhaps even beyond that. Key West is somewhat safe. It just depends. Again, storm surge 1 to 3 feet is expected. Tropical storm force wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. All right, the latest NATOcast just came out. NATOcast is a experimental tool. It's pretty good with forecasting tornado threats, and they actually have a hatched area for tornadoes, which I agree with, by the way. Not about the exact area, but in the general part of Florida, central and southern Florida tomorrow. What that means is that we might have a couple of strong tornadoes tomorrow along and just south of I-4. But they do also have higher probabilities than the SPC. I could see there being an enhanced risk for tornadoes tomorrow in the state of Florida. That'll be mainly south of I-4. And we are now 25 subscribers from 497,000. We are inching closer to 500k. This is insane. This is literally crazy. Thank you, Mary, for the super chat. Thank you, Russ, also for the super chat. Anna Marie Island. Anna Marie Island is going to see, I think, significant storm surge there and hurricane force winds. Those are the biggest concerns. That's that's just off of Tampa Bay. All right, we now have 3,000 to go. Thank you, Becky, for the Venmo. Appreciate that. I've clarified this a lot. But again, the convection blob that we are seeing northeast of the hurricane is just showers and thunderstorms. It's nothing else beyond that. It's not a second hurricane forming. It is not the space lasers injecting whatever into it. Again, it's just some rain, and this is what we're going to see tomorrow in Florida. It's going to be heavy rain. That's some of the rain that we're going to see. It's just a lot of moisture out there. Thank you, Jill, for the super chat. Hudson? Anything? I don't know where Hudson is. Let me look where that is. Hudson, Florida will probably be more of... I mean, storm surge right along the coastline's a concern, but I would expect more of a flooding threat when it comes to rain. We could see 8 to 12 inches of rain up there, and then in addition to that, I would expect the potential for hurricane force winds. Buzz Lightyear would like to know if the space lasers, because he's a space ranger. Okay, stop. Stop it, please. Oh my god, guys. We're 2,500 subscribers from 500k. I cannot believe this. I know there's a hurricane coming tomorrow. I know. It just, this blows me away that we're even this close. I literally, two years ago when I started doing this very frequently with live streams and stuff on YouTube, I never anticipated getting anywhere close to this. And we are now 2,500 subscribers away from 500,000. Brandon Kopic just says, personally, I think we may see it remain as a Category 4 hurricane at landfall. We may be surprised. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, it could still be a low Category 4 upon landfall. Like, I've been saying either low-end Cat 4 or high-end Cat 3. I'm still leaning towards, like, a low Cat 4 upon landfall. There was an 11 p.m. update. We already went over it. We can do a little recap, though, here shortly. Thank you, Seagull and Sean, for the super chats. I appreciate that. Thank you, James, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Oh, man. Thank you, Stephanie and IYK as well. How's it going, Kelly? Appreciate you tuning in. We're closing in on 498,000 subscribers. By the way, thank you to anybody super chatting. There's too many of you super chatting, but I do appreciate the generosity. What are the update intervals? The National Hurricane Center does the bigger updates with cones changing and storm surge forecast changing and stuff like that at 11 p.m., 11 a.m., 5 a.m., and 5 p.m. And then the interval updates are at 2 a.m. So our next update's at 2 a.m. Then we have a 2 p.m. update, and then we have an 8 p.m. update and an 8 a.m. update. So basically every 3 hours is an update, but every 6 hours is a major update. Thank you, Brandon Kopic, for becoming a 2-month member. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, dude. Can you post a donation link again? Are you talking about for the Y'all Squad? If you're talking about the Y'all Squad donation link for the charity, it is in the description. I'll post it in the chat as well. If you're talking about donating to me, there's also a link in the description. I honestly would rather you guys donate to the Y'all Squad, though. It's a non-profit 501c for storm relief for Hurricane Milton. And we are now 5 subscribers from 498, and there you go. We're now 2,000 subscribers away from 500k. Dude, I might low-key cry when we hit this, dude. That's literally bonkers. Thank you, Brian, for the $25 Venmo, and also Lisa for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Englewood is going to be hit pretty hard. Again, if you're in Englewood, basically anywhere in this area, I would expect the greatest storm surge impacts to be across this coastline. Thank you, Tracy and Robbie, also for the $10 Venmos. You're the first person who ever got me to listen to the weather. That's actually impressive. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Cassie, for the $5 Venmo. Alright, before this happens, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break and pee. I'll be back. Stay tuned. I'll be back in a moment. All right, we're back. Shout out to Brax to the 5 gifted members. Appreciate it. Thank you, Eminem, also for the super chat. If you are just tuning in, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Again, Milton is a Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 160, pressure at 915. It is forecasted to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane or a Category 3 hurricane upon landfall in Florida tomorrow, somewhere between Clearwater, Florida, and Cape Coral, Florida. We'll be answering more questions and stuff like that in this stream. Again, we'll be answering questions, stuff like that, but we are potentially about to cross a very historic moment. We are now within 1,500 subscribers from 500,000 on this channel. So, top right of your screen, leave the counter. I don't think this hurricane is really going to impact Miami that much. Again, I think tropical storm wind gusts like 50 to 60 miles per hour is possible. Aside from that, a lot of people have been talking about Miami. I really don't think Miami's going to be that bad. Wow to 2024? Yeah, wow to 2024. The traffic has slowed down on that traffic cam. Yeah, we'll find another one. I think the traffic in general is starting to become better. Traffic is definitely not as bad as earlier. As I say that, the next traffic cam I find, there's a lot of traffic. PDS gritty? This chat's going insane. We are now under 1,300 subscribers away from 500k. When will Port St. Lucie start seeing winds? I would expect them to start ramping up closer to like 10 to 11 p.m. tomorrow night. This is from CIRA on the GOES 19 high-resolution satellite from earlier today on Milton. That is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Crazy little loop. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Thank you also, LG, for the super chat as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's the goal again. The goal here on this channel is obviously to save lives and, you know, provide life-saving information. It has always been the goal. Where are the birds in the eye? We don't know. I didn't see anything on the birds today. There was nothing about the birds from what I saw today. Thank you, Ben, for the $20 super chat. I cannot believe we are... Can't comprehend how we've even gotten here, but like... We are now about 1,200 subscribers from 500,000. Thank you, Cassie, for the Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you, Shay, also for the super chat. And Chicky for becoming a member. Category 4 at Landfall. Again, it's very possible. It's either going to be a high-end Cat 3 or a low-end Cat 4, in my opinion. I don't see it be much higher or lower than that, though. So it's still going to be same impacts no matter what the intensity is. Category number, it's a number that I don't think you really should be caught up in. Again, whatever, it's still going to cause major impacts no matter what the category is. I have to get this Buzz Lightyear thing ready. I don't know how you open this package thing up. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. This is like the... I really didn't think we'd get to 500k tonight or even get close to it. That's gonna be a mess to put on, dude. Oh, man. We are now under 1,000 subscribers until 500,000. Holy crap. I can't believe this, dude. I cannot. Thank you, Danielle, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. just literally crazy. I cannot comprehend what we're at right now. Shout out to Integration for the $50 $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Put some W's in the chat. Okay, this number is quickly climbing now. We are within 800 subscribers of 500k. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the $25 Venmo. We are quickly approaching right now 500k. I'm not ready for this, dude. I'm not. I did not expect us to get this close today, like, at all. This is literally crazy. The number at the top right is actually going faster. I don't even know what's going on there. Thank you, John, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. We are now under 500 subscribers to go. $250 to go. Thank you, Tyson, for the 5 gifted members. We're gonna have to full screen this. We are very close. Thank you, Mike, for the $500 super chat. Put W's in the chat for Mike. The $500 super chat. You guys are way too crazy. 50 to go until 500k. 20, 10. We've officially hit 500,000 subscribers. I cannot believe that. Wow, that is insane. 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Wow, I can't even. We are now halfway to 1 million, apparently. I'm stunned. I mean, I didn't expect this at all. Like, this year. Thank you, Phil, for the $50 super chat as well. Thank you, Tygo, for the super chat. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, anybody that super chatted, Venmoed, or anything. You guys are way too kind. And thank you, Colleen, also, for the $20 super chat. I guess we gotta put on this Buzz Lightyear costume, don't we? Oh, God. That was the agreement. Wow. Thank you to everybody that supports the channel. Thank you to all the mods, members. If you're just even if you're a subscriber, like, seriously, I appreciate all the generosity, and I don't know how we even got here. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how we even got here. Now the question is, how do I even put this thing on? Thank you, Alicia, for the super chat. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. It's crazy. Thank you, Shri, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Shri. I've got to get up and put this thing on. I am currently... I don't even have everything on yet. Apparently there's a... Is there a helmet with this thing, too? I feel like I'm going trick-or-treating right now. That's literally what it feels like. Thank you, Amy, for the super chat as well. I'll go full cam. Give me a minute. I gotta figure everything else out here. It's like a whole collection of stuff. We got glow sticks in this. Like, what? What is this supposed to do? Is this a hat? Oh, God. Am I supposed to put this on my, like, shoulder or something? I didn't read the instructions. I'm just putting stuff on as I think it goes. I feel so ridiculous in this. I'm not gonna lie. We'll get a full body view. You gotta give me a minute. I'm trying to figure out how to put this thing on. I'm in pants. I haven't been in pants in Florida in like so long. What's this fit? What am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to put it on my back or something? I guess I'll do that. And we got like a little... Oh god, this is actually a thing. This is the dumbest thing ever. I don't even know if I have this on right. Alright, let me try to full screen this a little bit. This is the worst agreement I could have come to for 500,000 subscribers. Let me like the wings are cooked. I don't know where the wings are supposed to go. I'm not gonna lie. I know they're supposed to go on your back, but like, I don't know where the camera was before. It was like right there. Camera's off-centered. It's good enough. Alright, well. It's the Buzz Lightyear outfit. Thank you, Tara, for the $200 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Tara. Well, appreciate you guys all subscribing to the channel, and yeah. Alright, back to the hurricane and back to answering questions. After that madness. Thank you, Dan, for the $10 super chat as well. Appreciate it. I don't know what any of this other stuff is supposed to be. Alright, let me turn off the subscriber count. We're not going to have that on the entire time. Alright. Oh, I got to buzz gritty? Oh, I forgot. I have to do it gritty. Oh. Oh, this thing came off. Oopsie. I had to do it gritty. Alright, after the gritty, we'll go back to answering hurricane questions. So dumb. What does my life come to? We were a weather YouTuber, and now we're turning into a Buzz Lightyear, apparently. Alright. Back to seriousness. Thank you also to Joe and Mean for the super chats. I'll keep the buzz thing on, but not that. Alright. We catch up on some stuff here. Thank you, Robin, for the $25 Venmo. Thank you, Kenneth and Lisa, for the Venmos, and Elizabeth. Thank you, Shade, for the $10 super chat. We expect to see this outfit tomorrow. I'm not wearing this tomorrow. For Hurricane Landfall coverage, there's no shot I'm wearing this tomorrow. Do you have cameras set up anywhere for the hurricane? Yeah, we have Radar Omega Mesovorts, which you can watch inside the Radar Omega app if you're a subscriber. They're all up and down the west coast of Florida. We will also have several storm chasers out there for landfall, and we'll also have the traffic cameras that Florida has put up in those areas, so we'll have plenty of live shots tomorrow. All right. Finishing up updating some stuff. You kept your word? I didn't think I would have to keep my word, I'm not gonna lie. I really didn't think we'd hit it tonight at all. I thought we'd get to like 490 and call it a night, and we actually hit 500k, which is crazy. Thank you, Pamela, for becoming a member. I'm not gonna lie though, this costume is kind of comfortable. I'm actually vibing with this. It's like, it's nice and like light. You know, like the pants are light, and the sleeves are light. I honestly might wear this tomorrow, just because it's actually comfortable. Thank you, Russell, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate the $50 for 500K. Appreciate that a lot. Again, a lot of people have been asking. I've gone over this a lot, but again, this is our hurricane. This convection that we are seeing is going to be heavy rain and thunderstorms, but it is not a new hurricane forming. So, letting you guys know. I bet if you start wearing that costume regularly, you will get to 1 million subscribers in a month. I just don't think so. I think I'd lose subscribers. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat as well. Is this forecasted to be a 4 at landfall now? Well, the landfall, the intensity right before landfall, about 5 hours before landfall, is currently forecasted to be a low-end Cat 4. And again, I've gone over this several times, but I don't think that the intensity, like the category, whatever this is on landfall, matters. Because the impacts are still going to be pretty much the same. Even if this is a high-end Cat 3, because 130 miles per hour, that's on the cusp of a Cat 3. Like, you can go 1 mile per hour lower, and it's a Cat 3 hurricane. So, you know. Doesn't really, I don't think it's going to make that major of a difference, regardless of its category. Jake just said, Darth Vader at 1 million subs. Voice changer 2. I'm not doing Darth Vader. Shout out to Kyle with the $29 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a member. Are the ocean temperatures accounted for? Yeah, they are. I mean, and the water temperatures right now they're 85 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit. The reason why this is going to weaken is not because of the water temperatures. It's because all of the vertical wind shear that is going to be increasing here in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, especially tomorrow. So that's the reason why it is going to be weakening. Thank you, Selfless Flower, for another $20 super chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate the generosity. You guys are way too kind, by the way. Appreciate all the super chats and memberships and all that. I really do appreciate it. Appreciate everybody subscribing too. I can't believe we hit it, but here we are. What's the expected storm surge for St. Petersburg? Currently, the latest forecast is that we'll be seeing somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to, or this is actually the old forecast. The new forecast is in the ballpark of 9 to 13 feet of storm surge in the St. Petersburg area, right? Yeah. It's like it's about 9 to 13 feet, 10 to 15 feet. It's basically the same thing. It's still very life-threatening. So the storm surge forecast still remains pretty high with this. What are you going to do for 1 million? I have no clue. I don't have any plans. I mean, I didn't really think we would hit 500K so fast, but we have. Thank you, Minion, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that a lot. By the way, I do want to give you guys a heads up. If you do, after this, we're going to talk more about the hurricane. But I just want to throw this out there. We are going to have 500,000 subscriber merch. All right. We are going to have a limited release t-shirt. All right. We already have that now on our shop at shopmaxvelocity.net. It is limited release. It's only going to be sold. I think we're only going to sell like 100 or something, or 200. So it's going to be limited. If you want to purchase it, it's at shopmaxvelocity.net. It should be on the site here in a minute. It's not actually yet, but it will be in a minute. That will be on the site. So if you want to check that out whenever it comes out. For some reason, it's not out yet. But once it's out, it'll be out. I'll put the link in the chat when it's out. But that'll be out. And then our limited, we'll have a limited edition signed hat. But that will not come out probably for at least a week or two. Because I don't have any hats yet. So once we have them signed and stuff, we'll start shipping them and stuff. But we're not going to put that out there until we officially have it. So. But it should be up in a minute. The shirt will not be signed, though. Only the hat. Alright. Now into the questions and stuff like that. Like, we'll be live here for another hour and a half or so. We'll be answering questions from here on out. Alright, it is now on the site. So it is on the site if you want to pick one up. Limited release. Links in the description if you don't see it in the chat. Thank you, Vegas, for the $10 super chat. How does the large storm complex affect the intensity or path of Milton? I don't think it'll impact it that much. And I really think that, you know, with the computer models have been accounting for this quite well. They've been accounting for this as if it's just going to be a big blob of rain that hits Florida tomorrow. The vertical wind shear is really what's going to weaken this. It's not the rain that we're seeing out in front of it. This isn't like a supercellular storm where there's a tornado and like there's rain cool air out in front of it that kind of hinders its development. But again, I still do think that with the intensity that we still have right now with this hurricane, I do think that a low-end Category 4 hurricane, which is low, I say low-end in terms of wind speeds, but like it will be probably a Category 4 hurricane upon landfall in Florida tomorrow night, if not a high-end Cat 3. So, yeah, I mean, again, I don't think this is really going to play a factor into its intensity, but I do think that this will dump more rain across central Florida. The hat is not sold out. It is not selling yet. Because we don't have any yet. Otherwise, you'd be waiting for a while. I'll put a note on the website just so you can... whenever anybody goes to see it. Is this going to impact Orlando? Orlando will be having hurricane force wind gusts. That's the current expectation. And then flooding rainfall will also be a possibility. It's going to be highly contingent, though, on where the eye of this hurricane goes. If it goes further north, the flooding rain will be more to your north. If it goes right over the middle of this track, you'll be dealing with flooding rain. And even on the south side of this, you'll probably still be dealing with the potential for, 8 to 12 inches of rain. So, flooding a big concern in hurricane force winds. Thank you, Murax, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Murax. Appreciate that. Can't make any guarantees on not having Culvers, but is the hat gonna have a trampoline on it? Right now, it's just a basic design. I mean, for 1 million, we could do that, but 500K is gonna be a little bit more simplified. We'll bring that sort of stuff back probably for like $1 million or something. Thank you, Kelly, for the $15 Venmo. How's it going, Brett? I'm not saying that phrase. Still not saying it. Can you answer my question? It's important. Will Daytona Beach get hit bad? Depends on what you mean by bad. I think Daytona Beach, for the most part, going to be hurricane force wind speeds. I think flooding is going to be a concern. 10 to 15 inches is what I'm thinking for rainfall. And then storm surge along the coastline, which will be somewhere between 3 and 5 feet. So that's the current expectation. No problem, Jenny. Appreciate you tuning in. What about Lakeland? Again, we've talked about Lakeland a lot. I think it's going to be mostly hurricane force winds and then, again, 8 to 12 inches of rain. Those are like the biggest concerns. I think in Lakeland, if you're like in a mobile home or something like that, I would be considering... I would have already evacuated to this point because I do think those are going to be heavily damaged from the winds that we're going to be seeing. So right now, the current plan, again, we'll be live here for at least another hour and a half, but I just want to mention that the current plan for hurricane coverage tomorrow is that we will be live starting sometime in the mid to late afternoon when the impacts are beginning to be felt. So we'll be live whenever the impacts really start to ramp up, and then we'll be live all the way until and probably through landfall. So we'll probably be live for at least 8 to 10 hours tomorrow. The other thing I want to mention is that we'll have a video early tomorrow morning, and we'll also have we'll probably have a live stream in the late morning tomorrow with an update. So stay tuned for that. Again, click the bell icon down below and subscribe so you're notified with that update. Melbourne, Florida. Melbourne should be mostly for wind speeds. It should be mostly around around like I'd say Melbourne probably gonna be like 65 to 75 miles per hour for like a peak wind. Wind gusts could be up to 85, 90. How do I join to become a member? It's the join button down below, or it's also linked in the description. Tampa is not safe. No, again, you're not safe even if if you're not in the cone of uncertainty. You're also not technically safe. All right. Again, the cone of uncertainty is where the eye of the hurricane is forecasted to go. Is this live? It is live. Yes, this is live. It is a live stream. We're still going to see impacts though outside of the cone. And Tampa, you're not. I wouldn't say safe. I want you to be safe. I want you to be prepared, but like you're not technically safe from the impacts, if you know what I mean. Guys, you guys are going absolutely crazy with these limited release shirts. Well, I think we've already sold like I don't know how many, but we're only gonna have like a couple hundred of the 500k shirts. So if you want to pick one up, definitely recommend doing it ASAP because they are selling like hotcakes. Again, the link's in the description. I'll put it in the chat again if you missed it. Put the sub counter back up. I'm not doing the sub counter again because I don't want it to be a distraction for hurricane coverage tomorrow or today. I only did it because, you know, 500k is a huge milestone, but I'm not going to have it up tomorrow. No reason to. Unless we hit 1 million tomorrow, right? No, we're not gonna hit 1 million. But these streams are meant to be professional. It just, you know, got sidetracked. All right. West Palm Beach. West Palm Beach will be mostly winds around like 45, 55 miles per hour. Not really expecting anything else there, though, really, to be honest. A tornado threat also going to exist. I haven't really pointed this out. For all these areas that we're talking about, we are going to have an elevated tornado risk tomorrow, especially along and south of I-4. We could even have a tornado outbreak tomorrow, so make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place for that. Thank you, Tyler, for the super chat. My sister is at Disney. Disney's one of, like, the safest places to be during a hurricane, in my opinion. If you had any option in like Orlando, it's usually a pretty safe bet. Sometimes you gotta have fun. Wouldn't be able to do this without the support of and subs. Yeah, I mean, you know, I know a lot of people. Like, there are some people here on, you know, that come into my chat and they're like, why aren't you being serious? What's going on here? This is a very like serious, like this is obviously a serious situation, but like there are instances like for a couple minutes maybe where there's a joke or something, right? Like, you know, we're all human beings. I think that when it comes to hurricanes, and obviously this is not, we're not having landfall right now. We are just discussing the hurricane. This is a forecast and discussion and stuff. But I think when we're in this sort of situation, you know, we've already just addressed basically everything that you need to know. We're still answering questions though. But I think the biggest thing is that, you know, you need to laugh once in a while. All right. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. So I think that even with a situation like this, it's always good to at least maybe have a laugh once in a while. You need to sign one of your shirts and sell it for $200 to help with fundraising. I actually wouldn't be opposed to that. Wouldn't be opposed to that. It'd just be hard to organize. I wish we didn't. I say this, like, I wish we didn't hit 500k today because I wasn't prepared for it at all. Like, everything would be signed if it wasn't for that. I literally did not expect to hit it this week, so. But I will consider that after the hurricane's over tomorrow. Thursday and Friday we'll look into doing some fundraising stuff. Like, we're already with the Y'all Squad. We're already, you know, raising money for the Y'all Squad. The link's in the description if you want to donate. But beyond that, like, we're going to try to raise as much money as possible tomorrow for Hurricane Milton relief efforts, and as well as hopefully on Thursday. So, but we'll try to do some creative stuff too. St. Augustine Beach. St. Augustine Beach is going to have 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. And I'm pretty sure all of St. Augustine, at least within the city limits, is currently in a mandatory evacuation order. Thank you, Cassie, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you're giving Connor Croft that Woody outfit, that'd be so funny if we did that at the same time. It'd be hilarious. Hey, Vortex for the super chat. Do you think that that forward convection could spawn clockwise tornadoes due to the shearing from the hurricane? I would probably lean towards probably no. I mean, like, there are already water spouts happening with this. Like, we've had several fishnados or water spouts just offshore of Florida. You can even see them right now in real time. But these are all, like, you know, they're all spinning counterclockwise. Like, this is pretty typical for a tornado. We got winds going towards the radar, away from the radar, and that's your counterclockwise spin. I don't really see it I don't really see us having that many clockwise tornadoes even with this system that's developed out in front of it. I do wish we kind of had a better radar view of that convection, because I'm kind of curious to see if any of it's really rotating. It looks like we have some rotation, it's just hard to tell, but we've had several water spouts offshore. Like, imagine if there was land right here. Like, we would be having a full-blown tornado outbreak tonight just out the Cape Coral. That's like saying, imagine there was a big mountain right here. We wouldn't even be talking about this hurricane. Like, it's basically the same exact thing. What is it, a category 4? No, it's a category 5 hurricane still. Category 5 hurricane, maximum sustained winds currently sitting at 160 miles per hour. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. It is still a category 5. Yeah, this is still a category 5 tonight. And it will probably stay category 5 intensity until you wake up tomorrow morning. And it should be category 4 by then. Let me check and see. I haven't checked in a few minutes. Let me look and see what our hurricane hunters are up to right now. We got one that's flying out right now, but all of the other missions are finished. So we don't have any hurricane hunters inside of the hurricane. So the next time we'll actually get data will be tomorrow. Thank you, Peach, also for the super chat. The eye has stayed very organized. Yeah, it has stayed very organized. You know, with that said, I just, again, the pressure's been increasing quite a bit. So, I don't know. I don't see this staying at category 5 level until landfall. I don't think it's going to intensify further tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if it, like, maybe minimally intensified tonight, but I think it's a low chance that we really see any major intensification. Any chance this changes course? I mean, it could change course like a little bit. Like, it could go maybe a little bit further on the south line of cone of uncertainty, or a little bit further north, but I don't think it's going to be a major change again. I think it'll be a very small change. If we have any sort of track change, it'll be within the cone of uncertainty. I don't see this making landfall further north of Tampa, or even further south, like near Cape Coral or southwards. It'll be in this cone of uncertainty. Do you think there could be an early morning tornado outbreak in Cape Coral area? I don't know about early morning. I would say probably after sunrise. That's when I think the tornado threat will start to be existent. But it is a fluid situation, so have a way to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place. Matt, hey Max, are you single? I am single. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not ready to mingle. I know the Buzz Lightyear outfit might, you know, might be giving some hints here, but no, we're not ready to mingle. I'm way too busy as it is right now. Like, literally no time in my life. Thank you, Jay, for the $20 super chat. In a manufactured mobile home in North Fort Myers, made it through Ian, went right over us. Do you think Milton can top Ian for North Fort Myers? I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm surprised it made it through Ian. It went right over you, but I would, I mean, if it was me, I would evacuate, but I would go to a safer place like a shelter or a hotel. But with what you just told me, I mean, I think you'll be okay. Just I do not trust mobile homes or anything like that with like winds that are gonna be this high. The winds won't be nearly as high in Fort Myers as, like, you know, the Tampa area, but it's still gonna be pretty high. Just realized bro is in a Buzz Lightyear outfit. Dude, I literally grittied with this like 25 minutes ago when we hit 500k. Thank you, customer service, for the $10 super chat. How can you think it would be in the cone if the center line is basically the exact bottom line of yesterday's cone? Well, I mean, again, the greatest confidence is that it'll make landfall in the middle of this cone of uncertainty. That's why the line's kind of there. The problem is the cone of uncertainty, it's hard to educate people on, because people think when you look at the cone of uncertainty, this is the line where it'll make landfall and these are where the impacts will be felt, and that's not true. Like, the cone is where it could make landfall and impacts could still be felt elsewhere. It's hard to communicate the message sometimes because the cone is pretty hard to communicate. Thank you, Marcus, for the $20 super chat. Will it be too late to leave Bradenton to go to Lakewood Ranch? I don't know where Lakewood Ranch is. That's not even that far of a drive, so I don't think it'll be that bad. I mean, if you leave tomorrow morning, you should be able to get there. It's not really that far away. Again, this is all rain and storms. This is just heavy rain. It's not a new hurricane. It's just a big blob of convection. I know we're looking at the infrared imagery, and it might look like another hurricane developing like this, but this is just a lot of cold cloud tops, big thunderstorms, and that's it. Just a lot of rain that's going to be heading into Florida tomorrow. That's all it is. It's a big rainmaker out in front of the actual hurricane. For 1 million subs, you should do a stream looking like your desktop background. We're not doing that. I'm not doing a Grandpa Velocity cosplay. I think I'm alright. A flood on top of a flood? Pretty much. I mean, this rain, that area of convection, though, is factored into the forecast for rainfall. Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. Landfall is currently expected to be around midnight tomorrow. So it's a little over 24 hours away. Did you dress up like Buzz yet? I already have. Yes, I already have dressed up like Buzz. Already done that. Do you know when you're doing the hats? Hopefully next week. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I could start selling them now, but I mean, I don't want to have people waiting like a month for them to ship. So, hopefully next week. We're gonna try to do that after this hurricane. Dude, can't you upgrade to 1080p? We are running on 1080p right now. We are already on 1080p. We should be on 1440p, but we haven't gotten there yet. We had some streaming issues when we did that for some reason. They should be corrected now, but we'll see. Hey, Epode for the $30 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Epode. Appreciate the generosity. When's the next Hurricane Hunter get there? We have one flying right now. There's one that's starting to fly. I'll put it up on the map here. One has begun to fly. This one's back up, coming out of Gulfport. That's the new flight, the new plane, near Gulfport in Mississippi. And that'll be flying into the hurricane. It'll probably get there in about an hour. The hats are not sold out. Once again, the hats are not sold out. They will be starting to be sold in mid-October. I'll keep you posted when that happens. They will release in a week. They'll probably release in like a week. The shirt is already out. The shirt is limited release. And it's only going to be like 200 that are going to be sold, and we've already sold almost half of them. So, if you want to pick one up, it's the link pinned in the chat. It's also in the description. And it's also posted in the chat. Do I need to subscribe to Radar Omega to see the hurricane cams? You do. Yeah, if you become a subscriber inside the Radar Omega app, you'll get access to all the Project Mesovorts. And there's 6 of them right now. I think they're going to be 10, though, tomorrow. That's what I was told. So we'll have pretty much at least 6, but perhaps even 10. Valerie asks, why so confident in the models when there has been such change in the past 12 hours? We see this windshield effect a lot. Models go back and forth. It depends on the parameterizations and the intensity of the hurricane, which is why Hurricane Hunter data is actually important. It actually can give us better parameterizations for, being able to forecast where this can make landfall and such. But with that said, I mean, the models are very consistent, and when they're consistent on one area, and even if they go back and forth a little bit, they are still really, I think, in a good range of, of having a good forecast. It's under dispersive, but they're also, within a reasonable area, especially with the environment that we have. It makes sense. So. Okay. Thank you, Sean, for becoming a member. Thank you, Thomas, also for the $10 super chat. What is that line? Did you solve? What is that line? You're talking about the middle line on the map here? That's the National Hurricane Center middle line. Alright, I'm just letting you guys know, because everybody keeps putting in the chat that hats are sold out. Alright, the hats are not sold out. They will be released in probably a week. I have put that message on the site, and I've also removed the hat, just so the confusion stops. Alright, so the hat will not release for a week, and it will be signed by me. It's actually going to be signed. That one will be signed. Okay, back to questions. And also, I need to check on this. Thank you, Ted, for the $10 donation. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you to... Okay, let me read this message again. I'm missing a ton of questions. Most of my family's in Lakeland, but my uncle is still in Palm Harbor and won't budge. I'll check where Palm Harbor is. I think Palm Harbor, like, you're going to see storm surge. Depends on where you are, but there's going to be storm surge there. It's, again, you can't really control what people do, but I do think that, if this does make landfall south of Tampa, storm surge will probably not be as bad up there. With that said, I would still evacuate. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, there's not much else you can say. I would evacuate if you're up in that area, because you are in the potential, if this does end up making a further north landfall tomorrow for whatever reason, you could see upwards of 10 feet of storm surge in that area, which would be life-threatening. This is like the Twitch for nerds? What? What do you even mean? What do you mean, brother? Lucas, I think you'll be alright. Just stay away from windows during the hurricane in Orlando. I still rock the 250,000 subscriber merch. Yeah. I need to figure out how many people are going to actually buy hats. It's going to be a limited release thing. Like, we're only going to, like, I'm going to have to sign every hat individually and, like, ship it individually. I'm not sure how many hats we're actually going to do. I'm pretty sure we're going to do, like, 200 hats, too, or 250 hats. How do I get an unsigned hat? We could do an unsigned hat, too, that's not limited, like, release, or limited edition. We're going to figure all this out after the hurricane, though. I don't, there's so many things happening with the hurricane. I'm more focused on the hurricane than a few hats. Like, I know you guys care. We got to focus on the hurricane. I'm currently in North Sarasota. Should I leave? I mean, again, you only got a few, I mean, you should be evacuating tonight if you're going to evacuate. Like, personally, I would leave. But, you know. That's just me. But you only got really not even 12 hours really to evacuate. You got very little time. You really shouldn't wait till tomorrow. But worst case scenario, you try to leave tomorrow morning. Hey, Bobby, for the $20 super chat. If this wasn't... Chat's going so fast. Sorry if this wasn't asked, but how is Boca Raton going to be looking? Isn't that the East Coast? Boca Raton's mostly just going to be tropical storm force winds. There's not much else going to be happening there. Maybe an isolated tornado threat tomorrow. Hey, also Selfless for the $10 super chat. Dundon. Dundon's the same situation that I was just talking about in Palm Harbor. I mean, again, if I was in the situation there being there, I'd evacuate myself, but it's a situational decision. Thank you, DCS, for the $20 super chat as well. Disney area will be mostly hurricane force winds. That's going to start late Wednesday night and go all the way through Thursday morning. It's the biggest concern for Orlando. And in addition to that, we'll be watching for some flooding rainfall. So 10 to possibly 8 to 12 inches of rain being possible there. Currently, Hurricane Milton is working over the highest amount of cyclone heat potential, which may actually help the hurricane more to intensify over the next few hours before it hits wind shear tomorrow. So there's a possibility overnight tonight that this hurricane actually does become slightly more intense and then weakens during the daylight hours tomorrow. Thank you, Lily, for the super chat. Doesn't it look like it's moving more towards Miami? This is a 30-minute loop, and it's one frame at a time. If we do a more long-term loop, you'll see it's moving more to the east-northeast, but it is beginning to take that turn more to the northeast. So it is turning. This is a blob of convection. It is thunderstorm activity. It's rain. It is not a hurricane. It's not a tropical storm. Once again, this is not anything other than rain and storms, which is actually producing a few water spouts offshore, but it's not another hurricane developing. I keep seeing a lot of people saying that. Thank you, Sundrop, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Is there lightning in the eye? I would assume so much. We'll look in a second. This is also a more 4 to 5 hour loop here. The reason why the shirt, by the way, is $50 on the dot is 1, because it's 500,000 subscribers, and then 2, it's limited release. It's only going to be limited in terms of how many are going to be sold. Is my car safe in Daytona Beach? I don't know. I can't really answer these questions because, I mean, like, your car could be parked on, like, in a beach parking lot, and it's not going to be fine. It could be parked in a parking garage on the 5th floor, and they'll be probably fine there. Like, I can't answer questions like that. Like, you could ask me, like, bro, some of these questions, like, I understand what you guys are trying to say. It's just, like, I don't know anything about you. I don't know where your car is. Like, it could be parked on a plane flying over Daytona Beach tomorrow. Like, it could be inside of a plane. I don't know. It could be getting shipped on a plane. I don't know even if that's possible, but, like, that's a possibility. Like, I cannot answer questions like that have no specifications. Thank you also, Zom, for the $5 donation with the donation link. The Fishhawk area. I don't know where that is in Florida. It doesn't pop up. Zach, I'm wearing a Buzz Lightyear outfit right now. If you go back like 30 minutes in the stream, we did a gritty with it on. We're hitting 500k today. Hey, JD, for the super chat. I'm flying home to Jacksonville from LAX Thursday at 3 p.m. Odds that flight happens. I'd say like low, medium. Feel like a 30% chance. Might get delayed. Thank you, Cody, for the super chat. GFS in the Gulf of Mexico on the 20th. Guys, we are not forecasting hurricanes 12 days out. We can barely... This hurricane happened with, like, 5 days notice, 6 days notice. You think we're going to get one with 12 days notice? It is very hard to do that. With that said, I'll look at it and see if it actually shows. Lithia, Florida. Lithia will be mostly hurricane force winds. That's the biggest concern. And perhaps, I would say probably in the ballpark of like 6 to 10 inches, maybe 8 to 12 inches of rain. Again, isolated locations could be higher than that, though. Yeah, the GFS... I really hope this doesn't happen, but the GFS shows another hurricane near the middle half of the month, around October 20th, 22nd. But again, the GFS model has shown this a few times, very different scenarios every single time, and it has not been consistent. Like, if you go back to the 000 model run, I mean, it doesn't really show anything. So, like, it's inconsistent. There's nothing beyond this right now that we can forecast that's coming to the Gulf. So, no need to be concerned right now. We are, again, in a very active part of the hurricane season, but can't really predict that right now. Much more concerned about this hurricane. Will it be okay in Elkhorn, Wisconsin? I think we'll be all right up there. Hey, Chrissy, for the $10 super chat. Would you consider dating if they were right person? Asking for a friend. I mean, I'm down, but, like, I'm telling you, like, I am so busy, it's not even funny. Me and Connor Croft were talking about this earlier when he was live. I was talking to him, and, like, we're chatting. I was like, neither of us have really any time to, you know, partake in dating. We are very busy people when it comes to weather. It's a very, I mean, what I do on YouTube and, like, in general is very time consuming. Like, you guys might understand that, but, like, doing videos and live streams, it doesn't just take 8 minutes to make a video. Like, it takes way longer. It can take hours to make a video. And live streams are the same way. Like, we're 4 hours into the live stream, but prepping for a live stream like this takes a lot of time. So, thank you, Joshua, for the $10 super chat. We are pretty certain that we are going to see some weakening tomorrow. Again, it might not be significant, but this right here is where we're watching for wind shear tomorrow. So as this hurricane approaches, we are expecting it to weaken. Hey, Marble for the $10 super chat. You answered the dating question and not the Ryan Hall question. What was the Ryan Hall question? I don't know if I'm even gonna be able to find it. Somebody repeat whatever the Ryan Hall question was. I would love to hear it. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Thank you, Moon, for the super chat. It's just a blob of convection. Again, rain, storms, not a hurricane. That's not, this is the hurricane. No, it's looks weird, but it's creepy to be asking for max velocity to date you. Wow. 2 weather channels beefing? Me and Ryan Hall do not have beef. I work with the Y'all Squad. Like we like collaborate. We're gonna be raising money for the Y'all Squad probably in tomorrow's stream more than anything, and advertising it more. I literally talked to Ryan Hall like in a Discord call like last week. Like we are not beefing. There's no beef. I still don't know what the question was, but I mean, I don't think it's really important. Deltona will be mostly hurricane force winds and perhaps 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. Those are the main concerns up there. Would you leave from eastern Sarasota County? If you're like over in this area, I think you are like okay. But if you're in like again, an area that is prone to storm surge or a low-lying area for flooding, or if you're in a mobile home or an RV that's not safe from hurricane force winds, then I would leave. Hey, Freddie for the super chat. Ocala, Florida, I would say winds up in that area. I mean, it's going to depend on where the eye is, but a general estimate, probably between 65 to like 90 mile per hour winds. How much wind? A lot. Yeah, I mean, depends where you are in Florida, but yeah, there's going to be plenty of wind out of this hurricane. Money, I wouldn't be, I'm not super concerned about wind in Port St. Lucie, but again, if you don't feel safe there, I would again evacuate. I'd at least try to find a shelter for the night when the wind is peaking, or really it's gonna be more during the early morning hours, or like stay at a friend's place or something. It's always better to be safe than sorry. But I mean, personally, if I was there, I would feel a little bit more safe. But again, if the eye, for whatever reason, does make landfall further south tomorrow near Cape Coral, then you're in a worse position, because there will be more than likely damage to that mobile home. You are under a hurricane warning too, and they have already advised that you should not be in a mobile home. Thank you, Lisa, for the $10 super chat. Thank you also to Jonathan for the super chat. How much storm surge in Naples? In freedom units, as in height in Burger King Whoppers. Well, how large is a Burger King Whopper? A Burger King Whopper is 2.5 inches tall. So in Naples, Florida, we are expecting around 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. So let's say it's 8 feet. So storm surge could be as tall as 34.5 Whoppers. 38.5 Whoppers in Naples, Florida. That's a lot of Whoppers. Now, it depends on how those whoppers are prepared, right? They could be smushed down. They could also be, you know, the ones that they advertise. You never know. Thank you, Yoshi, for the $10 super chat. I mean, the wind will probably be upwards of like 80 to 100, and or I would say that maybe 75 to 95 in like Palm Bay by the peak, which will be early Thursday morning. Are you married? No. If I was married, I probably wouldn't be wearing a Buzz Lightyear costume right now. Gotta be honest. So Landfall is a Category 4 hurricane. I'm leaning towards this making Landfall as at least a low-end Cat 4, so like 130 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. Thank you, Freddy, for the super chat. Why iPhone weather slow, less winds than you guys predicted for Ocala? The weather app is not what you want to be using for winds. The weather app is not really something you want to be using in general for a hurricane. I don't know what the weather app is saying for like Sarasota, Florida, but I doubt they're saying like 100 plus mile per hour winds. And that area is probably going to get 100 plus mile per hour winds. So the weather app is it's good for your normal forecasts like sunshine, rain, that sort of thing. But like when we're talking about hurricanes and stuff, I don't think it really has that stuff taken into account. Thank you, Selfless, for the super chat. For those who haven't evacuated by now, what's your advice? I mean, it depends on the situation. If you have evacuation orders, or if you've been advised to evacuate, you should evacuate, and you should be doing that now, no later than early tomorrow morning. But otherwise, I mean, there isn't much more time. People have already been told to evacuate for the last couple of days in various parts of the state. How long will Orlando get hurricane force winds for? It will probably last for most areas for hurricane force winds, like inland, probably like 2 to 4 hours or so. That'll be like the estimated time. So I'd say 2 to 4 hours. Maybe Brian, and as well as Michael. Generosity. You have a great voice. Thank you. This voice has been used up quite a bit over the last few days. Talking about this hurricane. Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall right around high tide in Florida, which will end up enhancing the storm surge for areas like Venice, Florida. So that's not a good thing. All right. What's the protocol for those still there? You better be prepared for whatever impacts you're expected to get. If you're on the coast with storm surge, you better be ready to get the highest floor possible. And just ride it out. I mean, again, there are going to be lives lost. It's almost undoubtable with this hurricane. I'm saying that in the lightest way possible. Like, it's expected to happen. Because there are going to be people that stay on the beach or something like that. We hope nobody has that, happen. But, like, with the impacts that are expected, there are a lot of people in this area. In Cape Coral, Northport, Tampa, and there will be people that stay there and make the mistake. So there are people that really underestimate the intensity of hurricanes like this. Even if it's a Cat 3 or Cat 4, whatever it is, people underestimate hurricanes. Especially people along the coastline. Again, I can't stress it enough. The coastline is going to be hammered by this hurricane. Like Northport, Cape Coral, those areas are going to be hammered. Like inland, it's more of the rain that could lead to flooding, and then the wind. that could lead to trees falling onto a home, or, you know, damaging a mobile home or an RV, like that sort of thing too. And there are people, I mean, there are parts of Florida without gas too. That's the other problem. Like, some people can't evacuate because they waited, because there's no gas essentially in a lot of areas. Like, I'm pretty sure like 20% of Florida does not have like gas anymore, like in terms of gas stations. I saw that earlier today. I'm not sure if that number is still accurate, or if it's even higher, but you know, we're in a situation where, like, even if you want to evacuate right now, their chances of you being able to, you know, are relatively on the lower side of things. How's it going, Tyler? I had cheese curds back on, I don't know, it was whatever day this was a Cat 1 or Tropical Storm. I think I had cheese curds on, and then it became a Cat 5 like a day later. It's kind of crazy. Put some W's in the chat for Michelle with the $50 super chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate that. And thank you. Thank you, Sarah, also for the super chat. Tampa winds will probably be upwards of 110 to 115 miles per hour at the peak. And here's the wind map for reference. So we are expecting Cat 3 level winds or so in that area as we go into tomorrow night. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are going to have several live cameras, storm chasers out there tomorrow throughout the day, so make sure to subscribe down below. And also, I do want to point this out. Apparently, this stream today is the most liked stream that we've ever had. So thank you to anybody that's liked the stream today. Just realize that. We have 30,000 likes on today's stream. Any update on the bench cam? There are 6 cameras out there right now, and none of them currently have a view of a bench. So we'll see tomorrow. I think they're supposed to add a few more. So I could be wrong, but I think they're adding a few more. Let me double check the message. I could have sworn they said 10. Yeah, they're going to have 10 cameras, so they'll have 4 more added tomorrow. Where those will be, I'm not sure yet, but there might be a bench. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Did I peep the NATO cast? I did. Yes, I do think the NATO cast is honestly onto something. I do think it's onto something. There's still a lot of traffic on... We haven't been on the screen in a while, but there's still a lot of traffic there on that I-75 camera. I don't know what the other camera on the left's even looking at anymore, but there's still a ton of traffic. Tons of evacuation still underway there. Got my max velocity 500k shirt. W. Yeah, we're quickly selling out of those 500k shirts. Again, if you do want to pick up a limited release 500k max velocity shirt, again, there's only we're already sold out of half of them. So if you want to pick one up, it's the link that's pinned in the chat. It's also in the description. I'll post the link in the chat again. We'll have the hats release again sometime later in the month, because the hats are not ready yet. The hats will be actually signed. So the biscuit for the super chat. This hurricane reminds me so much of Katrina. I'm having flashbacks. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to compare this to Katrina, but I like, if this was actually gonna like 100% hit the north side of Tampa, like, I think that this could be very easily compared to Katrina, because the water would literally just be sitting in the bay for like a day, and it would be catastrophic for Tampa Bay. Right now, the forecast is that it could still make landfall anywhere from north of Tampa back through Cape Coral, with the highest likelihood being somewhere over here near Sarasota or Englewood. Am I in a Buzz Lightyear outfit? Yes, I am. Again, that was for 500k. Hit it like an hour ago. But yeah, again, where this makes landfall is pretty crucial to, you know, what actually ends up happening, but... Oh, that camera is not the right one. All right. Like the roads are starting to clear out quite a bit now. Traffic is definitely lower than before. Not seeing any like traffic really anywhere. No big backups anywhere. Traffic is very light tonight, from what I'm seeing across all of Florida. So, you know, if you have any plans to evacuate, pretty good time to do it. Thank you, Dave, for the super chat. Let me get some water. Where's the airplane? It's right here. It's on the top of your screen. Airplane is going south towards the eye. Let's put on the Buzz Lightyear helmet for 1 million subs. We already did that. We already put it on for 500k. I got a full outfit. Like, somebody literally mailed it to me. Right now, the tropical storm force wind field for Milton is about 230 miles wide or so. It's going to be about 520 miles wide or so when it makes it to landfall in Florida. So it's going to be basically over doubling in size. What conditions will be felt in California? Nothing. Not even close. Somebody just asked if they need to... I'm not even going to read that. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll be live for landfall coverage of Hurricane Milton tomorrow. New SPC mesoscale discussion indicating that a tornado or two cannot be ruled out over the next few hours in far southern Florida. Very rural areas, but that's just west of Homestead, Florida. There are a couple of supercells that are making an approach to southern Florida right now. And yeah, I would not be surprised if one of these is producing a tornado in Florida soon. Like, man, that is actually kind of crazy, these supercells. This one right here is coming together really hot. Probably got a large water spout offshore just north of Layton. That's going to be moving into a very rural area, but near 9336 Road. Pretty good chance we'll have a tornado overnight there. Far southern Florida. The pressure of the eye right now is at 915 millibars. And there's, again, a Hurricane Hunter aircraft coming in the next hour, and they'll have new observations. Thank you, Neil, for becoming, or for the super chat. Thank you, Baker, also, for becoming a member. Thank you, Lucy, for the Venmo. Port St. Lucie, again, hurricane force winds are now more of a possibility. I'd say it's going to be somewhere around 60 to 75 miles per hour for the peak. It'll be more of Thursday morning for the highest winds. Who else had a drink tonight? I honestly, after all these hurricanes, I'm going to have a drink after all this stuff happens. Like, Thursday night, I'm at least having a drink. Like, I'm telling you, like, we've been working... We worked 24/7 pretty much when it came to Helene back 2 weeks ago, and we're doing the same thing this week. Like, pretty much working, I wouldn't say 24/7, obviously I sleep and stuff, but like, we're pretty much working 24/7. So, cannot wait for a break from hurricanes. I think everybody can agree. What would a Cat 6 hurricane look like? TikTok. That's what it would look like. How's it going, 1920s? Can I do a 3D view of infrared? Yeah, this is a 3D view. Let me take off the cone. There's a 3D view of Hurricane Milton. Am I old enough to drink? Yes, I am. I know I'm wearing a Buzz Lightyear costume, but yes, I am old enough to drink. Sorry, I'm just catching up on a couple notifications here. I've not looked at my phone in like 5 hours. Okay. You're gonna go trick-or-treating with that this year? I'm not doing trick-or-treating. I'm too old for that stuff. No shot. No shot. Thank you, Sunny Side, for the super chat. Look, appears to be another eye forming in the outflow. Excuse me? I lost the message. This chat is so fast. Oh, I'm guessing you're talking about... Again, this convection, I can't stress that enough. This convection is just a big blob of rain and storms. It is not a hurricane. It's just a lot of rain. Again, I know it looks scary, but it's just a bunch of rain. And so, again, it's not a full-fledged hurricane or anything like that. It's a lot of rain. That's all it is. Thank you, R, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for R. You reach 1 million subscribers. Would you ride out with... Oh, this chat's so fast. Would you ride out with the storm chasers in your Buzz Lightyear costume and report in the field? Honestly, this is an idea that I have right now. I actually have an idea. When me and Connor Croft do that storm chasing stream, whenever that happens, I'm gonna have to put on the Buzz Lightyear costume. He has to do the Woody costume. It'd be so hilarious for that stream. It'd be so funny. It is an idea that I have, though. Thank you, Brittany, for becoming a member. Thank you, by the way, to everybody that's tuned into tonight's stream. I want to thank you again. This is the most liked stream we've had of all time, and also the most viewed stream we've had of all time. Appreciate the generosity. You guys are crazy. Brandon Kopic just said, someone get me a T-Rex costume for tomorrow. That would be hilarious. You should go to Walmart. They'll probably have them. Nobody's buying T-Rex outfits right before a hurricane. Ryan Hall has his chat set to limit 1 message per 5 minutes. He does? 1 message per 5 minutes? I have it at like 1 minute and 15 seconds. I feel like that's already a long time. Have a good night, Douglas. Hey, Richard, for the $20 super chat. There isn't... I mean, there's a theoretical limit, like a mathematical limit. It's like around 215, 220, I would say, for a mathematical limit. It's very rare to get a hurricane over 200 miles per hour winds. So, thank you, Neil, for the super chat. I don't know, Neil, about wood frame. I have no clue. I'm not a builder, and I'm not entirely sure about that. But Mount Dora, like, I'm not sure what it can exactly withhold, but wind speeds are probably going to be around 70 to 95 miles per hour in that area at the peak. So, thank you, Corn, for the super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you picking up a shirt, by the way. Now finally saying it'll likely be a low-end Cat 4 at landfall. They have it at low-end Cat 4 like hours before landfall. I honestly think it'll be a low-end Cat 4 at landfall, though, in Florida. All I'm saying is if we get another hurricane after this one that hits the United States, I might lose my mind. I'm done with hurricanes. I didn't want this one either. Like, nobody wants hurricanes in general, but like this is not something that I do not think anybody wants another hurricane. Like, these are annoying. We've had, I think, out of all the hurricanes we've had this year, I think we've had 9 or 10 in the Atlantic Ocean. I think 5 have made landfall now in the United States. We've had, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong, but we've had Debbie, Beryl, Francine, Milton, obviously. There's one more I'm forgetting about. Thank you, for the $20 super chat. Oh, Helene. So that was literally 2 weeks ago. Helene, 5. That's 5 different hurricanes that we're gonna have making landfall in the United States. 3 of which have made landfall in Florida. We had 1 in Louisiana and then 1 in Texas. That's 5. I like your glasses. Thank you. Can't believe we've had 5 hurricanes make landfall in the United States this year. Does anybody know the most hurricanes to ever make landfall in the United States in a given year? Anybody got a statistic on that? I'm gonna look. There's a lot of data here. I don't feel like reading through all this. 2020 was a big year. We had 5 hurricanes in 2020 make landfall. Thank you, Mayor, for the gifted member. Thank you, Corey Gherkin, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that, Corey. Some W's in the chat for Corey. Appreciate the generosity. When is the hurricane expected to touch down? This isn't an airplane. It'll make landfall sometime around midnight tomorrow. So we had 5 in 2020, so this year would tie that. In 2017, we had 3. 2005, we also had 5 hurricanes make landfall in the United States. I mean, I don't know if there are any years that we had more than 5 hurricanes, but if anybody can find the statistic, then let me know. 15 in 2005. I'm talking about landfalling hurricanes in the United States. Landfalling hurricanes. I'm not talking about in general. I'm talking about landfalling hurricanes in just the US. 7 in 1886. How in the world did they know that back in 1886? I actually genuinely want to know. I don't know if they have like actual data that they're able to measure back in 1886. A lot of the weather tools that we have now, like a lot of them have been invented in the last like 100 years. What am I more scared of? Tornadoes or hurricanes? Personally, for me, I would be like, if I'm talking about like in general, I would personally be more scared for a hurricane over a tornado. You Brandon Kopic for the $20 super chat. Corey's sock is stuck in the ceiling. Please help. Appreciate the message. We'll get on that. Might have to call 911. We're using Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That's the app that we're using right now. The infrared imagery, satellite imagery, and the mesovorts that are the live cameras on the beaches are only available to subscribers in the app. So if you want those, again, you have to become a subscriber. But definitely worth it, in my opinion. Thank you, Wrigley, for the $20 super chat. Here in the Keys, we are worried about Nadine. It's coming next. I'm gonna be honest, Wrigley, I'm not talking about anything other than Milton for the next, like, 36 hours. We're not looking ahead to anything else, because there's nothing else even developed out there that is posing a threat to the United States other than Milton. You know, Jack was for becoming a member. I'm so hungry right now. I literally ate like 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. I'm actually hungry. Bro, this is what I looked like with the gritty earlier. Oh man, that's an awful look. I'm not gonna lie. People are gonna think I'm crazy. Release that on a shirt? Oh man, nah, no shot. Thank you, Selfless, for the super chat. Eat? Cheese curds for dinner? I'm not doing cheese curds. Nothing's even open. I mean, I'll be eating a snack probably. That'll be about it. Maybe eat some of the Bucky's cashews. These are everything bagel Bucky's cashews. This will likely landfall as a Category 4 or a high-end Category 3 hurricane. I might honestly have to order DoorDash tomorrow on our live stream, though. It might actually have to happen. Yeah, sounds good, Riley. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. Or Brandon for the super chat. Dude, I'm reading your message and I'm saying super chat. My brain is so locked in. Northport is going to have big surge. Would not advise being there, is what Brandon Kopic just said. Thank you, Steven, for becoming a member. How do I become a storm chaser? Got any advice? Should ask Brandon Kopic that question. Got any advice, Brandon, on how to become a storm chaser? I need Cuban coffee. I don't drink coffee. I drink tea. I used to drink a lot of Diet Coke, and now I drink tea. Use that Tinder, or use that photo as your Tinder profile. Not happening. I'm not making a Tinder profile either. Brandon said, for advice on becoming a storm chaser. Best advice on being a storm chaser. Lots of socks. I have to agree with that, actually. Lots of socks are required. Can you make a Roblox account? What do you think this is? This is a weather channel. Again, this is not vape. It's a water bottle. I do not vape. I do not smoke. Do not do anything weird. It is a water bottle. I'm gonna have to get one of those, like, hamster things. Like, the hamster things that you just suck out of or whatever. That like, water jug. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't know what they're called. That's what I'm gonna need. Thank you, Randy, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Shout out to Lisa with the $20 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you to anybody, by the way, super chat or become a member. We are going to be making a donation ourselves as well to the Y'all Squad after Hurricane Milton. And, yeah, it wouldn't be possible without you guys, so I do appreciate your support. We'll be doing that after Landfall. We'll do it on Thursday or Friday. And we're going to be talking more about the Y'all Squad tomorrow with the nonprofit organization that we're currently collaborating with for relief efforts in Florida. Again, Hurricane Milton is expected to cause the potential for catastrophic impacts, and there are going to be many lives changed tomorrow and on Thursday. So, if you feel so... if you feel in a way that you'd like to contribute to this nonprofit, there is a link in the description. It is the Y'all Squad, but I'll put the link in the chat as well if you'd like to contribute. And we'll talk more about it, though, tomorrow. We're going to talk a lot more about it tomorrow. Hey, T. Ribber, for the $20 super chat. Like Kopic, you're doing well at being a good person. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Wide Awake, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Brandon just said Daddy DoorDash tomorrow. Bruh. Stephen for the $10 super chat. We're going to evacuate? No. Not as of right now. Thank you, Alfred, for becoming a member. We EPO'd for the $15 super chat. Probably not. No, it's too far to the north. Probably not. We're gonna make a video and get some sleep, and then also, We'll be live. And my plan right now is that we'll be live tomorrow for landfall coverage, probably starting around like 5 or 6 or something like that. We'll be live during the peak. Might do a live update earlier than that, but I don't know yet. We'll just see what happens. Honestly, depends on when I wake up. I'm gonna try to sleep in tomorrow because landfall coverage, it's gonna be a long one. But we'll be answering questions again for a little bit longer here. So if you have any more questions and comments, concerns, feel free to put them in the chat. 6 hurricane landfalls in 2004, 2005, and 2020. Okay. So this year's not far off from that. Tampa is not in the clear. Why do people think Tampa's in the clear? We haven't even had anything yet. Yeah, that's a W, Brandon. That's a long sleep. I wish I could get that much sleep. There's no way I could sleep till 1 p.m. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. The adrenaline rush is what kills me. Like, I get a serious adrenaline rush, like landfall days. Been sub for years. I live in Cape Coral. Will I be okay? I mean, it depends on your situation. I don't know where you're at. I don't know if you're in a 2-story building or a mobile home, or I don't know if you're in Long Beach. I have no clue. I think Cape Coral is going to be one of those areas, though, that is hit a little bit harder than most along the east coast of Florida. Or west coast of Florida, sorry. Thank you, Daniel, for the 5 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Daniel. Thank you, Deidre, also for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I won't sleep till 1. Are you kidding? I don't have sleep longer than 5 hours at a time. I got you. Yeah, I usually go to bed at like 2 or 3, so I'm not very good with sleep schedule. Trampoline alert yet? It's already at a gone forever stage. We're already at the highest risk that we can have for flying trampolines tomorrow and Thursday. So we are going to have several airborne trampolines, I think, tomorrow. Will you play Fortnite with me? You'd even spell it right. Can we see the graphic for the trampoline? Here it is. Gone forever stage for flying trampolines. I'm used to a house full of kids waking me up screaming, "Daddy!" Now, yeah, I mean, I get that, dude. I don't get it because I'm not a parent. I still have yet to have a girlfriend, but you know, I get what you mean. I don't know why. Like, it's happened every hurricane this year. Like, for whatever reason, I have an adrenaline rush. Like, I wake up and I can never go back to bed. Like, it happened this morning too. And today's not even the day of landfall. Slept for like 6 or 7 hours. When in doubt, evacuate. I agree, Shelly. I do agree. Disney area will be mostly hurricane force winds, and then potential for 8 to 12 inches of rain. Typically, my adrenaline rush happens after I lose my window. Not wrong. That's never a good situation. 0 tornado warnings? Yeah, I mean, we've had no tornado warnings when we've been live yet. We could get one here soon, though, in southern Florida. There are a couple of storms here that are rotating. If one of these can enter into the Everglades here, we might get an isolated tornado. Appreciate that, Lexi. Thank you. I do think tomorrow, though, we have a chance at a tornado outbreak, like low-key. Low-key, high-key, whatever you want to call it. Will this 4080s with the $10 super chat asks if this hurricane will affect my Minecraft world? Great question. Thank you, D-Man, for becoming a member. Tell Milton we don't have his stapler? What does that even mean? Boca Raton should be mostly tropical storm force winds. Other than that, not blah, 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 can't speak. I'm not expecting anything else other than tropical storm force winds there. The Office? Oh. Apparently people think I'm the Dwight from The Office sometimes. I'm like, I do not look like Dwight. Office Space reference? What is that? Never even heard of that. You sure do. I do not look like him. Hey, Donna, for the $20 super chat. Hey, no problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Stay safe. It's a movie? Oh, I thought it was a show. I don't watch movies. Trust me. I've still yet to watch the Twisters movie. Like, I'm so bad about watching movies. I've watched maybe like 2 movies in the last like 3 years. Did I just see in chat? Dude, I'm not even reading that. This chat is so unhinged right now. I'm expecting landfall just around, probably just after midnight tomorrow. So maybe like 2 a.m. Thursday or something. Corey just fell down the stairs? What? Corey fell down the stairs? No shot he fell down the stairs, dude. Might actually, you know, the socks were at the ceiling. Might actually have to call 911 now. Oh yeah, the we've been live so long, the 00Z hurricane model runs are coming in. This hurricane model drops the pressure down to 883 millibars overnight. I'm not sure that's gonna happen. And it makes landfall just south of Tampa as a category 4 hurricane, which is interesting. Where am I broadcasting from, good sir? Somewhere on Earth. In a Buzz Lightyear costume. When's the next update? 2 a.m. An hour from now. Airplane is still a ways away, I think. Still good ways away right now. Still probably about like an hour out, I would think. Maybe a little bit quicker. It's coming all the way from, you know, Mississippi, so. How long until landfall? We're about 24 hours exactly out from landfall. About 24 hours out right now. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we're gonna have live updates, live video, or we're gonna have live streams tomorrow, or a live stream for landfall, and perhaps even an update tomorrow. So make sure to subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. And make sure to like the stream if you've been enjoying it so far. Don't forget, we are using the Radar Omega app. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of Hurricane Milton, you can download it with the top link in the description below. It is on iOS and Android. Today's stream is also brought to you by ESP Shelters. If you need a shelter, like a storm shelter that can prevent, or at least basically save you and your family from hurricane force winds and even the potential for tornadoes, you can get one on espshelter.com. It is the second top link in the description below. These are above ground storm shelters. They'll keep you and your family safe from the next natural disaster. And highly recommend you check it out. Again, they're much cheaper to install than an underground shelter, and these will actually keep you safe too in a hurricane in case there is flooding. So definitely recommend you check it out. Appreciate both Radar Omega and ESP Shelters for sponsoring today's stream. You think 1 million subscribers is possible tomorrow? We're not hitting 1 million subs. That takes so long. You don't even understand. For the record, hitting 500,000 subscribers. So, hitting 100,000 subscribers took 1.5 years from where we're at. To go from 100,000 subscribers to 500,000, it took 9 months, 8 months. So, I mean, it's been taking a way less time to get there somehow. Brandon, there's no shot. Oh, man. Dude, how's that even happen? You want me to show this on stream? The shenanigans the day before Landfall. Somebody falling down the stairs. A storm chaser falling down the stairs. You can show it. Corey Gherkin fell down the stairs. And fell down. After having some, apparently, socks in the ceiling or something. You might need a, might have to put him an injury reserved for tomorrow's chase. Might have to get a different chaser. Somebody might have to substitute in. Is he okay? I would hope so. I wouldn't have shown it if he wasn't okay. I'll be honest with you guys, I low-key might literally wear this Buzz Lightyear costume to bed and, like, get up tomorrow and wear it for the stream. Like, this is pretty comfortable. Feels great. What's the current storm surge map? I'll pull it up. And my current thoughts is, again, storm surge I do expect to be the greatest threat here out of Hurricane Milton. I think this is going to be the most life-threatening impact. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge is major, significant. Very life-threatening for those in Tampa Bay and Charlotte Harbor. So, I think storm surge, again, is really the biggest impact out of this. But hurricane force winds stretching across much of the state, it's going to knock out power for probably millions of people. Both tomorrow and Thursday, so. Thank you, Brup, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, thank you. Yeah, it's crazy how much we've grown. Do you guys think that we should do a... I don't know. I'm kind of on the edge right now. I kind of want to make a video tomorrow morning. I also just want to get to bed early and then go live tomorrow morning, but I don't know. I might just make a video. Make the video while streaming? Not as easy as you think. Hey, Teresa, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, MJ, for the $20 super chat. It's going to slow down the non-hurricane. Seems faster. Again, this is not... a lot of people keep talking about this. It's just a blob of rain, storms. It kind of looks like maybe something that's going to develop into a hurricane, but it really isn't. Thank you, Christopher, for the super chat as well. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, man. That's a lot, though. It's a lot to gain in a short amount of time. I mean, for the record, we gained we've gained 95,000 subscribers since October 4th. That's in 5 days. Over the last 48 hours, we've gained 80,000 subscribers. So it's kind of crazy. Thank you, Donna, for the $20 super chat. If it's right along the coastline in Port Charlotte, like I wouldn't stay there. Hopefully you evacuated. I don't know if it'll still be there. I'm not, again, a fantastic person when it comes to like knowing what the structural integrity of a building is. I think it'll probably still be there unless you're right on the coastline. That might not be there. But if you're like a little further inland and your storm surge is, you know, maybe up to like 6 feet, I would assume it's probably still going to be there. Let's just hope for the best tomorrow, really. Like, that's hopefully you evacuated. That's the first thing. But if you have evacuated, let's just hope for the best for that building. You and Ryan have to do a duo live stream one day? Maybe. You never know. Never know. Hey, Andrew, for the super chat, when you say 8 to 12 inches of rain in Orlando, does that mean standing water? Not necessarily, but like if it accumulates fast enough, like we could see it accumulate into that. You know, as in terms of like if you're in like a low-lying area, we could have 12 inches of rain like in that low-lying area. It all has to go somewhere. I mean, it either goes into the soil or it just kind of piles up. And with how much rain we're going to see tomorrow, I do think that there's a chance that, you know, there is significant flooding maybe in Orlando. It might not be in Orlando, though. It depends on where the eye makes landfall, because that area of where the heaviest rainfall is going to be is very narrow. So, it's a very narrow area. Thank you, Brandy, for the super chat. How bad will it hit Winter Haven? I think hurricane force winds, again, is the biggest concern for Winter Haven. And then flooding, again, is possible. 8 to 12 inches of rain is possible. Thank you, Tina, for becoming a member. $54 t-shirt. Again, it's limited release. We're only going to have it out for... There's only like 100 or 200 being sold. I think it's only 200. We've already sold half of them, so... But the hat that we're going to be selling, the reason why it's 50 is because we're actually going to be having a... I'm actually going to sign it. And so that's going to actually be like... You know, I think much more worth it. But we're not going to have the hats until next week. Will I be live for the next update? I don't know. I'm still here. Thank you Imperfectly for becoming a member. I want one of those signed hats. I know a lot of people are going to want one of them. So I think we're only going to... I don't know what the exact number of hats is going to be for those that are going to be signed. But I think we might be doing 200 or 250. And I think those are going to sell really fast. So... And we're also going to probably reserve 10 for storm chasers that work with us, and we're going to give them to them for free or something, so. I want a hat too, guys. I know you guys want hats. I'm going to try to do that. Again, we can't do it during the hurricane. All right, I don't have enough time to... I have to ship them in first. That's the big thing. But then after that, I also have to, you know, it's a process for signing hats and shipping them. It's a process. So, thank you, Stando, for the super chat. Weather lasers from Antarctica. That's a thing. What are you even talking about? Got the space lasers though right now happening with Hurricane Milton. Absolutely. The Hurricane Hunters are actually gonna be in this pretty soon. They're actually gonna fly into it here in a moment. Honestly, we might be still live for them flying through. They're getting really close. They're gonna be in it within the next 20 minutes. Thank you, Endo, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Where do they fly out of? They fly out of different places. This one's coming out of like Gulfport or just east of Gulfport, Mississippi. Many of them come out of like Lakeland, Florida. There's a ton of different places that they fly out of. Tomorrow will be long? It will. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a long day. Tomorrow is going to be a long, long, long day. Unfortunately. Thank you, Casey, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Do you like your job? Dude, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't like it. I've been doing this for 5 years. On YouTube, I've been doing it for 2, but I've done this for like 5 years. Like, I would not be here if it wasn't for my passion of loving weather. Like, just being real. Like, I would have never been doing... I would not be doing this right now if I didn't enjoy it. Like, I literally have always enjoyed doing weather coverage. And, yeah, I mean, I literally would not be doing this if I didn't enjoy it. Even if I made whatever I make on this, like, I don't really care. Like, this is for my passion, and I love doing it. Always have, and probably always will. I mean, I've never found weather boring, to be honest. Like, I've always found weather to be very fascinating and interesting, so. I will be a meteorologist officially in 7 months, I think, now. I'll be getting my bachelor's in meteorology in about 7 months. I'm 3 years through the degree. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Fort Myers. I think we're in flood zone B. I think it'll be similar. But again, if you're in one of those flood zones that need to be evacuated, definitely recommend not staying there. Do you ever sleep? I do, believe it or not. During hurricanes and stuff like this, though, I don't find as much sleep time as I would like to, but we'll probably get like 7 or 8 hours of sleep tonight. Sleep is for the weak, is what Brandon just said. I wish I could operate off of less than 6 hours of sleep. The only thing that would make me be able to do that is adrenaline. Thank you, Dennis, for becoming a member. Like, I did that with Debbie. I had like a serious adrenaline rush that morning. I was able to stay live through the majority of it. Yeah, Brandon, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if that's happening anytime soon, so I think I'm alright for now. I think I'm good for right now. I do 4 hours of sleep? I don't know how people do that. Traffic cams, yeah, we got one on the bottom right. Again, I'm not gonna search through traffic cams because I didn't see any traffic, actually, across, like, any part of, like, Florida when I looked a few minutes ago, so... So really a Category 5 right now? It is. It is still a Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 160 miles per hour. It is a very intense hurricane as it continues to move towards Florida. I mean, I'm just a Toy Story world right now, so what does that even mean? Oh, I mean, I am currently in an outfit. You should, honestly, the Rex outfit would be lit tomorrow if you got one. That'd be so funny. Are you dead for becoming a Moderate Velocity member? Well, I have more designs for the t-shirts you're selling. I'm really hoping that we can just get a dedicated person for designing shirts and merch. Not sure when that's going to happen, but I was kind of hoping to get one. We haven't had really anybody that has had good enough designs for that, though, yet. But if anybody's interested in being a designer for merch on this channel, feel free to reach out on either Discord or email me. The email's in the description. If anybody, for whatever reason, if one of the 29,000 of you is the designer, feel free to reach out. I'm at Toy Story World. Look at, dude, there's no way you're at Disney Springs right now. Are you literally in Disney Springs right now? Where are you? Dude, what in the world's going on? Dude, there's no way you're... I need to get rid of the radar. I'm trying to look at the map here. Where is Disney? Isn't it right here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what Echo Lake is. I mean, this is some sort of Disney stuff going on here. I don't know where that is, but he's in Hollywood Studios? How can you be in Hollywood Studios at 1 a.m.? There's no shot. That tracker has to be wrong. There's no shot you're in... It's like 1 in the morning. They're pretty close. I'm pretty sure they're closed. He's riding the teacups, imagine. I'll say, if you're in Disney, I would actually be kind of jealous. Is that Disney Springs? Are they still open at 1 a.m.? Do I still play GeoGuessr? We only do that on members-only streams. Plane's gonna update here in a moment. Bro, there's no shot. Brandon Kopic just sent me his location here. He's in Toy Story Mania, apparently. That's cap. That has to be cap. There's no way. Are you staying at like a Disney resort though or something? What are the Hurricane Model runs even doing? Oh no, the HFS was going crazy with intensification tonight. I don't know if we're really going to get down to this, but if we do, that'd be historic, obviously. But upon landfall, it's a Cat 4, which I still think is very possible tomorrow. Has been making landfall around like 10 or 11 o'clock, which is kind of favorable for landfall timing. At least it's... most people should be awake then. That would be PM, 10 to 11 PM tomorrow. Still have about 24 hours until landfall from right now. About 23, 24 hours. Alright, guys. I'm tired. I want to make a video. We're going to go live at some point tomorrow. So, thank you all for watching today. Really do appreciate it. This has been a crazy stream. Thank you all for 500,000 subscribers. Thank you to all the mods on the channel. And thank you to anybody that super chatted, donated, or became a member. You guys are really kind. If you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. On the way out, we could hit 500,000 subscribers. So if you're new to the channel, hit the red button down below and subscribe. Again, we're going to be live at least once tomorrow, if not twice. And we'll have new information for you. And again, we're gonna have a video tomorrow morning, so click the bell icon as well so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. Again, we might be live once, we won't be live twice. I don't know. It's gonna depend on how tired I am. But in addition to that, thank you all for watching today's stream. This is our most viewed stream of all time. We're gonna have over 1.5 million views on today's stream, which is insane. Appreciate you guys really tuning in. I can't even believe that. And also thank you again to the mods of the channel. Help keep the chat safe. And yeah, again, it's been a crazy stream. Make sure to follow me on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. The link's in the description. If you want to pick up a limited release 500,000 subscriber t-shirt, they're only going to be out until they're sold out. The link is pinned in the chat. It is also in the description. I'll post it in the chat a few times if you want to pick one up on your way out tonight. Again, they're only going to be out for a little bit. The limited release hats will be coming out after this hurricane at some point. I'll keep you posted on social media and on our YouTube channel when they actually release. I'm not sure when they will. They'll be signed. They are going to be actually signed, so that it'll be a bigger release. But aside from that, also join our Discord server if you'd like, our community. The Discord link is in the description below. And yeah, thank you guys all so much for watching. I appreciate it. We'll see you guys all again tomorrow. I'll have an update tomorrow, at least we'll at least be live for Landfall. All right, that's what I can guarantee. I don't know about anything before that. So thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate you guys. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We are 75 subscribers from 505,000. I don't think we're gonna hit right now, but we're close enough. We'll hit it after the stream's over. All right, we'll see you guys all again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you guys all in the next one.